Welcome back, my nighttime sleepy spuds. Tonight you're travelling to a world where the border between a lord and a bandit was not a fixed boundary, but a permanent conversation, where kings struck agreements with pirates they publicly condemned, and where the road between two towns might be controlled by a man who answered to nobody except his garrison, and his sense of what he was owed. We are in medieval Europe, moving roughly between the years 900 and 1500. A wide landscape and a generous stretch of time, and before we begin, it is worth settling one thing clearly. The phrase crime lord belongs entirely to our era. The people you're about to meet had completely unique words for themselves. So before we begin, a simple positive review helps us expand our reach to people who might need this for sleep. Let us know how your day was and what time it is for you. Now pull your blanket up, adjust your pillow, and dim those pesky lights. You are sitting beside a narrow window in a stone inn somewhere in the Rhine Valley, sometime around the middle of the 13th century. The fire behind you is burned down to orange coals, throwing a low, steady warmth across the flagstone floor. Outside, the river moves through the dark, a sound like someone running their fingers along a very long page. You can just make out the shape of a tower on the opposite bank, a square block of shadow against a sky thick with stars, with a single torch burning at its upper edge. The man who lives in that tower charges every boat that passes a fee for the right to continue passing. If you were a merchant travelling this river in the year 1265, you would have already paid similar fees at a dozen stations upstream, and you would pay them at a dozen more before you reached your destination. You would have added those costs to your prices before you left home. You would have had opinions about every toll station on the route, about which ones were managed by reasonable men, and which were run by men who invented a new number each time a well-loaded barge came into view. None of those opinions would have used the word criminal. The language you would have reached for was something closer to the way of things. This is the fundamental strangeness of the medieval world, the thing that tends to stop people when they first encounter it. The idea of a single unified authority that defines the law, enforces it across a consistent territory, and holds lords and commoners alike to the same standard is, measured against the whole span of human history, quite recent. Medieval European authority was layered, overlapping and genuinely disputed at almost every level. A king might claim to rule a territory in full. A duke might argue that the king's reach did not extend to his particular valley. A bishop might insist that church lands answered to Rome and to no earthly power beneath that, and the man with the tower and the torch might simply point to his walls and his garrison, and consider the conversation finished. Power in this world was not handed down from above and then distributed in orderly fashion. It was accumulated through inheritance and marriage, and purchase and conquest, and sometimes through nothing more than a sustained willingness to defend what you claimed. The figures who appeared in medieval chronicles as criminals were often doing exactly what lords were doing, except they were doing it without the particular piece of parchment that said they were entitled to do it. That parchment mattered, but perhaps not as much as a later world would expect it to. Walking through the physical landscape of medieval Europe, you're moving through a patchwork of jurisdictions so complicated that even the people living inside them could not always tell you with confidence who held authority over a particular stretch of road or a particular bend of river. A journey from a Rhineland city to an Italian market might cross lands belonging to a dozen different lords before it reached the first Alpine pass, each of them collecting tolls, demanding respect, and applying their own version of a local custom to whatever disputes arose within their reach. The Holy Roman Empire, which covered much of what is now Germany, Austria, and parts of northern Italy, was described by observers in later centuries as neither particularly holy, nor especially Roman, nor in any practical sense a unified empire. Part of what they meant by that observation was the sheer difficulty of exercising central authority over a territory composed of hundreds of competing power centres, each defending its own prerogatives with considerable determination and a fair amount of stone construction. Into this landscape stepped certain figures with tremendous confidence. The phrase robber baron was applied by later centuries to medieval lords who built their incomes on systematic extortion, but the word baron is doing a great deal of work in that phrase. These were not simply bandits who happened to dress better. Many of them held genuine titles and genuine lands. They had been granted, or had inherited, or had simply asserted authority over particular roads, rivers, bridges, or mountain passes, and they had turned that authority into something that functioned, from the inside, very much like a revenue operation. The mechanics of this were direct enough if you set the violence aside for a moment to examine the structure. You controlled a road. Everyone who needed to use that road either paid you or did not use the road. If they tried to pass without paying, you sent mounted men after them. If they paid, you called the payment a legitimate custom of the region and used the income to keep your walls repaired and your hired men fed and ready for the next caravan. From inside the arrangement, this looked like governance. From outside, it looked like extortion with better architecture. The honest answer is that both descriptions were simultaneously accurate, and the medieval world had no particular interest in resolving the contradiction. The kings and emperors of the period were not passive in the face of this situation. Sometimes they organised military expeditions against particularly notorious offenders, bringing coalitions of forces to demolish castles that had become too brazen. The Rhine League of 1254, a coalition of German cities that banded together to suppress unauthorised tolls, spent several energetic years demolishing fortifications and dealing with their occupants in terms that left no room for repeat offences. But those same rulers also made quiet use of the very figures they publicly condemned. A lord who controlled a river crossing could also close that crossing to an enemy fleet at a moment of military crisis. A man who had spent 15 years building a network of hired fighters and information contacts was potentially very valuable in a war. The line between royal ally and licensed criminal was one that medieval states often preferred to leave comfortably undefined. The economic logic beneath all of this had, in a peculiar way, a certain internal coherence. The infrastructure of medieval trade genuinely required maintenance. Roads needed repair after winter floods and spring rains dissolved their surfaces. Bridges needed rebuilding when floods took out spans. Mountain passes needed clearing after avalanches sealed them. Someone had to pay for this work, and the toll system, at its most functional, was a reasonable mechanism for funding that maintenance by charging the people who benefited from it. The problem was that the person setting the rate was also the person collecting it, and the person collecting it was also the person with the armed garrison who would pursue you if you found the rate unreasonable. Independent oversight was not readily available. Medieval merchants understood this with the kind of practical clarity that comes from navigating it personally, season after season, cargo load after cargo load. A merchant caravan leaving a city in the Rhineland bound for the Italian markets had already added the expected toll costs to its prices before the first pack animal was loaded. The merchants knew which routes were cheaper in aggregate even if the road was longer. They knew which lords offered predictable fees, and which invented new charges the moment a fully loaded wagon appeared on their horizon. They knew which river sections were safest and during which months. This was a landscape that experienced travellers moved through intelligently, not randomly. The response from trading communities was also organised and intelligent. Cities formed leagues. Merchants shared information about bad actors through their networks. The most effective response of all was organised commercial power converting itself into organised military capacity, the moment when the merchants stopped trying to root around the problem and began addressing it directly. That comes later in the night. For now, the important thing to carry forward is that this world was not chaotic in a random way. It was chaotic in a patterned way, following its own recognisable rules and its own rough codes. The violence was embedded in a system, and that system, for all its brutality, was one that people inside it understood with considerable sophistication. That makes them very human, even at a distance of 7 centuries. The coals in the inn are still glowing. The tower across the river is quiet. You are going to visit it, and quite a few towers like it, before the night is over. By the year 1300, the number of toll stations operating on the Rhine River had grown to somewhere between 60 and 80, depending on how you counted and which source you consulted. Take a moment with that number. 60 to 80 separate stations on a single river. A merchant travelling from the city of Mainz to the city of Cologne, a stretch of roughly 160 kilometres, could expect to pay fees at more than a dozen of them within a single day's journey. The cost of any given transaction might be modest enough. The accumulated weight of a dozen modest transactions was not modest at all. Merchants arrived at their destinations lighter, in the purse not from any single act of robbery, but from the compounding pressure of too many hands extended across too many stretches of water. This was the fundamental shape of the robber baron problem in Germany, and it replicated itself with regional variations across most of Western Europe. The people operating these toll stations were not necessarily grand aristocrats with vast estates. Some were minor knights with a single tower and a good view of the river. Some were wealthier lords who had systematically bought out or outfought their neighbours and consolidated control of a useful stretch of water or road. Some were bishops or abbots, since the church held enormous property across the continent and had no particular theological objection to collecting tolls from the faithful as they passed through. Picture one of these towers now. Damp grey stone rising from the riverbank, the lower courses practically in the water at high season, the upper windows looking out across the current in both directions, iron chains that could be stretched from bank to bank in the evening hours, not to stop passage but to ensure that no boat slipped through without being noticed. In the morning, a man would lean from a window and address the bargemen below, and the bargemen, who had done this before, would already have their coins ready. The Rhine was not alone in this. The Moselle had its toll stations, the Danube had them, the Elbe had them, the main roads through the Alps had them at every pass, the coastal approaches to major ports had them. In France, the Loire and the Seine had their own complicated histories of private toll collection and the commercial resistance that rose against it. The German situation was particularly extreme because of the particular character of the Holy Roman Empire. The emperors of this period were powerful men in theory, and considerably more limited men in practice, partly because the imperial position was elective rather than hereditary. Each new emperor owed substantial political debts to the princes who had voted for him, which meant those princes accumulated rights and privileges over time that made them progressively harder to govern. The emperor could declare things, the princes could decline to implement them. The man in the tower on the Rhine was downstream from all of this, figuratively and sometimes literally. Into this environment stepped the figures known in German sources as Raubritter, which translates directly as robber knights. These were men of the knightly class who had converted road control and river tolls into their primary occupation, not as a supplement to legitimate governance but as the main activity itself. The most famous name in this tradition is Gottfried von Berlichingen, known throughout the German-speaking world as Goetz, a man who left enough of a mark on the historical record to become the subject of a play by Goethe 4 centuries after his death. Goetz lost his right hand during a siege in the early 16th century and had an iron prosthetic made for it, a piece of functional engineering that still survives in a museum in Germany and still draws visitors who want to look at the hand of a man who refused to let a minor inconvenience, like losing his original one, slow him down. He spent decades raiding merchant convoys, feuding with cities and minor lords, hiring himself out for other people's wars, and being periodically placed under imperial ban, which was the German legal equivalent of being declared an outlaw. The imperial ban was theoretically severe. It placed a person outside the protection of the law and theoretically allowed anyone to attack him without consequence. In practice, a man with a fortified castle, a loyal garrison, and a network of political relationships was not especially vulnerable to theoretical declarations, however sternly worded, and Goetz operated freely for decades despite being banned on multiple occasions. His memoir, which he dictated in old age, presents his career as honourable service to the knightly code, and he saw no particular contradiction between that self-image and the contents of his activities. He is instructive because he occupied the middle zone between lord and criminal so completely and so comfortably. He was not a common bandit. He had a name, a lineage, a code he articulated explicitly, and a web of relationships with other knights, lords, and cities that gave him both protection and employment. He was also, by any reasonable external measure, a man who built his living on extortion and targeted violence. His memoir presents both of these things at once and treats the tension between them as not particularly interesting. The border families of the Scottish and English borderlands operated on a similar logic and with similar comfort. The Armstrong clan, the Elliots, the Grahams, the Nixons, and dozens of others had spent generations in a landscape that alternated between declared warfare and nominal peace, without ever quite settling into either for long. In wartime, they served whichever side offered better terms. In quieter periods, they raided across the border for cattle, goods, and occasionally for people whom they held until their families negotiated a price for their return. The ransom economy deserves a careful look because it was a significant economic institution in medieval Europe rather than a marginal criminal practice. The rules of ransom were well established among the knightly class. If you captured an enemy of equivalent standing on the battlefield, you were entitled to hold him until his people paid for his return. This was accepted practice and was explicitly recognised in the customs of war as they existed at the time. The system depended on a shared understanding between participants, a kind of mutual recognition that captivity and release were preferable to death on both sides. The difficulty was that the logic extended naturally beyond the battlefield. If capturing a knight for ransom was legitimate, what about a wealthy merchant on a trade road? What about a churchman travelling with a small escort? What about a minor lord moving between properties with fewer men than he should have? The rules became considerably murkier as the social distance from formal warfare increased. The border families applied the same practical spirit to all of it. A captive was worth what his household was willing to pay. Negotiations moved through intermediaries and could take weeks or months. The prisoner was, as a rule, housed and fed adequately, because a poorly treated captive whose family had heard bad reports was a negotiating problem, and a dead captive was worth nothing at all. The whole thing was, from one angle, a sophisticated credit arrangement with human beings as collateral. From another angle, it was kidnapping conducted at a professional level. Both descriptions were accurate, and the border families saw no reason to choose between them. Smuggling ran as a quiet parallel to legitimate commerce throughout the whole of the medieval period, and it was economically significant in ways the written sources tend to underreport, since people who were moving goods illegally had professional reasons not to document the activity carefully. Raw wool was the great contraband of medieval England. The Crown collected substantial export duties on wool because the trade was enormously valuable, and the duties were a major source of royal revenue. The merchants who preferred to keep that revenue for themselves found their way to quieter harbours, dealt with ship captains who were willing to load at night, and moved their cargo across the Channel under conditions that the customs officials on shore either could not see or had been paid not to see. This was organised, well-funded, and operated with the willing cooperation of local officials who received payment for their useful blindness. The people running it were not outcasts or desperate men. They were integrated into the normal commercial life of the ports where they worked, and the money from the avoided duties flowed back into legitimate trade without ceremony or difficulty. The boundaries of the medieval economy were genuinely porous in this way. A merchant who paid his duties at one port might use the profits to fund a separate unlicensed operation from a quieter one. A lord collecting legitimate bridge tolls might also operate a protection arrangement on the road approaches to that bridge, charging separately for the service of not having the bridge suddenly become unavailable when you needed it most. The same vessels that carried licensed cargo one week might be carrying something entirely different the next, with no particular sense of moral discontinuity among the people involved. The physical geography of the border regions shaped this culture in ways that were deeply practical. The Cheviot Hills between England and Scotland were not simply scenery, they were operational terrain. The valleys that cut through them were routes that experienced riders could navigate in darkness, moving quickly across ground that would slow a pursuit. The shallow river crossings that the families knew by memory were invisible advantages over anyone chasing them who did not share that knowledge. The peel towers that dotted the landscape, small fortified stone houses where families could shelter their most important possessions and animals on short notice, were not expressions of wealth. They were the architecture of an economy built on speed and the expectation of reciprocal raiding. The families also maintained something that functioned very much like intelligence networks, though nobody would have used that language. Knowledge of when a neighbouring lord's household was understaffed, when a merchant was travelling with fewer guards than usual, when the weather was coming in hard enough to make pursuit impractical. All of this circulated through the communities on both sides of the border, through a combination of kinship ties, market day gossip, and the informal channels of people who had a professional interest in knowing what was happening on the other side of the hill. This was not a subculture operating in isolation from mainstream society. It was embedded in it. The same families that raided across the border also farmed, traded at market, paid their tithes, and attended church. Their raiding was one economic activity among several, weighted more heavily in difficult years when the harvest was poorer and lighter, in good years when legitimate income was sufficient. The border as a zone of chronic low-level conflict was also a border zone where the two cultures on either side knew each other intimately, spoke related dialects, shared many of the same surnames, and maintained kinship connections that political boundaries could not fully interrupt. What medieval people understood, in ways that later eras sometimes lost sight of, was that the rules of economic life were negotiated rather than absolute. You paid what you could not avoid paying. You avoided what you could get away with avoiding. The officials who were supposed to enforce the rules were embedded in the same economy, subject to the same pressures, and generally interested in their own outcomes rather than any abstract public good. The whole system ran on a permanent negotiation between competing interests, lubricated by informal payments that appeared in nobody's official records. This is the world you need to hold in mind as we move forward tonight. Not a world of clean lines between honest and dishonest, but a world of people working the available gaps in a system that was constructed almost entirely of gaps, some with ingenuity, some with violence, and most with an unself-conscious combination of the two. There is a French verse romance written in the early 13th century that tells the story of a man who studied the dark arts in Toledo, became a knight, entered a monastery, abandoned his vows, served 3 separate kings, commanded the English Channel from a fleet of 30 ships for the better part of 2 decades, and was finally killed in a naval engagement, after which his severed head was carried on a pike through the streets of a port town so that anyone who had been uncertain about his current status would be brought firmly up to date. The romance embellishes freely. The historical Eustace was remarkable enough without the Toledo magic. He was born sometime in the 1170s, most likely in the county of Boulogne, in what is now northern France, but was then a complicated zone where French, English, and Flemish interests overlapped and competed. His father held lands in the area. Eustace received an education of the kind that sometimes steered a younger son of a minor noble family toward a religious career, and he did spend a period in a Benedictine house. Whether he took full vows is a question the historical record does not answer cleanly. What the record does show is that he left the religious life and entered the service of the Count of Boulogne. There, things went wrong in a specific and somewhat common way. The Count died. The administration of the county fell into dispute. Eustace found himself on the losing side of a property argument over his family's estates in the region, a situation that was entirely ordinary in the medieval world. What was not ordinary was what he did about it. He went to sea. More precisely, he began operating along the English Channel coastline in a capacity that medieval sources describe with varying degrees of disapproval depending on whose ships he had recently relieved of their cargo. The difference between a privateer and a pirate in this period was, officially, a matter of authorization. A privateer held a commission from some recognised authority, which gave his activities a claimed legal foundation. A pirate operated without one. In practice, as you will recognise by now, the line between these two categories was considerably less stable than the theory suggested, and the same man could move from one to the other within a single sailing season simply by changing employers. Eustace made himself genuinely useful to King John of England, who was engaged in the deteriorating business of trying to hold on to what remained of the English territories in France against the expanding ambitions of the French King Philip II. King John needed someone who could disrupt French coastal shipping, harass supply lines, and make the Channel expensive and unpredictable for French interests. Eustace, with an expanding fleet and an intimate knowledge of the Channel's tides, seasonal weather, and hidden anchorages, was the resource that this situation required. He did this work with considerable effectiveness for several years, raiding French ports, intercepting convoys, and extracting ransoms from captured vessels and their people. His talent was for appearing in places where he was not expected, which the French chronicles attributed to supernatural assistance, and which modern examination suggests came from unusually good intelligence networks, and a thorough familiarity with the way the Channel behaved in different weather conditions and at different seasons. Then King John's situation deteriorated in the way that King John's situations characteristically did. The English barons rose against him in the conflict that produced Magna Carta in 1215, and a significant faction of those barons invited the French Prince Louis to cross the Channel and claim the English throne. Eustace, surveying the landscape without any detectable anguish, transferred his services from John to Louis. He was now operating on the French side of the same stretch of water where he had recently been operating on the English side, which meant that he understood with great precision where the best ambush positions were, where a fleet could shelter in foul weather, and which coastal communities along the English shore had been most useful to his previous employers and might be approached again. He put this knowledge to work for Louis with the same practical efficiency he had brought to his English service. His death came at the Battle of Sandwich in August of 1217. The English forces, fighting on behalf of the young King Henry III, intercepted a French supply convoy that Eustace was commanding. The battle went against the French. What happened to Eustace during the fighting is described differently in different sources, which is the usual situation when the subject is someone nobody wanted to speak well of afterward. He was captured. He was executed shortly after capture, the decision apparently not requiring much deliberation. His head was subsequently processed through the streets of a nearby town, which was the medieval period's most direct way of communicating that an era had ended. There was no possibility of ransom for a man who had spent 20 years switching allegiances and who had accumulated enemies on every coastline he had ever worked. The theatrical element of the aftermath was not cruelty for its own sake. It was information management, making sure that word of his death spread as quickly and as conclusively as possible to everyone who might be tempted to wonder whether he had somehow slipped away again. What makes Eustace historically remarkable is not the piracy itself, but the degree to which he was woven into the legitimate political structures of his time for most of his career. He did not operate in opposition to states. He operated as a contractor for competing states, doing the things that states needed done but preferred not to formally acknowledge. When his usefulness to one patron ran out or reversed, he found another. This was, in the world he inhabited, a recognizable career pattern rather than an exceptional one. The legends that accumulated around him after his death were elaborate and grew more elaborate with time. The romance that preserved his story, written probably within a generation of his actual death, portrays him as a trickster of almost supernatural cleverness, constantly outwitting enemies through disguise and misdirection. The real Eustace was something more interesting than that. He was a man who understood power as a transferable tool, who could read the direction of political winds with considerable accuracy, and who had the flexibility to reorient himself before those winds changed into something fatal. His story also introduces a recurring theme in the history of medieval private power. The most effective operators in this world were not simply violent men. Violence was available to almost anyone with enough followers. What separated the people who built lasting careers from the ones who were eliminated early was intelligence in both senses of the word. They gathered information systematically and used it well. They understood the political landscape around them well enough to anticipate which alliances would pay off and which would become liabilities. They knew how to present themselves to different audiences in ways that made them appear useful rather than threatening. Eustace managed all of this for roughly 2 decades in one of the most contested maritime spaces in medieval Europe. The Channel is not a large body of water, but in the 13th century it was an extraordinarily important one, and the person who could move across it at will and at speed was a person of genuine strategic value to every power whose territory it bordered. Whether you call him a pirate or a privateer or an admiral depends almost entirely on which year you are examining and which side of that narrow sea you're standing on. He probably would have found the question mildly amusing, and then moved on to something more practical. The 14th century handed medieval Europe several disasters of sufficient scale to reshape nearly everything. The Black Death arrived in 1347 and killed somewhere between a third and half of the entire population of the continent in the years that followed, a loss that altered the economics of land, labour and authority in ways that took generations to fully work through. The 100 Years' War between England and France ground through its opening decades, paused with varying degrees of sincerity, and then resumed. Smaller regional conflicts burned across the Italian peninsula, the Rhineland and the Baltic coast. All of these conflicts generated a specific economic problem that nobody had quite anticipated in advance. What do you do with soldiers when the war stops? Professional soldiers in the medieval period represented a significant investment of time, money, and training. A man who had spent years learning to fight from horseback, to maintain complex equipment, to lead small groups of armed men in coordinated movement across difficult terrain, had accumulated skills that held genuine value. He had also spent years living under conditions that made the patience and legal compliance required by ordinary civilian life feel somewhat theoretical. When a major conflict ended with a truce or a treaty, the armies that had been fighting it did not simply dissolve and return to their farms. The men who had served in them needed employment and needed it reasonably quickly. Their options were limited. They could wait for the next war to begin, which required them to eat in the meantime. They could hire themselves out individually to lords engaged in smaller conflicts. Or they could form their own organisations and find their own work. What emerged from this situation were the great companies, organisations of professional soldiers ranging in size from a few hundred to several thousand men, which operated as coordinated military units available for hire. In France they were called routiers or terres Venus, terms that carried a combination of admiration for their effectiveness and alarm at their existence. In Italy, the equivalent organisations were the condottieri, named for the written contracts that governed their employment. In Germany and England, similar groupings arose from veterans of the Crusades and the French Wars. The great companies were not random collections of desperate men who had found each other on the road. They had command structures, internal rules, established systems for dividing proceeds, and sometimes quite sophisticated administrative arrangements for managing the logistics of moving large bodies of armed people across a landscape efficiently. They negotiated contracts with princes and city-states in terms that were recognisably professional. They had reputations which they cultivated with considerable care, because reputation was the primary asset that determined whether the next contract came to you or went to someone else. Into this world arrived Werner von Urslingen, a German knight who became one of the more notorious figures in the early history of the great companies, and who made one specific choice about how he presented himself that has kept him in the historical memory for nearly 7 centuries. He had an iron breastplate made, which was standard enough equipment for a man of his profession. He then had words inscribed on the breastplate, which was less standard. The words, in the Italian of his operational territory, announced that he was the enemy of God, of pity, and of mercy. You may want to sit with that for a moment. Werner operated his company in northern Italy during the 1330s and 1340s in a landscape that was politically fragmented to a degree that made the Rhine Valley look almost orderly by comparison. The Italian city-states of this period were in a state of chronic mutual conflict. The papacy was engaged in its own territorial disputes across the central parts of the peninsula, and the demand for professional military capacity was correspondingly high and continuous. Werner and his company sold that capacity at rates that reflected both the quality of what they offered and the degree to which their reputation preceded them. The breastplate inscription was, in the most direct possible sense, a marketing decision. This sounds almost too contemporary to be true, but the underlying logic was entirely medieval in its clarity. A military contractor's value rested partly on the actual fighting quality of his organisation, and partly on the psychological impact his arrival produced. A company known for ruthless effectiveness and zero sentimentality was a more effective deterrent to enemies and a more attractive resource for employers than an equally skilled company that nobody had heard of. Werner's inscription broadcast in terms that left no room for misinterpretation that his services came without softening of any kind. His actual career was somewhat more complicated than the breastplate suggested, as careers usually are when you look at them carefully. He committed violence on a considerable scale during his years of operation in Italy. He also made agreements, accepted payments to change sides, negotiated with towns that paid him to relocate his operations elsewhere, and eventually appears to have returned to Germany and retired from his most active period of Italian raiding. The historical record becomes fragmentary in his later years. What survived him was the image. The German knight in the iron breastplate who declared himself the enemy of pity became a figure that chroniclers returned to repeatedly, partly because the inscription was such an efficient shorthand for the entire phenomenon of the great companies and what they meant for the people who had to live in proximity to them. The towns and cities of northern Italy spent significant portions of their treasuries in this period paying companies like Werner's to go somewhere else. This was practical budget management rather than any form of cowardice. If an organised military company of 1,000 trained men arrived at your city walls and indicated that it was available to either work for you or against you, depending on who offered better terms, the calculation for a prosperous city government was not complicated. You paid the fee, you watched them leave, and you made note of the direction they travelled in case your neighbours had not yet been informed. The relationship between the great companies and the city-states of northern Italy was, beneath the surface hostility, genuinely symbiotic in ways that went beyond simple extortion. The cities needed military capacity. Maintaining a standing army of sufficient size to defend against serious threats was enormously expensive and required a level of ongoing administrative organisation that most medieval city governments found impractical. Hiring companies for specific campaigns or maintaining retainer agreements that could be activated when needed was a more flexible and in many respects more manageable solution. The companies in turn needed the cities. They needed food, fodder for horses, winter quarters, markets where plunder could be converted into coin, and access to the information networks that told them where the next paying conflict was likely to develop. A company that burned its relationships with the Italian city-states would quickly find itself without the supply chains and employment sources it depended on. This created an unusual form of interdependence. The companies threatened the cities paid the companies used those payments to maintain the capacity that made them threatening. The cities sometimes paid competing companies to threaten each other, which kept everyone sharp and employed and prevented any single company from becoming too dominant. The whole arrangement looks, from sufficient distance, like a protection industry that had somehow expanded to the scale of regional geopolitics. From inside the arrangement, it looked like the normal management of military capacity in a political environment where authority was fragmented and conflict was chronic, and the next war was always about 6 months away from being obvious to everyone. The companies were also, in their quiet way, remarkably cosmopolitan institutions. Werner von Urslingen was German, operating in Italy, commanding men from multiple national origins, collecting payment in Italian currency, and fighting in conflicts whose political stakes he understood well enough to exploit without necessarily caring very deeply about. The companies drew from English, French, German, Breton, Gascon, Hungarian and Italian manpower, united by professional interest and the shared logic of the trade rather than by any common origin or allegiance. This made them genuinely difficult to categorise within the frameworks that medieval society normally used to organise people. They were not a feudal retinue bound to a specific lord by ancient obligation. They were not a civic militia defending their home community from enemies. They were not a crusading force organised around a religious purpose. They were something new, and part of why the chroniclers treated them as such a troubling and distinctive phenomenon was precisely this difficulty of fitting them into any familiar category. One of the commanders who passed through this world on his way to something more singular was a man from the county of Essex in England, who ended up being commemorated in the Duomo in Florence with a painting so imposing that visitors still stop to look at it more than 6 centuries after his death. John Hawkwood was born in Essex, in the east of England, probably sometime around 1320, and the details of his early years are sparse enough that historians have spent considerable energy arguing about them. His father may have been a tanner. He may have spent time in London before the wars began. What is reasonably well established is that he served in the English forces during the 100 Years' War, and was present very likely at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, one of the great English military successes of the period. By the early 1360s he was in Italy, travelling with a company of English and Welsh archers and men-at-arms that became known as the White Company. The name came from their equipment. Their armour was polished to a brightness that distinguished them immediately from the typically less carefully maintained gear of the Italian companies they competed with. This was not simply a matter of appearance. Well-maintained armour was more reliable in the mechanics of actual fighting, and the visual effect of a disciplined company appearing on the horizon in gleaming white metal had an impact on observers that Hawkwood and his commanders understood and cultivated deliberately. He arrived in Italy at a moment of steady demand for military expertise. The city-states were cycling through their regular pattern of mutual conflict and temporary alliance. The papacy was engaged in territorial disputes across the Central Peninsula. Various other powers were making moves that required military responses. The White Company established a reputation for tactical effectiveness very quickly, partly because of the English longbow, a weapon that Italian military practice had not fully incorporated, and that offered genuine advantages in particular battlefield situations. His career across the following 3 decades is one of the more complex in the military history of medieval Europe. He served Florence, then Pisa, then Milan, then the papacy, then various other clients in sequences that reflect the fundamental truth of the mercenary commander's position, which is that his loyalty runs to the current contract rather than to any permanent allegiance. This is not cynicism. It is the operational reality of a profession organised around voluntary service for negotiated payment. The most difficult episode in his Italian career came in 1377 at the town of Cesena in the Papal territories. Hawkwood was at that point serving a cardinal representing the papacy, which was in the process of reasserting control over parts of its Italian territory after a period of rebellion. Cesena had been involved in that rebellion. The cardinal's instructions appear to have called for severe punishment. What followed was a massacre. The numbers in the surviving sources vary considerably, but the death toll was large, probably several thousand people. Hawkwood's precise role in the events at Cesena has been debated seriously among historians for a long time. Some sources written close to the time suggest that he attempted to limit the killing and was overruled by the cardinal. Others assign him more direct responsibility for what happened. The honest position is that the available evidence does not resolve the question cleanly, and the event sits in his biography as a fact that his subsequent admirers in Florence tended to minimise when they wrote about him. Florence was where his story ultimately centred. He entered Florentine service in the 1370s and remained there, with some interruptions for other contracts, for the rest of his operational life. He commanded Florentine forces in several successful campaigns against rival states. He married an illegitimate daughter of the Lord of Milan, a match that placed him firmly within the upper reaches of Italian political society. He was granted Florentine citizenship and received lands and a pension that made him, by the end of his career, something genuinely close to a member of the Florentine establishment, rather than merely a hired sword. When he died in 1394, Florence honoured him with a state funeral. His body was eventually sent back to England at the request of the English King Richard II, who apparently felt that a famous Englishman's remains belonged on English soil. Florence kept something of him, however. The equestrian portrait painted high on the interior wall of the Duomo, the great cathedral of the city, was originally commissioned as preparation for a full bronze equestrian statue, a project that was eventually scaled down to the painted version. The painting, by Paolo Uccello, shows Hawkwood on horseback with the composed authority of a man who has given orders in difficult circumstances and expects them to be followed. He's treated with exactly the seriousness accorded to founding saints and civic heroes elsewhere in the same building. This is worth a moment of quiet attention. A man from Essex who had spent his career commanding a mercenary organisation, who had participated in at least one large-scale massacre, and who had sold his military services to competing sides in Italian politics over the course of 3 decades, was commemorated in one of the great civic and religious spaces of the Italian Renaissance as a figure worthy of permanent civic honour. The Florentines made this decision deliberately and without apparent embarrassment about it. What they were honouring was effectiveness. Hawkwood had commanded their forces successfully in wars that mattered to Florentine survival and expansion. From where the Florentine city government stood, he had been a sound investment. The moral complexities of his career were not the most salient feature of the man from their perspective. What mattered was that Florence had needed capable military leadership, and he had provided it with consistency and skill. There is something very honest in that assessment, even if it does not sit entirely comfortably. His career also illustrates the social mobility available to a skilled commander in the mercenary system of medieval Italy. Starting from origins that were at best middling by the standards of the English gentry, working first as an ordinary soldier in French campaigns, he reached a position where he negotiated directly with popes and princes, dined at the tables of Italian lords, and was eventually celebrated in the cathedral of one of the wealthiest and most culturally sophisticated cities in Europe. The mercenary companies, for all the fear and destruction they generated, also constituted a genuinely accessible path upward for men capable of rising through them. Some mercenary commanders crossed the threshold from hired power to actual governance entirely. The Sforza family, which eventually ruled Milan as its dominant dynasty, began with Francesco Sforza, a condottiere who decided that commanding Milan's armies was a satisfying career, but that ruling Milan itself would be more satisfying still, and then arranged it. His family governed Milan for a century afterward. Hawkwood did not take that step, or perhaps preferred not to, or perhaps found that Florence's established institutions were too solid to make the attempt feasible. But his story sits at the far end of what was possible for someone operating in the spaces of medieval private military power, and it is a considerably more comfortable end than most of his contemporaries found. The fresco is still in the Duomo in Florence. It is high on the left wall as you enter the building, a horseman rendered in terracotta and grey moving through the centuries with an expression that suggests he is not particularly concerned with what anyone has written about him since. There is something about Hawkwood's trajectory that speaks to the particular texture of the Italian city-state world in this period. Florence was not sentimental. It was a city built on commerce, on calculation, on the steady management of long-term advantage. The people who governed it were not naive about what mercenary commanders were or how they operated. They hired Hawkwood fully aware of his background and his previous clients, and they honoured him at his death fully aware of what his career had contained. What they were doing, in commemorating him as they did, was making a statement about value. Not moral value, but the kind of value that a trading city understood in its bones. He had delivered. The campaigns he had commanded had protected Florentine interests, expanded Florentine territory, and deterred enemies who might otherwise have been tempted to test Florentine defences. From a straightforward ledger perspective, he had been worth what Florence paid him, and then some. This transactional clarity is one of the more striking qualities of the Italian city-state world as a whole. These were polities governed primarily by merchant families, by people whose daily professional lives involved assessing the reliability of partners, the risks of ventures, and the value of long-term relationships against short-term gains. They applied the same analytical habits to military contracts that they applied to trade agreements, and the results were sometimes surprisingly sophisticated. The condottieri system as a whole was, among other things, an experiment in outsourcing military capacity to specialists. It had obvious disadvantages, including the risk that your specialist might be hired away by your enemy, and the further risk that a specialist with enough men behind him might develop political ambitions of his own. But it also had advantages that the Italian cities found genuinely useful, chief among them the ability to scale military capacity up and down in response to specific conflicts without maintaining a large permanent standing force in peacetime. Hawkwood understood both sides of this arrangement clearly, and managed his position within it with considerable skill for 3 decades. His story, and the stories of the commanders who preceded and followed him in the Italian mercenary world, illustrate something that is easy to lose sight of from the outside. These were not simple brutes conducting simple violence. They were professionals operating in a sophisticated marketplace, managing complex organizations, navigating intricate political relationships, and building reputations that required consistent performance to sustain. The violence was real and sometimes severe. It was also embedded in a set of professional calculations that, look, when you examine them carefully, surprisingly businesslike. The Baltic Sea in the late 14th century carried cold water and considerable commerce. It was a sea of grain moving west from the ports of the eastern Baltic, of timber moving south from the Scandinavian forests, of salt travelling east from the Atlantic coast of France, of dried fish making its way from the great Norwegian fishing grounds to markets that depended on it for winter protein. It was, in other words, one of the great commercial arteries of the northern world. It was also, in the 1390s, a body of water where certain ships moved with rather more aggression than the merchants preferred. The Vitalienbrüder, which translates approximately as the Victual Brothers, began their existence in 1392 as something quite close to a legitimate naval operation. A war had broken out between the Kingdom of Sweden, allied with the Duchy of Mecklenburg, and the Kingdom of Denmark over control of the Scandinavian territories. The Victual Brothers were organised specifically to run supplies to the Swedish garrison holding Stockholm, which Danish forces had placed under effective blockade. The name described their original function with straightforward accuracy. They were a provisioning operation, a supply service for a besieged city. The war ended in 1395. The Victual Brothers did not. By this point, the organisation had grown substantially beyond anything a supply mission required, and the men who had built it had no particular plan for dissolving it, now that the contract had technically expired. They continued operating in the Baltic and the North Sea, targeting merchant shipping under the logic that the logic of war had not fully finished expiring, and under the further logic that this was what they knew how to do and what they had the equipment for. Their primary target and their most determined enemy was the Hanseatic League, the great confederation of northern trading cities whose commercial network dominated Baltic commerce. The League was not a state in any conventional sense. It was an association of merchant cities, the majority of them German, connected by treaty and commercial interest, and a shared determination to protect the trade routes on which their prosperity depended. It had a collective naval capacity available for exactly the kind of situation the Victual Brothers now represented, and it eventually used that capacity with considerable effectiveness. Into this story steps the figure of Klaus Störtebeker, who is simultaneously a historical person and a legend so thoroughly woven together that separating one from the other requires patience that the sources do not always reward. What the documents tell us is specific. A man referred to in Hamburg records as Störtebeker was a significant commander among the Victual Brothers in the late 1390s. He was captured at sea by Hamburg forces under a commander named Simon of Utrecht in 1401. He was brought to Hamburg and executed that year along with a substantial number of his companions, probably somewhere in the range of 70 to 100 men, though the sources disagree on the exact number. What the legend tells us is considerably more colourful. The name Störtebeker in Low German means something like drain the cup in one swallow, a nickname suggesting a man of prodigious drinking capacity, which is either a tribute or a warning depending on how you look at it. The legend says that before his execution, he asked the Hamburg City Council for a concession. He asked that any of his crew members who were still standing when his decapitated body walked past them would be spared the executioner's blade. The Hamburg authorities, apparently curious about the physics of this, agreed. Störtebeker's headless body then, according to the story, walked past 11 of his men before the executioner extended a foot and brought it down. The Hamburg Council, somewhat predictably, declined to honour the arrangement. This story does not appear in any document written close to the time of his death. It shows up in sources from considerably later, with the accumulated characteristics of the kind of story that attaches itself to popular legendary figures, a demonstration of supernatural defiance conducted with dark humour, an assertion of physical impossibility that makes the dead man more vivid than his executioners. None of that means the story is false. It does mean you should hold it more lightly than the documentary evidence. What is well established is that the Victual Brothers were a genuine and disruptive force in northern waters for a period of roughly a decade. They operated with the quiet cooperation of certain mainland lords who provided them harbour access in exchange for a share of the proceeds, which was a recurring feature of pirate economies throughout the medieval period. The coastal lord who could claim to know nothing about the men sheltering in his harbour, while collecting a percentage of what they brought in, was a figure who appeared at every edge of every sea in medieval Europe. The Hanseatic League's response to the Victual Brothers was instructive in itself. The Hansa was not fighting to protect some abstract public good. It was fighting to protect the commercial infrastructure that its member cities depended on for their prosperity, and in some cases, their survival. The campaign against the Victual Brothers was an organised commercial interest acting in direct military self-defence, and it brought to that defence the same practical calculation that the brothers had been applying to their own operations. The island of Gotland, in the middle of the Baltic, served as a Victual Brothers base during their most active years. It was simultaneously a major legitimate trading port. Both of these things were true at once because the island's inhabitants needed the income from regular commerce, and also needed the spending that men with goods to sell brought into port. Whatever the origin of those goods might have been, port communities throughout the medieval period maintained this kind of pragmatic relationship with the trade that came through them, asking fewer questions than a modern customs agency would consider appropriate. The Störtebeker legend continued to grow after his execution, accumulating detail and incident that reflected the anxieties and longings of later generations, rather than the historical Baltic of the 1390s. He became, in German popular tradition, a figure of resistance against the great merchant cities, a northern version of the outlaw who takes from the rich and distributes downward. Whether the historical Störtebeker did anything of the kind is essentially undocumented. The transformation of a Baltic privateer whose death records survive in Hamburg city archives into a folk hero of commercial resistance is a process that tells you more about the centuries that followed him than about the century he actually lived in. But the transformation itself carries meaning. stories that survive for 600 years and continue to generate novels and films and public statues, are stories that are carrying something real for the people who keep them alive, even when the specific details have been substantially rearranged. The image of a man who operated outside the rules of a commercially dominated world, who died dramatically without surrendering his sense of himself, spoke to generations of people who found the weight of commercial authority heavy, and were grateful for a story in which someone had pushed back against it, however briefly and however violently. That is not a small thing, even when the history behind it is complicated. The story of how stronger kingdoms and more organised commercial powers gradually reduced private warfare across medieval Europe is not a story with a turning point. There is no single moment you can point to and say that everything changed on that day. It is a story of accumulation, of dozens of small adjustments building up over several centuries until the landscape had become genuinely different from what it had been. The process began differently in different places, at different speeds, with different tools. In England, the Norman conquest of 1066 had produced a form of royal government more centralised than anything else in Western Europe at the time, and that gave the English crown unusual leverage over its baronage from a relatively early date. The common law system that developed during the 12th and 13th centuries created, over time, a set of legal institutions capable of resolving disputes without recourse to private violence, at least among the people with access to those institutions. The courts were slow and they were expensive, and they were subject to the influence of powerful lords who could make their outcomes unreliable. But they existed and they functioned, and their existence over time shaped the culture of dispute resolution in ways that made private warfare less automatically the first resort. This was slow and uneven and full of local exceptions. The border families of the north continued raiding for centuries after the southern courts had been established. The great magnates of the 15th century still maintained private armies and exercised something very close to private jurisdiction over their territories. But the direction of change was clear even when the pace was frustrating. In France, the royal recovery following the 100 Years' War offered a particularly vivid example of how the process worked. By the time the English were finally expelled from most of French territory in the 1450s, the French crown had developed both the administrative machinery and the military capacity to assert authority over its territory in ways that had been genuinely impossible a century earlier. The free companies that had terrorised French countryside during the war years were dealt with in two ways simultaneously. Some were incorporated into a new permanent royal army, which France created in the 1440s as an institution funded by regular taxation rather than feudal obligation. Others were organised into military expeditions and marched to work in somebody else's territory, a solution that was effective at the domestic level even if it simply relocated the problem geographically. The creation of a standing royal army changed the military equation in a way that went beyond any specific campaign. A lord who wanted to use private military force to resist royal authority now faced not the improvised coalition of other lords' retinues that previous centuries had offered as the opposing force, but a professional army maintained in permanent readiness and funded independently of any feudal obligation that could be withheld. The cost-benefit calculation for private resistance shifted quite substantially. In Germany, the process moved more slowly and with considerably more interruption. The structural characteristics of the Holy Roman Empire that had allowed the Robinite tradition to flourish in the first place were not corrected by any single reform or any single determined emperor. The Imperial Chamber Court, established in 1495, created a permanent legal mechanism for resolving disputes between lords without private warfare, but it took generations for the institution to develop the credibility and the practical reach that made it genuinely useful. The Eternal Public Peace, also proclaimed in 1495, formally prohibited private warfare within the empire's territories, but it was a declaration of principle rather than an immediately enforced reality, and the Robber Knights of the Rhine were conducting operations well into the decades that followed. What actually worked in the German case was a combination of factors that none of them, individually, would have been sufficient to produce. The imperial legal institutions slowly gained credibility through use. The imperial cities grew as economic and sometimes military powers in their own right. The class of minor knights, whose economic situation had made raiding a practical necessity, found their position increasingly untenable as the 16th century progressed. The technology of war contributed to this in a specific and physical way. A stone tower that was adequate defence against conventional assault could be reduced to rubble in a matter of days by artillery of the kind that became available from the late 14th century onward. Maintaining fortifications that were genuinely proof against artillery required a level of investment that most minor lords could not sustain. The stone towers on the Rhine began to look less like positions of strength and more like picturesque liabilities that made their owners targets rather than threats. Merchant leagues contributed in a different way. The Hanseatic League's campaign against the Victual Brothers was one example of organised commercial interest converting itself into organised military action. Similar dynamics appeared elsewhere in different forms. The Swiss Confederation, which began as a defensive alliance of mountain communities against Habsburg authority, developed over time into a military power capable of defeating the best heavy cavalry that neighbouring states could field, and it exercised collective authority over its territory in ways that left minimal room for independent robber barons operating inside its reach. The Confederation's early history included explicit campaigns against local lords who had made trade routes dangerous, and those campaigns were generally concluded to the Confederation's satisfaction. The royal pardon was a tool that consolidating states used with considerable sophistication, and it deserves attention as a mechanism because it illustrates how the reduction of private warfare worked through absorption as much as through suppression. A pirate or mercenary commander who could be induced to transfer his organisation and his skills into royal service was a resource rather than a problem, and the transition required nothing more than agreement on terms. The English crown offered pardons to privateers and pirates throughout this period, with the implicit understanding that the recipient would redirect his activities toward crown-approved targets. The same violence was available afterward. It simply carried a different piece of paper. This is the less visible side of how order expanded in medieval Europe. The states that grew stronger in this period did not simply defeat private warriors and eliminate them. They recruited them, absorbed them, licensed them, and directed their capacity toward state purposes. The condottieri who transitioned into permanent military service with Italian states. The border families who were eventually recruited into the regular military establishments of both England and Scotland. The privateers who accepted royal commissions and became the foundation of English naval power in the centuries of Atlantic expansion that followed. The people this story has been built around were not simply defeated by history. They were, in most cases, made obsolete by changes in the environment that had produced them, and in many cases their successors were absorbed into the new institutions rather than eliminated. The world that produced Eustace and Werner and Störtebeker and Hawkwood became, over time, a world in which those careers were no longer available in quite the same form, not because the people who might have lived them were different, but because the structural gaps they had navigated were being filled in, one legal reform, one standing army, one merchant coalition at a time. This closing of the gaps was not experienced as simple progress by everyone it touched. The minor knights of the German Rhine who found their traditional way of life legally prohibited and militarily outgunned were losing something real, even if what they were losing was the ability to extort passing merchants without consequence. The border families who were finally disarmed and displaced in the early 17th century had built their identity and their economy around a set of practices that the consolidating states found incompatible with the kind of order they were trying to establish, and many of those families did not make the transition into new circumstances gracefully or easily. History almost never looks tidy from inside it. What becomes visible from the distance of centuries is the broad shape of a change that unfolded slowly and unevenly across several hundred years. From a Europe where private power was ubiquitous and the central state was weak and intermittent, to a Europe where the central state had claimed, in most places, at least the formal authority to determine who was allowed to use force and under what conditions. The gap between that claim and its practical enforcement remained wide for a long time, but the claim itself mattered. It established a framework within which the next argument could be had. The roads got safer gradually. The rivers lost their toll chains one by one. The mountain passes came under something close to public administration. The sea lanes of the Baltic and North Sea became, over time, waters that a merchant could navigate with reasonable confidence in the outcome. There is something worth carrying as we settle toward the end of the night, something that the people in this story understood and that is easy to lose sight of from our distance. The word crime requires a law. The law requires a state to make it and to enforce it. The state requires enough organised power to actually do the enforcing. None of these things existed in medieval Europe in the forms we now take for granted, and the people operating in the gaps between incomplete authorities were not simply choosing to ignore rules they knew. They were operating in a world where the rules themselves were contested at every level, where the authority to define a crime was itself a prize that competing powers were fighting over. Werner von Urslingen's breastplate inscription was a provocation, but it was also, in a peculiar way, a kind of honesty. He did not claim to be outside the rules. He claimed that the rules of his world were what they were, and he named them plainly. John Hawkwood received a state funeral and a painting in the Duomo because Florence decided that his services had been worth that level of honour, and they made that decision with the same practical clarity they brought to commercial decisions. Klaus Störtebeker became a folk hero because later generations needed a figure who had pushed back against the weight of merchant authority and done it with a certain quality of defiance that the folk memory found worth preserving. Eustace the monk became the subject of a verse romance because his career was objectively too strange and too eventful to let go of. The medieval world produced these figures because it created the conditions in which they could exist. The roads and the rivers and the sea lanes and the political gaps and the absent authority all combined to make possible careers that our world, with its surveillance systems and its legal databases and its professional enforcement and its satellite tracking, has made structurally impossible in the forms they took then. What remains is the human quality beneath the historical circumstance, the capacity to read a complicated landscape and move through it intelligently, the ability to shift allegiance when the political wind shifted, without the kind of paralysis that attachment to a fixed position produces. The understanding that reputation was an asset to be maintained as carefully as any physical resource. The recognition that in a world of competing authorities, the person who could make themselves useful to multiple parties was the person most likely to survive. These are not qualities that belong only to the 14th century. They are perhaps why stories from that century have stayed with us long enough for you to be listening to them tonight. Sleep well, night scholars. The roads are safe, the river chains are gone, and the towers on the bank have been quiet for a very long time. If tonight's wandering through the grey zones of medieval power gave you something interesting to carry into your dreams, consider sharing it with someone who might appreciate a guided tour through history's more complicated corridors. The December wind cuts across Boston Harbour tonight, carrying the smell of pine tar and salt. You stand on Griffin's Wharf, watching 3 merchant ships rock gently against their moorings. The year is 1773, and somewhere in the darkness around you, history is preparing to make itself heard. But before we reach that moment, before the splash of tea crates hitting black water, you need to understand how a simple beverage became the most dangerous substance in the American colonies. Your boots crunch through November frost as you walk the cobblestone streets of Boston in 1772. The morning air smells like wood smoke and fresh bread from the bakery on Milk Street. Around you, the city hums with the ordinary business of living. A cooper hammers iron hoops onto barrel staves. A fishmonger calls out prices for cod and mackerel. 2 women pause outside a shop window, examining bolts of imported fabric. Everything looks normal. Everything feels like the world you have always known. But underneath this ordinary morning, something fundamental has shifted. The British Empire, that vast machinery of commerce and control stretching across oceans, has decided to solve a problem. The East India Company, the trading giant that effectively runs British interest in Asia, sits on the edge of bankruptcy. £17 million of unsold tea moulder in London warehouses. According to Thomas Hutchinson's correspondence with the Colonial Office, the company bleeds money while colonial merchants in America thrive on smuggled Dutch tea. The empire needs a solution. The solution, Parliament decides, will reshape your world. You pour yourself tea this morning, as you do every morning. The ritual feels comfortable. Hot water darkens the leaves. Steam rises carrying that particular scent of bergamot and earth. The East India Company has shipped these leaves 15,000 miles from plantations in Assam and Ceylon. They travelled by ox cart to Calcutta, by merchant ship around the Cape of Good Hope, through storms and doldrums into London warehouses, then across the Atlantic to Boston. By the time they reach your cup, they have passed through so many hands that the final price bears little resemblance to their original value. The journey of these leaves tells the story of empire in miniature. Chinese workers picked them on mountain slopes, their hands moving with practiced efficiency through rows of bushes. The leaves dried in factories where the air hung thick with dust and heat. British merchants inspected the harvest, calculating profits in ledgers that tracked the movement of goods across continents. Ships carried the tea through waters patrolled by the Royal Navy, protecting trade routes that sustained an empire. At every stage, someone took a cut. A percentage here, a duty there. The accumulated costs transformed a simple agricultural product into a luxury good that signalled status and civilization. Your neighbours drink tea every afternoon. The ritual has become so ingrained in colonial life that you barely question it. Women gather in parlours to share gossip over teacups painted with delicate Chinese patterns. Men discuss business in coffee houses where tea competes with coffee and chocolate as the beverage of choice. Even the poorest families save coins to purchase a small amount of leaves, stretching the supply by reusing them multiple times until the flavour turns bitter and thin. Tea drinking marks you as civilised, as British, as connected to a culture that spans the globe. But the Tea Act changes the meaning of every cup. What was once simply a beverage has become a political statement. Drinking tea now means accepting Parliament's right to tax. Refusing tea means declaring resistance. The choice facing you at breakfast carries implications far beyond personal preference. This is how empire works. Goods flow in patterns established by law and profit. The Navigation Acts, passed decades ago by a parliament you never elected, dictate that colonial trade must flow through Britain. You cannot buy tea directly from China. You cannot purchase manufactured goods from France. Every transaction must pass through London middlemen, who take their cut, and London customs houses, who collect their duties. The system turns you into a permanent customer with no alternative suppliers. The Tea Act of 1773, which Parliament passes in May, attempts to fix the East India Company's problems by making their tea cheaper than smuggled Dutch varieties. The law eliminates the middleman merchants who normally sell tea in the colonies. Now, the company can ship directly to appointed agents in American ports. The colonial duty remains in place, that 3p per pound that has caused so much anger since the Townshend Acts. But even with the duty, East India Company tea will cost less than what you currently pay for smuggled leaves. You hear about the new law from Samuel Adams, who speaks in the Old South meeting house, with the kind of quiet intensity that makes people lean forward in their seats. Adams has thinning hair and a slight tremor in his hands that makes him seem older than his 50 years. But his voice carries the weight of someone who sees patterns others miss. The Tea Act, he explains, is not really about tea. It is about the principle of Parliament's right to tax you without your consent. It is about whether you live as subjects or citizens. The meeting house smells like damp wool and nervous sweat. Around you sit merchants and artisans, shopkeepers and labourers. Some have been your neighbours for decades. You know their children. You buy bread from their wives. These are not radicals or revolutionaries in the dramatic sense. They are people trying to run businesses and raise families in a city where every economic decision now carries political weight. John Hancock, whose merchant ships dominate Boston Harbor, stands to speak. Hancock's fortune comes partly from smuggled goods, though he would phrase it differently. He talks about the monopoly the Tea Act creates. Today the East India Company controls tea. Tomorrow it might control textiles or hardware or any other commodity. The principle, he argues, threatens every merchant in the colonies. His argument is about profit, yes, but also about the future structure of American commerce. Who decides what you can buy and from whom? Outside the meeting house, November rain begins to fall. You can hear it pattering against the windows, that soft, persistent sound of a nor'easter settling in for the day. The room grows darker as clouds obscure the afternoon sun. Someone lights additional candles. The flickering light makes the faces around you look almost theatrical, all shadows and highlights like figures in a Rembrandt painting. The discussion continues for hours. Some argue for patience. Others call for immediate action. The room divides along familiar lines. Conservatives worry about antagonizing Parliament. Radicals insist that compromise only invites further encroachment. The debate itself is not new. You have heard these arguments since the Stamp Act crisis 8 years ago. What changes now is the sense that a decision point approaches. The East India Company has already loaded ships with tea destined for Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston. When those ships arrive, you will need to choose. Thomas Hutchinson, the royal governor, makes his position clear in a letter published in the Boston Gazette. The tea will land. The duties will be paid. The law will be obeyed. Hutchinson writes with the confidence of someone who believes authority naturally flows downward from Parliament to colonies to individual subjects. He cannot imagine that this flow might reverse, that authority might derive from the consent of the governed rather than the decree of the government. His imagination, shaped by decades of imperial service, cannot accommodate the future that is forming in rooms like this one across the colonies. You walk home through the rain thinking about tea, such a small thing to build a crisis around. Yet every great change, you reflect, seems to start with something ordinary transformed by context into something extraordinary. Tea in your cup is breakfast. Tea in a cargo hold becomes rebellion. The difference lies not in the leaves themselves, but in what they represent. Parliament's right to tax, colonial rights to resist, the question of who owns the future. Your house smells like the fish chowder your wife has simmering over the kitchen fire. The warmth after cold rain feels like redemption. Your children ask about the meeting. You try to explain in terms they can understand. It is difficult. How do you tell a child that their world might change because of dried leaves and political theory? How do you prepare them for the possibility that their father might have to choose between law and conscience? That night, lying in bed listening to rain drum against roof shingles, you think about the ships that are even now crossing the Atlantic. The Dartmouth, the Eleanor, the Beaver. Their holds packed with tea chests. Each chest contains 360 pounds of leaves. Each pound represents 3 pence of duty that Parliament insists on collecting. The mathematics of empire, the arithmetic of resistance. By the time you fall asleep, the calculations have blurred into dreams of ships and harbours and dark water. The Dartmouth drops anchor in Boston Harbour on November 28, 1773. You stand on Long Wharf watching the ship settle into the grey water. She's a square-rigged vessel of several hundred tons, her hull sitting low under the weight of her cargo. 114 chests of East India Company tea rest in her hold. The owner, Francis Roch, paces the wharf looking worried. He's a Nantucket Quaker caught between commercial interests and political reality. His ship carries perfectly legal cargo that has somehow become contraband in the eyes of much of Boston. The weather has turned cold. Ice forms in the quiet edges of the harbour where water meets shore. Your breath makes small clouds in the morning air. Around you, other Bostonians gather to stare at the ship. No one seems quite sure what to do. The Dartmouth has entered port legally. Under British law, Roch has 20 days to unload his cargo and pay the required duties. If he fails to do so, customs officials can seize the ship and auction its contents. The deadline creates a timeline, 20 days to decide the future. The ship rocks gently on the incoming tide. Seabirds circle overhead, their calls echoing across the water. The Dartmouth looks like any other merchant vessel that has entered this harbour carrying goods from England. Her lines are clean and practical. Her rigging shows signs of a long Atlantic crossing, salt-stained and weathered. Nothing about her appearance suggests the political crisis she represents, yet everyone watching knows that what happens to this ship and her cargo will determine the shape of colonial resistance. Roch stands near the gangplank speaking with the harbour master. You can see the tension in his shoulders, the way he gestures with hands that want to solve a problem but cannot find the solution. He is a businessman who deals in facts and contracts. The cargo in his hold is legal. His ship has proper documentation. He has broken no law. Yet the crowd gathering on the wharf looks at him with expressions that range from sympathy to suspicion. Some see him as an innocent merchant caught in circumstances beyond his control. Others wonder whether he knew what he was carrying and chose profit over principle. The afternoon light slants across the water, turning the harbour into patterns of silver and shadow. Other ships bob at their moorings, their business unaffected by the Dartmouth's arrival. Fishing vessels unload their catch. Coastal traders transfer goods to warehouses. The ordinary commerce of a port city continues despite the extraordinary political situation developing around this single ship. The contrast strikes you. History is happening, but most of life proceeds as normal. People still need to eat. Goods still need to move. The world does not stop for revolution. Samuel Adams organises a mass meeting at Faneuil Hall. The hall cannot hold the crowd that arrives, so everyone moves to the Old South Meeting House, which has more space. 5,000 people pack into the building and overflow into the street outside. This is not a small gathering of radicals. This is a significant portion of Boston's population making their presence felt. According to accounts from participants, the meeting resembles something between a town assembly and a religious revival. People speak with passion about rights and duties and the proper relationship between citizens and government. The meeting resolves that the tea must not be unloaded. The meeting further resolves that the tea must be sent back to London. The meeting appoints a committee to watch the Dartmouth and ensure no one attempts to bring the cargo ashore. Around you, men volunteer for watch duty. They will stand guard in shifts, day and night, making sure the tea stays in the hold where it can do no political damage. The commitment required strikes you. These are working men who cannot afford to miss wages, yet they volunteer anyway. Principle apparently outweighs profit in the short term. Francis Roch tries to navigate impossible demands. The meeting insists the tea return to London. Governor Hutchinson refuses to grant the clearance papers necessary for the ship to leave port. British law requires the duties to be paid before any ship can depart. Roch finds himself trapped between colonial resistance and imperial bureaucracy. He petitions the governor, he addresses the meetings, he writes letters to the customs commissioners. Nothing resolves the deadlock. 2 more ships arrive, the Eleanor on December 2nd, the Beaver on December 15th, delayed by smallpox among the crew. Now 3 vessels sit at Griffin's Wharf, their holds collectively carrying 342 chests of tea worth approximately £18,000. The deadline looms. On December the 17th, if the duties remain unpaid, Admiral Montague can order the customs service to seize the ships and force the tea ashore. The calendar has become a countdown. You attend the meeting on December the 16th, the last full day before the deadline. 7,000 people crowd into and around the Old South Meeting House. The number represents nearly half of Boston's population. Something in the air feels different today. You can sense it in the way people speak, the tension in their shoulders, the sidelong glances they exchange. Everyone knows the deadline approaches. Everyone knows that talk must soon give way to action. Francis Roch, summoned before the meeting, reports his final attempt to get clearance papers from Governor Hutchinson. He rode to the governor's country house in Milton that morning. Hutchinson refused to see him, sending word through an aide that the law is clear and the governor's position unchanged. The tea cannot leave until the duties are paid. Roch delivers this news with the exhausted tone of someone who has tried everything and failed. He is a merchant, not a politician. He wants to conduct his business and go home. Instead, he has become a minor character in a much larger drama. Samuel Adams stands. The room quiets. His voice carries to the back rows. This meeting, he says, can do nothing more to save the country. The phrase sounds almost ritual, like a signal prearranged. Around you, men begin to move. Some head for the doors. Others reach for the disguises they have hidden under coats and shawls. In the growing darkness of a December evening, Boston transforms. You follow the crowd out into the street. The air smells like snow that has not yet fallen. Someone has brought torches that cast jumping shadows on building facades. The group heading toward Griffin's Wharf now includes dozens of men dressed in rough approximations of Mohawk clothing. The disguises serve multiple purposes. They provide symbolic cover, suggesting this action comes from outside the colonial political structure. They make individual identification difficult. They transform the participants into a kind of theatre troupe, staging a political statement. The symbolism matters. This will not look like a mob. It will look like a carefully organised statement of principle. Griffin's Wharf stretches into dark water. The three ships rock gently against their moorings, their masts making slow patterns against a clouded sky. You can smell the harbour, salt and fish, and the particular organic decay that marks the edge between land and sea. Someone has organised the group into 3 divisions, one for each ship. The organisation strikes you. This is not chaos. This is something rehearsed and planned, executed with the precision of a military operation disguised as spontaneous action. The temperature has dropped since sunset. Your fingers feel stiff inside your gloves. Around you, men stamp their feet and blow on their hands, trying to maintain warmth while waiting for the signal to begin. The disguises vary in quality. Some men wear actual native garments acquired through trade. Others have improvised with blankets and face paint made from soot mixed with grease. The effect is theatrical rather than convincing. Everyone knows these are colonists, not actual Mohawks. But the pretense matters. It creates symbolic distance between the actors and the action. Torches illuminate the wharf with jumping yellow light that makes shadows dance across building facades and ship hulls. The flames hiss and pop when drops of moisture hit them. You can see your breath. You can see the breath of dozens of men around you forming small clouds in the cold December air. Someone coughs. Someone else laughs nervously. The sound carries across the water in the unusual quiet of a commercial district after dark. You board the Dartmouth. The deck creaks under the weight of multiple footsteps. The ship's crew makes no attempt to stop you. They have apparently received instructions to stay out of the way. Captain Hall stands near the quarterdeck watching the proceedings with the carefully neutral expression of someone who wants no part of what is happening but knows better than to interfere. The ship belongs to his employer. The tea belongs to the East India Company. His job is to transport cargo, not defend political principles. He steps aside. The ship smells like tar and hemp rope and the accumulated odours of months at sea. The deck boards show wear patterns where sailors have walked the same routes countless times. Coiled ropes lie in neat arrangements. The rigging overhead forms a complex geometry of lines and pulleys designed to control sails that currently hang furled against their yards. Everything speaks of professional seamanship and careful maintenance. The Dartmouth is a working vessel caught in circumstances that have nothing to do with the business of sailing. Someone finds the keys to the hold. The hatch opens. Below, in the dim space illuminated by lantern light, you can see the tea chests stacked in careful rows. Each chest measures about 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, 18 inches deep. The wood is sturdy but not elaborate. These are shipping containers, built for function rather than appearance. Together they represent months of labour by workers in Chinese and Indian plantations whose names you will never know. They represent the investment of London merchants who calculated profit margins without considering colonial politics. They represent a commodity transformed by context into a symbol. The lantern light casts long shadows that make the hold look deeper than it actually is. You can see the breath of men as they descend the ladder into the cargo space. The cold has penetrated even here, below the waterline where normally the temperature stays moderate. The hold smells like tea and wood and bilge water. The combination creates a distinctive scent you know you will remember for the rest of your life. The work begins. Men descend into the hold. They use hatchets and axes to split open the chests. The sound of wood splintering echoes across the quiet harbour. Inside each chest, tea leaves are packed tight in canvas bags. The leaves themselves look almost beautiful in the lantern light. Black tea from Bohea, green tea from Hyson, Souchong and Kongu varieties that have travelled halfway around the world to reach this moment. Someone hefts a bag onto his shoulder and climbs back to the deck. The canvas bags feel heavier than you expected. The weight comes not from the tea itself, but from the density of the packing. Hundreds of pounds of leaves compressed into manageable units for transport. Your fingers find purchase on the rough fabric. The bag settles onto your shoulder with a solid weight that speaks of careful preparation and long journeys. You think briefly about the hands that packed this tea. Workers in a Chinese factory whose daily labour fed the appetite of an empire. They could not have imagined their product would end its journey floating in an American harbour as part of a political protest. You grab a chest that has been opened and drag it to the ship's rail. The wood scrapes against the deck planking. Other men work alongside you in a rhythm that emerges without discussion. Split the chest, extract the bags, carry them to the rail, dump the contents into the harbour. The process repeats. The repetition creates its own momentum. Physical labour becomes meditation. Your muscles warm despite the cold air. Sweat forms under your shirt. The motion becomes almost hypnotic. Lift, carry, dump, return. Each cycle takes perhaps 30 seconds. You stop counting after the first dozen trips. The work simply continues. Your back develops an ache from the constant bending and lifting. Your shoulders protest the repetitive motion. But stopping means prolonging the task, so you continue. Around you, other men work with similar determination. No one speaks much. The occasional instruction or question breaks the silence, but mostly you hear only the sounds of labour. Wood splintering, footsteps on deck, the splash of tea hitting water. The tea hits the water with sounds that vary depending on whether you drop whole bags or loose leaves. Bags make a splash. Loose tea creates a softer rustling as thousands of dried leaves scatter across the surface. The water around the ships begins to darken with floating debris. Someone jokes that they are making the largest pot of tea in history. The joke falls flat. This is not really funny. This is destruction of property worth thousands of pounds. This is a criminal act under British law. The humour is nervous energy seeking release. The harbour water laps against the hull with the gentle sound that ships make when moored. The tide has turned, you notice. The current now flows outward toward the open ocean. The tea leaves spread across the surface in patterns determined by wind and current. Some sink immediately. Others float for a moment before absorbing water and disappearing beneath the surface. The destruction feels both massive and strangely delicate. You're erasing the labour of thousands of people in distant countries. You're making a political statement through the medium of ruined commerce. The contradiction does not escape you. Your hands develop blisters where you grip the rough canvas bags. You shift your grip to distribute the pressure differently. The physical discomfort helps you avoid thinking too deeply about what you're doing. The legal consequences, the political ramifications, the personal risk. Better to focus on the immediate task. Lift, carry, dump. Let the motion carry you forward without questioning the direction. On the other ships, similar scenes unfold. You can hear the sound of hatchets and the splash of cargo hitting water. The operation proceeds with remarkable efficiency. Someone has calculated how long this will take. Someone has organised the labour so that men rotate between the hold and the deck, preventing exhaustion. Someone has thought through the details. This spontaneous action is not spontaneous at all. It is theatre carefully staged to look like passion. 3 hours pass. The work continues in darkness lit by torches and lanterns. Your arms ache. Your back complains. The repetitive motion of hauling and dumping has worn grooves in your consciousness. You stop thinking about politics or empire or the consequences of what you're doing. You simply lift and carry and dump. The physical reality of the task overwhelms its symbolic meaning. Admiral Montagu's warship, the captain, sits anchored nearby. British soldiers could easily stop what is happening. They do not. Montague later reports that he chose not to interfere because any action might have triggered a larger conflict. His calculation speaks to the careful balance everyone maintains tonight. The colonists destroy property but harm no people. The British forces watch but do not engage. Both sides understand that escalation serves no one's interests. The performance must complete itself without interruption. By midnight, the work finishes. 342 chests of tea have been emptied into Boston Harbour. The total weight of destroyed tea is approximately 46 tons. The financial loss to the East India Company will be calculated at £9,000, equivalent to roughly £1 million in modern currency. Some accounts later claim that participants swept the decks clean and even replaced a padlock they accidentally broke during the operation. The attention to detail, if true, suggests the care everyone takes to frame this as a political statement rather than simple vandalism. You return to shore with tea leaves stuck to your clothes and the smell of the harbour in your hair. Your hands ache, your shoulders will hurt tomorrow. Around you, other participants disperse into the darkness, shedding disguises, becoming ordinary citizens again. No one speaks much. The action has created a boundary. On one side lies the world where protest meant petitions and speeches. On the other side lies whatever comes next. You have crossed that boundary. The tea floating in the harbour ensures you cannot uncross it. Walking home through empty streets, you think about what you have done. The legal term would be riot or destruction of property. The political term would be resistance or protest. The historical term has not yet been invented. Future generations will call it the Boston Tea Party, a name that makes it sound almost festive, like a social gathering rather than a criminal act. But tonight, in the cold December darkness, it simply feels like a choice made, a line crossed, a statement delivered in the language of broken wood and scattered leaves. News travels slowly across the Atlantic in 1773. The Dartmouth's owner sends word to London on the next available ship. The letter crosses an ocean that takes 6 weeks to traverse in good weather. Winter storms can extend the journey to 3 months. While the message travels east, Boston waits in a strange state of suspension. You have acted. Now you must see how the Empire reacts. In London, Benjamin Franklin serves as colonial agent for Massachusetts. He receives reports about the tea destruction in January. Franklin, whose long career has been built on finding diplomatic solutions to political problems, sees immediately that this event cannot be managed or smoothed over. He writes to friends in Boston urging that the destroyed tea be paid for. The East India Company must be compensated. Parliament must see colonial willingness to make amends. Only through demonstrating contrition, Franklin argues, can Massachusetts avoid harsh punishment. But Franklin's moderate voice gets drowned out by others. Lord North, the Prime Minister, views the Boston tea destruction as a direct challenge to parliamentary authority. King George III, reading reports in his private chambers, writes that the colonists must be made to understand who governs the empire. The language used in parliamentary debates reveals the mindset of men who cannot imagine that their authority might be questioned. They speak of Boston as one might speak of a disobedient child who requires firm discipline. Parliament passes a series of laws in the spring of 1774. The first, the Boston Port Act, closes Boston Harbour to all commerce until the destroyed tea is paid for. The effective date is June 1st. The law means that no ships can enter or leave. No goods can be imported or exported. The city's economy will strangle. Governor Hutchinson estimates that Boston's trade employs several thousand workers directly and supports countless others indirectly. Closing the port means unemployment, hunger, and economic collapse. Parliament intends this suffering as punishment and warning. The Massachusetts Government Act follows. This law fundamentally restructures how the colony operates. The elected council is abolished and replaced with one appointed by the Crown. Town meetings, the foundation of a New England political life, are restricted to 1 per year, and only with the governor's permission. The law strikes at the heart of colonial self-governance. It says that Massachusetts cannot be trusted to manage its own affairs. It must be governed like a conquered territory. The Administration of Justice Act allows royal officials accused of capital crimes, while enforcing the law, to be tried in Britain, rather than in the colonies. The purpose is obvious. British soldiers and customs officers need protection from colonial juries who might convict them out of political spite. But to colonists, the law creates a system where those who abuse power can escape local justice. It suggests that British lives matter more than colonial lives. The symbolism is corrosive. The Quartering Act requires colonial authorities to provide housing for British troops. If barracks prove insufficient, the troops can be housed in private buildings. The law does not quite force colonists to quarter soldiers in their homes, but it comes close enough that the distinction feels academic. You imagine redcoats sleeping in the room where your children play. The image disturbs you. London newspapers begin calling these laws the Coercive Acts. Colonial newspapers rename them the Intolerable Acts. The different terms reflect different worldviews. To Parliament, these are measured responses to criminal behaviour. To colonists, they are collective punishment that ignores individual guilt or innocence. You did not personally destroy any tea, yet you will suffer when the port closes. Your neighbour, a loyalist who condemned the tea destruction, will suffer equally. The punishment makes no distinction. It targets an entire city, an entire colony, as if political disagreement can be cured through economic strangulation. General Thomas Gage arrives in Boston in May to replace Hutchinson as governor. Gage is a military man who served in the French and Indian War. He married an American woman. He owns property in New York. By the standards of British officers, he knows the colonies well, but he arrives with a mandate to enforce laws that cannot be enforced without violence. His position is impossible from the start. He commands 4,000 troops in a city that views them as an occupying army. He must close the port and restructure the government while maintaining order. The mathematics of his situation do not add up. June 1st arrives. The port closes. Ships that were loading or unloading when the deadline hit must leave immediately. Cargo meant for Boston sits in holds or on wharves, going nowhere. Merchants cannot sell goods they cannot receive. Artisans cannot work without materials. The economy begins its contraction. Charitable donations arrive from other colonies. Rice from South Carolina, money from Philadelphia, grain from Virginia. The support matters both practically and symbolically. You are not alone. Other colonies see your suffering as their concern. The coercive acts intended to isolate Massachusetts have instead united the colonies in opposition. The first week of the port closure brings a strange quiet to the waterfront. The normal sounds of commerce have stopped. No longshoremen shouting instructions. No carts rolling over cobblestones carrying goods to warehouses. No ship's bells marking the hours. The wharves that were always crowded with activity now stand nearly empty. Gulls still circle overhead, but they find fewer scraps to scavenge. The fishing fleet can still operate, but everything else has ceased. You walk through the market district and see the impact everywhere. Shops that sold imported goods have closed their doors. Some owners have painted signs explaining they will reopen when the port does. Others have simply locked up and left, unwilling to wait for a resolution that might never come. The grocer who sold sugar and coffee and tea now has empty shelves. The cloth merchant who displayed bolts of English wool and Indian cotton has nothing to sell. The hardware store that carried tools manufactured in Birmingham sits dark and shuttered. Your neighbour, a cooper who made barrels for merchants to ship goods, has no work. The barrels he crafted so carefully now stack unused in his workshop. He cannot sell them because no one is shipping anything. He cannot afford to make more because he has no customers. His family, which includes 4 children and his elderly mother, depends on his income. You watch him grow thinner as summer progresses. His wife takes in sewing to earn a few coins. Their oldest son, barely 15, looks for any kind of work. The port closure is not an abstraction for them. It is hunger and fear and the slow erosion of everything they built. The soup kitchens organised by churches and committees serve hundreds of people daily. You volunteer there on Thursdays, ladling broth into bowls held by hands that shake from weakness. Some of the people in line you recognise: former shopkeepers, dock workers, craftsmen whose trades depended on commerce that no longer exists. They thank you quietly for the food. The gratitude feels uncomfortable. You're not saving them. You're barely keeping them alive while the political crisis plays out in meetings and letters you cannot control. You attend meetings in defiance of the new law limiting assembly. The gatherings now carry additional risk. Simply being present constitutes a crime under the Massachusetts Government Act. Yet people come anyway. The meetings have acquired a different character. Before, you debated whether to resist. Now you discuss how to survive resistance. The questions have become practical. How to organise food distribution, how to coordinate with other colonies, how to prepare for the possibility that words might give way to weapons. Samuel Adams speaks with greater urgency now. His rhetoric has always tended toward warnings about tyranny. Current events have proven him correct. He does not gloat. Instead, he pushes for action. Massachusetts must send delegates to a continental congress, where all colonies can coordinate their response to British policy. The proposal itself is radical. A continental congress suggests a continental identity. It implies that colonial interests might supersede imperial loyalty. The language of independence has not yet been spoken aloud, but it hovers in the room like smoke from a fire not quite visible. Your wife worries about the future. She measures flour and counts coins and calculates how long your savings will last if the port remains closed. Her concerns are immediate and practical. Political theory does not feed children. Principles do not pay rent. The gap between abstract rights and daily survival creates its own pressure. You support the resistance in principle, but principle tastes thin when your family goes hungry. Governor Gage attempts to implement the new government structure. He appoints councillors to replace the elected ones. Many appointees resign almost immediately when their neighbours shun them. Some flee to Boston, where British troops can protect them. The resistance takes many forms. No violence, no threats, simply a complete social withdrawal. Appointed officials find themselves unable to conduct business. Shops refuse to serve them. Churches ask them not to attend services. Their children are excluded from play. The enforcement of collective disapproval proves remarkably effective. Gage sends expeditions into the countryside to seize weapons and gunpowder stored in colonial armories. Each expedition generates rumours of violence. The rumours spread faster than the truth. You hear that British troops fired on civilians in Lexington. The report proves false, but the fact that people believe it reveals the state of tension. Everyone expects violence. The expectation makes violence more likely. Fear feeds on itself. Autumn arrives. The leaves turn colour and fall. Winter approaches. The port remains closed. The occupation continues. You have lived through 8 months of collective punishment for an act of resistance you supported but did not personally commit. The experience has changed how you think about authority. Parliament claims the right to govern you. But what does that claim mean if it rests only on force rather than consent? If government derives its legitimacy from the people, then government that ignores the people has no legitimacy. The thought feels dangerous even in the privacy of your own mind. The First Continental Congress convenes in Philadelphia in September 1774. 56 delegates from 12 colonies gather at Carpenter's Hall. Only Georgia declines to send representatives. The gathering itself represents something new in colonial history. These men have come together not to petition Parliament, but to coordinate resistance. They represent different colonies with different economies and different relationships to Britain, yet they meet as equals to discuss common problems. The journey to Philadelphia for the Massachusetts delegates takes nearly 2 weeks by horse and carriage. They travel through Connecticut and New York, where people gather to hear news from Boston. The delegates speak in taverns and churches about the port closure and military occupation. Their audience listens with expressions that mix sympathy and self-interest. What happens to Massachusetts today might happen to other colonies tomorrow. The understanding creates solidarity born not from pure altruism, but from recognition of shared vulnerability. Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia is a modest 2-story brick building, chosen specifically because it is not a government structure. The delegates want to make clear they are acting outside official colonial channels. Inside, the rooms smell like fresh plaster and sawdust from recent renovations. Windows let in September sunshine that illuminates dust motes floating in the air. The furniture is simple, wooden chairs arranged in rows, a table at the front where speakers can address the assembly. Nothing about the setting suggests the historical weight of what will happen here. The Massachusetts delegation includes Samuel Adams and his younger cousin John. John Adams keeps a detailed diary of the proceedings. His entries reveal both the high stakes and the mundane reality of political organisation. Delegates argue over procedures. They disagree about goals. Some want reconciliation with Britain. Others see independence as inevitable, even if they cannot yet say it aloud. The debates stretch for hours. The compromises come slowly. Democracy, it turns out, is inefficient. But the alternative is someone making decisions for you. The southern delegates arrive with different concerns than their northern counterparts. South Carolina's economy depends on rice and indigo exports to Britain. Virginia's tobacco planters have deep commercial ties to London merchants. These colonies have less interest in cutting trade relationships than in reforming them. The tension between radical New England and conservative South creates constant negotiation. Every resolution must satisfy delegates who want to push forward and those who want to pull back. The resulting documents reflect compromise that leaves everyone partially dissatisfied. Joseph Galloway of Pennsylvania proposes a plan for colonial union under British sovereignty. His scheme would create an American parliament that could veto British laws affecting the colonies. The proposal attracts support from moderates who see it as a middle path between submission and rebellion. But radicals argue it concedes too much. The debate over Galloway's plan consumes several days of session time. Ultimately, the Congress rejects it by a narrow vote. The rejection signals that reconciliation within the existing imperial structure is becoming impossible. Patrick Henry of Virginia makes a speech that delegates remember for years afterward. He declares that the distinctions between Virginians and Pennsylvanians and New Englanders no longer matter. They are not members of different colonies. They are Americans. The term itself is new in this political context. Before, colonial identity remained primary. You were a Bostonian or a New Yorker or a Virginian. The idea of a continental identity, of being American rather than British subjects who happen to live in America, represents a fundamental shift in how people imagine themselves. The Congress adopts the Suffolk Resolves, declarations written by Massachusetts delegates that call the coercive acts unconstitutional and not to be obeyed. The vote endorses Massachusetts' resistance. More importantly, it links that resistance to a broader colonial cause. You are no longer alone. Your suffering and your defiance have been adopted by representatives from colonies you have never visited. The symbolic support matters. But symbols do not feed families or prevent the economic stranglehold of a closed port. The Continental Association emerges from the Congress as its most concrete achievement. The agreement creates a complete boycott of British goods. Nothing imported from Britain can be sold. Nothing exported to Britain can be shipped. The boycott will begin in December. It includes detailed enforcement mechanisms. Each county and town must elect committees to inspect merchants and ensure compliance. Violators will be publicly named. Their names will be published in newspapers. Social pressure will enforce economic policy. You serve on the enforcement committee for your district. The work proves more complicated than anticipated. What counts as a British good? What about items manufactured in Britain but shipped through other countries? What about goods already in warehouses when the boycott begins? The committee meets weekly to debate these questions. You make decisions that affect your neighbours' livelihoods. The responsibility weighs on you. This is not abstract politics. This is whether the merchant down the street can sell his inventory or goes bankrupt. Some people cheat. They hide British goods. They falsify manifests. They sell forbidden items through complicated arrangements that obscure the origin. Your committee investigates complaints. You inspect warehouses. You question merchants who suddenly have inventory they cannot explain. The process feels uncomfortable. You are enforcing rules on people you know, but the alternative is letting the boycott fail, which means letting Massachusetts stand alone against British power. The British military presence in Boston increases. General Gage receives reinforcements. More troops arrive on transport ships that can enter the harbour despite the port closure, because military vessels are exempt from the ban on commerce. The soldiers drill on Boston Common. They march through streets. They occupy the city in fact, if not yet in name. The message is clear. Britain has the force to compel obedience. The question is whether colonists have the will to resist force. Spring comes to Massachusetts in 1775. The ground thaws. Farmers begin planting. Life continues despite political crisis because life always continues. Children need feeding. Crops need sowing. The ordinary demands of existence do not pause for revolution. You work your land and attend your committee meetings and watch British patrols march past your house. The competing demands create a strange double consciousness. You are a farmer and a revolutionary, a family man and a potential rebel. The roles have not yet separated. Rumours circulate about British plans to seize the gunpowder and weapons stored in Concord. The military stores represent the colony's ability to defend itself. If Gage seizes them, Massachusetts becomes helpless. The Provincial Congress, meeting illegally because the new Government Act forbids it, organises a network of messengers to warn if British troops move in force. Paul Revere, a silversmith you know slightly, helps coordinate the warning system. The preparations feel both necessary and surreal. You're planning to resist the army of your own government. April 18th arrives. British troops begin moving out of Boston after dark. The warning system activates. Riders spread across the countryside carrying news that the regulars are marching toward Concord. You hear the alarm around midnight. Church bells ring. You rise from bed and dress quickly. Your musket hangs over the fireplace where it has hung for years, used for hunting and now possibly for something else entirely. You check the powder and shot. Your hands shake slightly. Fear or excitement or simply the body's response to adrenaline. You cannot tell which. Lexington Green lies quiet in the dawn light of April 19th, 1775. Dew covers the grass. Birds sing their morning songs. Approximately 70 colonial militia have gathered on the common, called out by the alarm system that activated in the night. These are not soldiers. They are farmers and craftsmen who drill occasionally and hope never to actually fight. They carry hunting muskets and ancient weapons inherited from their fathers. Against them march 700 British regulars, professional soldiers with military training and discipline. The militia assembles in two ragged lines facing the road where the British column will appear. You stand in the second row, your musket feeling heavier than it did when you left home 3 hours ago. The weapon is a hunting piece you have owned for 10 years. You know its quirks. The trigger pulls slightly to the left. The powder pan sometimes fails to ignite in damp weather. You have killed deer and turkey with this gun. You have never pointed it at another human being. The thought of doing so now makes your hand shake slightly. The men around you are your neighbours. The blacksmith who shoes your horse stands to your left. The miller who grinds your grain is 3 positions down the line. You know their wives and children. You have shared meals at their tables. Now you stand together waiting for British soldiers to arrive and demand you disperse. The surreal quality of the moment keeps hitting you in waves. This is Lexington. This is home. This should not be happening here. The eastern sky lightens from black to grey to pale blue. The temperature remains cold. April in Massachusetts not yet warm enough for comfort at dawn. Your breath makes small clouds. Your feet hurt from standing on ground still hard with winter frost. Someone coughs. The sound seems too loud in the quiet morning. Captain Parker walks the line, speaking quietly to individual militiamen. His words are too soft for you to hear from your position, but you can see the effect they have. Men stand straighter. grips tighten on muskets. Fear remains visible in faces, but determination overlays it. Captain John Parker commands the Lexington militia. He's 45 years old, a veteran of the French and Indian War, dying slowly of tuberculosis. He tells his men to stand their ground, but not to fire unless fired upon. The instruction reflects the impossible situation. You cannot disperse without looking cowardly. You cannot attack without committing treason. You can only stand and wait and hope that British officers show restraint. The sound reaches you before the sight. The measured tramp of boots on packed earth. The jingle of equipment. The low murmur of commands passing down a column. Then the British soldiers come into view around the bend in the road. They march in formation, their red coats bright even in the dawn light. Their muskets carry fixed bayonets that catch glints of sunrise. They look professional and confident, and vastly more numerous than you realise 700 men could be. Major John Pitcairn leads the British advance column. He is a Marine officer known for relatively decent treatment of colonials. He rides onto the green shouting for the militia to disperse. His voice carries across the open ground. You cannot make out every word, but the meaning is clear. Leave now, go home, do not make this conflict. Some men in the militia line begin to move, obeying the command. Others hesitate, unwilling to retreat but unsure what else to do. The line wavers without breaking completely. The exact sequence of what happens next will be debated for centuries. Someone fires. No one can later say with certainty whether the shot comes from the British line, the colonial militia, or a spectator watching from nearby buildings. But the sound of that first shot breaks the stalemate. The crack of a musket in cold morning air is a sharp sound that echoes off buildings and fades slowly. For a moment, perhaps 2 seconds, nobody moves. Then British officers begin shouting orders. The soldiers, trained to respond without thinking, fire a volley. The sound is enormous. Dozens of muskets discharging simultaneously creates a wall of noise that physically impacts you. White smoke billows across the green, obscuring vision. You cannot see the British line anymore. You cannot see much of anything. The militia, outnumbered 10 to 1, begin to scatter. Some return fire as they retreat. The engagement lasts perhaps 15 minutes. When the smoke clears, 8 colonists lie dead on the green. 10 more are wounded. British casualties are minimal. 1 soldier slightly wounded. The disproportion tells the story. This was not a battle. This was a massacre that happened to occur during an armed confrontation. You run toward the cover of a nearby stone wall. A musket ball passes close enough that you hear it buzz through the air like an angry insect. The sound is distinctive and terrifying. You do not stop running until you reach the wall and drop behind it, gasping for breath. Your hands shake so badly you nearly drop your musket. Around you, other militiamen take cover or flee entirely. Some lie on the ground, not moving. You force yourself not to look too closely at the bodies. Looking means recognizing faces. Recognition means grief. Grief means paralysis. You need to keep moving. The British column continues to Concord. Their mission is to seize the military supplies stored there. But the alarm has given Concord time to hide or disperse most of the weapons. British soldiers search houses and barns. They find little. They burn some supplies they cannot carry away. The smoke from the burning buildings rises into the spring sky. Colonial militia gather on the hills surrounding Concord. By mid-morning, several hundred men have arrived from neighbouring towns. They outnumber the British now. At the North Bridge, militia engage British troops guarding the crossing. This fight is different from Lexington. The colonials hold numeric advantage and defensive position. They fire in formation. They reload and fire again. British soldiers fall. The British troops at the bridge retreat back toward the main force in town centre. You reach North Bridge around 10 o'clock. Your lungs burn from running. The fight is already over. Bodies in red coats lie near the bridge. Colonial militiamen stand in groups talking in the shocked tones of men who have just killed other men. Nobody celebrates. The mood is grim and determined. This has become real. This has become war. The abstraction of politics has transformed into bleeding corpses and the smell of gunpowder. The British begin their march back to Boston around noon. The return journey becomes a nightmare. Colonial militia line the route, firing from behind walls and trees and buildings. British soldiers trained for European warfare, where armies meet in open fields, find themselves unable to engage an enemy they rarely see. They march. They fall. They cannot stop to fight because stopping means being surrounded. The countryside has become hostile. Every wall might hide a musket. Every tree line might conceal militia. You watch the British column retreat past your position. Redcoats march in formation despite taking fire. Officers struggle to maintain discipline as soldiers panic and want to run. Some redcoats break formation to charge their attackers. The attacks succeed in the moment but leave the soldiers isolated and vulnerable. Bodies in redcoats dot the road. The professional army is being defeated not by superior force, but by tactics they have no training to counter. British reinforcements arrive from Boston with artillery. The cannon fire creates space for the retreating column to organise. But even with reinforcements, the march remains a running battle. By the time the British reach the safety of Charlestown Neck near Boston, they have suffered 273 casualties. Colonial losses total 93. The mathematics of the day favour the colonists. But more important than numbers is the fact that militia, ordinary men with minimal training, stood against British regulars and won. You return home as evening falls. Your musket has been fired. Your powder horn is nearly empty. You are alive. Others from your town are not. The names of the dead will be read in church on Sunday. Their families will mourn. But tonight, exhausted and still shaking from combat adrenaline, you simply feel relieved to see your house still standing and your family safe. News of Lexington and Concord spreads through the colonies faster than any previous event. Riders carry accounts south and west. Newspapers publish eyewitness reports. The story grows in the telling. Each retelling emphasises British aggression and colonial heroism. The propaganda value of the day's events becomes clear immediately. British soldiers fired on citizens. Colonists defended their homes and families. The narrative fits perfectly into the framework of resistance that has been building since the Tea Act. The Second Continental Congress convenes in Philadelphia in May. The delegates now face a reality that has moved beyond boycotts and petitions. Colonial militia have fought British regulars. Blood has been shed. The question is no longer whether to resist, but how to organise resistance. John Adams proposes that Congress adopt the militia forces gathering around Boston as a continental army. The motion passes. George Washington, a Virginia delegate with military experience from the French and Indian War, is appointed commander-in-chief. You watch Washington arrive in Cambridge to take command in July. He rides a magnificent horse and wears his old military uniform. He looks like what he is, a Virginia planter who never wanted war but accepts duty when called. His appointment sends a message. This is not just Massachusetts defending itself. This is a continental effort. Virginia's most prominent citizen has committed to leading forces primarily composed of New England farmers. The symbolism matters. The siege of Boston continues through summer and fall. British troops hold the city. Colonial forces surround it. Neither side has the strength to force a decisive action. The stalemate creates a strange situation where war exists in fact but not in name. Congress has not declared independence. King George has not declared the colonies in rebellion. Everyone pretends that reconciliation remains possible while preparing for the war they know is coming. You serve in the militia companies that rotate through siege duty. The work is mostly boring. You dig trenches, you stand watch, you wait. Occasionally there is skirmishing. British patrols venture out. Colonial forces exchange fire. People die in these small encounters, their deaths no less final for occurring outside a major battle. But mostly the siege means sitting in camp, writing letters home, and wondering how long this can continue. Winter 1775 brings both hardship and a strange kind of clarity. You cannot maintain a siege forever. Either the British must leave Boston, or the Continental Army must force them out, or someone must negotiate a settlement. The first option requires British leadership to admit defeat. The second option requires resources and training the Continental Army lacks. The third option requires both sides to compromise. None seem likely. George Washington orders Henry Knox to bring artillery from Fort Ticonderoga. Knox accomplishes this impossible task. Dragging cannon through winter mountains and across frozen rivers, the artillery arrives in Boston in January 1776. Washington positions the guns on Dorchester Heights overlooking the city. From this position, he can bombard British positions. General Howe, now commanding British forces, faces a choice. Attack the heights, which means fighting uphill against entrenched artillery, or evacuate Boston. He chooses evacuation. March 17th. 1776. British ships load troops and equipment. Loyalist families who fear reprisal if they stay crowd onto vessels. The harbour fills with transport ships making ready to sail. You stand on Dorchester Heights watching the evacuation. After almost 2 years of occupation, British forces are leaving Boston. They are not leaving because they want to. They are leaving because maintaining control requires more cost than the city is worth. The calculation speaks volumes about where this conflict is heading. The British fleet sails out of Boston Harbour carrying 11,000 people, soldiers, sailors, and loyalist civilians who have chosen to abandon their homes rather than live under what they assume will be rebel control. The ships head for Halifax, Nova Scotia. From there, the British will regroup and launch new campaigns aimed at crushing the rebellion. But for now, for this moment, Boston is free. The occupation has ended. You walk through the city in the days after evacuation. The British left damage and disorder. Buildings have been torn down for firewood. Supplies have been destroyed to prevent their capture. But the city still stands. More importantly, it stands as free territory. The Continental Army marches into cheering crowds. The symbolism feels almost overwhelming. A force that did not exist 2 years ago has driven out the army of the most powerful empire on Earth. The tea that floated in Boston Harbour in December 1773 set in motion a chain of events that no one fully intended. Parliament wanted to punish Boston for destroying property. The punishment united the colonies in opposition. Colonial unity led to organised resistance. Organised resistance led to armed conflict. Armed conflict is leading towards something that still has no name but increasingly looks like independence. The chain of causation reveals how empires fall, not through single catastrophic failures, but through accumulated misjudgments that compound until the system collapses under its own contradictions. The Tea Act was meant to save the East India Company and reassert parliamentary authority. It achieved neither goal. Instead, it created a crisis that exposed the fundamental flaw in the imperial relationship. Britain wanted colonies to remain commercially dependent but politically subordinate. The colonies wanted the economic benefits of empire without the political costs of subjugation. These desires were incompatible. Something had to give. You think back to that December night when you helped empty tea chests into dark water. The action seemed almost theatrical at the time, a grand gesture unlikely to change anything fundamental. But small actions can have consequences that ripple outward in ways impossible to predict. The tea protest was meant to be a statement. Instead, it became a catalyst. The protest itself was carefully calibrated. Destroy the tea to prevent its sale, but harm no person and damage no property beyond the cargo. The discipline showed that this was political theatre rather than mob violence. But theatre, when performed on the stage of history, can have real consequences. The British government, unable to distinguish between political statement and criminal riot, responded with overwhelming force. The response radicalised colonists who might otherwise have remained loyal. Each escalation by Britain created a counter-escalation by the colonies. The spiral became self-sustaining, standing in your fields now, watching summer crops grow in soil you have worked for decades. You marvel at how quickly the familiar world has changed. 3 years ago, you were a British subject who sometimes grumbled about taxes. Today, you are a revolutionary who has fought against British soldiers. The transformation feels both natural and impossible. How did you get here? What series of decisions led from drinking tea at breakfast to shooting at redcoats? The answer involves thousands of individual choices by thousands of people across 13 colonies. No single person decided to start a revolution. Instead, millions of small acts of resistance accumulated into something that looked like coordinated rebellion. You destroyed tea. Your neighbour refused to buy British goods. Someone else sheltered a deserter from the British Army. Each action alone meant little. Together, they meant everything. The British never understood this. They kept looking for leaders to arrest or conspirators to hang. They could not grasp that the resistance was too diffuse to decapitate. It was not a conspiracy. It was a social movement that emerged from shared grievances and mutual support. Cutting off one leader simply meant others would step forward. The Hydra had too many heads to kill. History will remember the big moments, the Boston Tea Party, Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill. But revolutions are built from countless forgotten acts. The merchant who broke his contract with London suppliers, the printer who published pamphlets criticising the king, the woman who made bullets from melted pewter, the farmer who gave food to militiamen. These individual contributions do not get commemorated with monuments or taught in schools, yet without them, the famous battles would never have occurred. The Continental Congress debates independence through the spring of 1776. Thomas Paine publishes Common Sense in January, a pamphlet that argues in clear language that hereditary monarchy is absurd and that America should govern itself. The pamphlet sells 150,000 copies in 3 months. Ideas that seemed radical a year ago now appear almost obvious. If government derives its authority from the consent of the governed, and if the governed do not consent, then government has no legitimate authority. The logic, once accepted, leads inevitably to separation. July 4th, 1776. The Continental Congress adopts the Declaration of Independence. The document lists grievances against King George and Parliament. Many of the complaints trace directly to the coercive acts passed in response to the Boston Tea Party. The closed port, the restructured government, the quartering of troops, the denial of trial by jury. Actions taken to punish Massachusetts for destroying tea have become the justification for revolution. You hear the declaration read publicly in Boston a few days later. The words sound strange. They describe rights as self-evident that previous generations would have considered radical philosophy. They claim that people have the right to abolish governments that become destructive of their rights. The claim is not new. English political theory has discussed similar ideas for centuries, but theory is different from action. This declaration turns philosophy into political fact. It says that Americans will govern themselves or die trying. The war continues for 7 more years. British armies occupy New York, Philadelphia, Charleston. American forces suffer defeats and near disaster. The struggle involves more bloodshed, more hardship, more sacrifice than anyone imagined in 1773. But the trajectory established by the tea protest continues. The colonies have chosen independence. Whether they can achieve it remains uncertain, but the choice has been made. You survive the war. Many do not. You see friends die of disease in military camps. You see neighbours killed in battles whose names become famous. Bunker Hill, Trenton, Saratoga, Yorktown. Each battle is a story. Each story is a price paid for the independence declared in 1776 and finally secured in 1783. Looking back from the perspective of peace, you try to understand how tea became revolution. The connection is not obvious. The Tea Act was about commerce and monopoly. The resistance was about principle and rights. The gap between cause and effect seems almost absurd. Yet history often works through such disproportionate relationships. Small causes have large effects when conditions are right, and conditions in the colonies in 1773 were very right indeed. Britain never understood what it was fighting. British leadership saw the conflict as a problem of maintaining order. Punish the troublemakers, demonstrate authority, force compliance. The strategy might have worked against people who saw themselves as subjects. It failed against people who had come to see themselves as citizens with rights rather than subjects with privileges. The difference is subtle, but absolute. The Boston Tea Party changed everything, not because destroying tea was inherently significant, but because the destruction revealed a truth. Colonial Americans would resist imperial authority even at the cost of economic hardship and military conflict. Once revealed, that truth could not be hidden again. Every British attempt to reassert control only strengthened colonial determination to resist. The spiral led to independence. You sit on your porch on a summer evening in 1790. The Constitution has been ratified. George Washington serves as president. The experiment in self-government continues despite doubts and difficulties. Your children, born during the war years, have no memory of British rule. To them, American independence is simply how things are. They cannot imagine another reality. But you remember. You remember tea floating in dark water. You remember meetings where ordinary people debated extraordinary questions. You remember the night march to Lexington. You remember standing on Dorchester Heights watching British ships sail away. The memories carry weight because you know how unlikely all of it was. History feels inevitable when looking backward. Forward, everything was uncertain. Victory was never guaranteed. Independence might have failed. The experiment could have collapsed. Yet here you are, a citizen of a republic that exists because people were willing to destroy tea rather than accept taxation without representation. The chain of causation still seems improbable, but improbable things happen. Small actions have large consequences. Tea dumped in a harbour can change the world. Well, my tired dumplings, we have followed 342 tea chests from London warehouses to Boston Harbour to the foundation of a nation. Tomorrow, consider the moments in your own life when small choices led to unexpected transformations. For tonight, rest. Knowing that history is made by ordinary people making decisions they believe are right, even when outcomes remain uncertain. If you enjoyed this journey through a winter night in 1773, the share button exists for precisely that purpose. Now, sleep well. The year 1791 arrives with a peculiar silence in the mountain hollows of western Pennsylvania. You stand outside a log cabin as autumn light filters through oak trees that have watched these hills since before anyone drew borders across them. The air carries wood smoke and the earthy bite of fermenting grain. Somewhere down the valley a copper still drips its slow rhythm. This sound matters more than you might think. In these mountains, whiskey is not simply a drink. It is currency, medicine, and the only practical way to move grain across brutal distances to eastern markets. A pack horse can carry 4 bushels of grain or 24 bushels worth of whiskey in the same space. The mathematics of survival writes itself in copper and corn. Spring arrives late in 1791 along the Monongahela River. You watch ice break apart in brown water, while men gather outside a rough-hewn trading post. They speak in low voices about news from Philadelphia. The federal government has passed an excise tax on distilled spirits, 7 cents per gallon for large distilleries, 9 cents for small ones. The numbers sound modest until you calculate what they mean for a farmer with a 20-gallon still tucked behind his barn. Alexander Hamilton sits in an office hundreds of miles east, working through columns of figures by candlelight. The Secretary of the Treasury faces a problem that keeps him awake past midnight. The new federal government owes staggering debts from the Revolutionary War. States owe more. The whole structure threatens to collapse under the weight of unpaid obligations. Hamilton's solution involves assuming state debts, creating a national bank and finding reliable revenue streams. An excise tax on whiskey seems logical. Europeans have used such taxes for centuries. The wealthy drink imported spirits and can afford the burden. Small farmers can simply sell their grain instead of distilling it. Except Hamilton has never stood in a mountain hollow 300 miles from the nearest decent road. He has never tried to move a harvest across the Alleghenies when a single wagon wheel can sink to its axle in spring mud. He has not calculated the cost of spoilage when grain sits waiting for passable routes that might not come for months. These details exist beyond the neat columns in his ledger books. You walk through Pittsburgh in late summer of 1791. The town holds perhaps 1,500 souls clustered where the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers meet to form the Ohio. Wooden buildings lean against each other along muddy streets. A printed notice flutters on a post outside the courthouse. The notice explains the new tax structure. It describes how revenue officers will register stills and collect duties. It uses language crafted for merchants and lawyers in coastal cities. A farmer named Herman Husband reads the notice slowly, lips moving slightly. He served in the North Carolina regulation movement decades earlier, fighting against corrupt officials and distant governments that ignored frontier needs. He knows what happens when Eastern powers impose rules without understanding Western realities. The pattern feels familiar and unwelcome. Husband will spend the next 3 years writing pamphlets and attending meetings. He will become an old man trying to prevent younger men from choosing violence. He will mostly fail. The first revenue officer arrives in Washington County in September. Robert Johnson accepts his commission with serious purpose. The government promises him a percentage of collected revenues. He brings printed forms and a leather-bound record book. He also brings assumptions about law and order that do not quite fit the landscape. Johnson visits farmsteads scattered across valleys and hillsides. He explains the registration process. He emphasizes that compliance is mandatory under federal law. Most farmers listen politely. Some register their stills. Others nod and say nothing. A few ask pointed questions about representation and taxation. Johnson notes their names carefully. He writes reports describing the territory as potentially difficult but manageable with proper enforcement. His optimism reflects inexperience rather than accurate assessment. You sit in a cabin during the first October frost. The family owns a 30-gallon copper still purchased from a tinker 3 years earlier. The still paid for itself within 2 seasons. Corn grown in rocky soil brings almost nothing at market in its raw form. A bushel might fetch 25 cents if you can find a buyer and transport it successfully. The same bushel fermented and distilled becomes 3 gallons of whiskey worth at least $1.50. The whiskey travels easier, it keeps indefinitely. Local merchants accept it as payment for salt, gunpowder, fabric and tools. The still represents not luxury but survival mathematics. Now the government demands 9 cents per gallon. On a typical season's production of 200 gallons, the tax totals $18. This sum equals 3 months of hard labour for a hired hand. It exceeds what most frontier families see in cash money during an entire year. Worse, the tax must be paid in coin, not barter. Finding 18 actual dollars in silver or copper requires selling something substantial. Maybe a pig, maybe stored grain at terrible prices, maybe the still itself. Winter settles into the mountains with particular weight. You hear stories from neighbouring counties. A revenue officer named Robert Wilson arrives at a farm near Pigeon Creek. He carries his record book and an attitude of official authority. The farmer asks Wilson how he expects payment in cash, when cash barely exists in these parts. Wilson suggests the farmer register his still now and work out payment arrangements later. The farmer agrees reluctantly. 3 days later, men in hunting shirts arrive at Wilson's rented room. They drag him to a blacksmith's forge. They strip him, shave his head, and coat him with hot tar kept ready for waterproofing boats. They add feathers from slaughtered chickens. Wilson staggers back to Pittsburgh in agony. The tar burns his skin deeply. He will carry scars for the rest of his life. No one is arrested. No witnesses step forward. Philadelphia receives Wilson's written testimony in January of 1792. President George Washington reads the account with mounting concern. He discusses the matter with his cabinet. Hamilton argues for firm enforcement. Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson suggests patience and negotiation. Attorney General Edmund Randolph proposes sending commissioners to investigate conditions and seek compromise. Washington decides on a proclamation. He issues a statement in September 1792, warning against interference with federal officers. The proclamation uses stern language about the rule of law. It promises prosecution for those who resist legitimate authority. It changes essentially nothing on the ground. You attend a meeting in a barn outside Washington, Pennsylvania, in March 1793. About 40 men gather in dim lantern light. They sit on rough benches and upturned barrels. Herman Husband speaks first, advocating for petitions and peaceful resistance. He believes the tax can be repealed through proper political channels if enough citizens make their voices heard. A younger man named David Bradford stands to respond. Bradford practices law and owns slaves. He speaks with authority born from education and social position. He argues that petitions achieve nothing when Eastern politicians ignore Western interests. He suggests more direct methods. The men vote on resolutions. They agree to encourage non-cooperation with revenue officers. They stop short of endorsing violence, but the room holds an edge that makes Husband visibly nervous. Spring brings green to the hillsides and fresh confrontations to the valleys. Revenue Officer Benjamin Wells attempts to serve legal papers on distillers who refuse registration. A group of men stops him on a forest road. They take his papers and his horse. They tell him to walk back to Pittsburgh and not return. Wells reports the incident. The government issues warrants for arrest. The warrants cannot be executed because local sheriffs sympathize with the resistors. Federal authority exists on paper, but not in practice across large sections of western Pennsylvania, western Virginia, western Maryland and Kentucky. You watch patterns emerge through that summer. Revenue officers who persist receive warnings. Warnings escalate to threats. Threats sometimes become violence. The violence follows a script developed during the Revolution. Tar and feathering, property destruction, public humiliation. The methods intend to drive officials away without necessarily killing them, though the line between brutal assault and murder grows thin when hot tar meets human skin. Eastern newspapers print shocked accounts. Western communities meet the accounts with grim satisfaction. The conflict hardens positions on both sides. Hamilton reads reports and sees insurrection. Jefferson reads the same reports and sees legitimate grievances poorly addressed. Washington reads everything and sees his worst fear taking shape. The question is simple and terrible. Can the federal government actually govern? If citizens in one region can nullify federal law through organized resistance, what prevents the same elsewhere? What prevents the whole experiment from fracturing into competing factions? The Revolutionary War was fought partly to escape distant authority that ignored local realities. Now that same tension reproduces itself with the Republic barely 10 years old. The problem has no easy solution. Force might work or might trigger wider rebellion. Negotiation might succeed, or might signal fatal weakness. Washington knows that either choice could destroy what the Revolution built. Picture western Pennsylvania as it exists in 1793. You stand on a ridge looking east toward Philadelphia. The distance measures roughly 300 miles. That distance might as well be 3,000 for all the connection it represents. A letter takes 2 weeks in good weather, longer when rain turns roads to soup. A wagon carrying goods requires a month if nothing breaks. The Appalachian Mountains stand between, not as scenic backdrop, but as genuine barrier that shapes everything about life in this region. The land here rolled out grants to Revolutionary War veterans and speculators who never saw what they purchased. Settlers arrive hoping for better lives than they left behind. They find dense forest, rocky soil, and isolation that weighs on spirits. The nearest courthouse sits a full day's ride from many farms. Travelling to Philadelphia means abandoning crops and livestock for weeks. Voting in elections requires similar sacrifice. Representation in Congress comes through districts so large that a single representative might cover 30,000 square miles of rough terrain. Democracy sounds fine in theory, but in practice it means decisions get made by men who have never walked these mountains. You help a neighbour repair a gristmill in April of 1793. The work involves hauling stones and fitting wooden gears. Between tasks, the neighbour explains his situation. He arrived 5 years earlier with his wife, 3 children, and high hopes. He cleared 12 acres of forest by hand. He built a cabin, barn, and smokehouse. He planted corn, kept pigs, and established a small orchard. He purchased a 20-gallon still on credit. The still let him convert surplus corn into tradable value. Last year he paid off the still. This year the tax appeared. He now owes more to the federal government annually than he paid for the still itself. He cannot see how the numbers work. More important, he cannot see why distant politicians care more about tax revenue than frontier survival. The economics cut deep. A bushel of corn weighs 56 pounds. A pack horse carries about 160 pounds comfortably across mountain trails. That means 3 bushels per horse. The corn might sell for 20 to 30 cents per bushel in eastern markets if it arrives unspoiled, so one pack-horse trip generates perhaps 90 cents in revenue, before deducting transportation costs that likely eat half that amount. Now convert the same 3 bushels into whiskey. They yield 9 gallons. Whiskey sells for at least 50 cents per gallon. That same pack-horse now carries value worth $4.50. The transportation cost remains similar, but the profit margin becomes survivable. The still transforms agriculture into viable commerce. The tax transforms viable commerce into punishing burden. You ride through Washington County in June, stopping at farmsteads to visit distant acquaintances. The pattern repeats with minor variations. Most families own between 50 and 200 acres. Perhaps a quarter of that gets cleared for cultivation. The rest stays forest for hunting, firewood, and future expansion. Families raise corn, wheat, rye, and oats. They keep cattle, pigs, chickens, and sometimes sheep. They produce most of what they consume. What little surplus emerges must travel across those mountains to find markets willing to buy it. Cash money remains peculiar and scarce. You might go months without seeing actual coins. Instead, people trade. A day of labour equals a bushel of corn or 2 gallons of whiskey. A new pair of boots costs 4 days of work or 8 gallons of whiskey. A rifle might run to 30 gallons. Complex transactions involve written notes promising future delivery of goods. The whole economy operates on trust, reputation, and barter. Into this system drops a federal tax demanding payment in the very thing that barely exists. The government might as well demand payment in unicorn horns. Pittsburgh offers the closest thing to urban life within 200 miles. You walk through the muddy streets on a July afternoon. The town supports several taverns, 2 churches, a courthouse, various shops, and a steady stream of river traffic. Flatboats arrive carrying families and possessions heading west into Ohio territory. Keelboats head east when the current allows, loaded with furs, ginseng, and whiskey. The whiskey trade flows through Pittsburgh like blood through a beating heart. Distillers large and small send their product here for further distribution. Merchants buy it, resell it, and ship it downriver to Louisville or New Orleans. Remove whiskey from this economy, and the whole structure wobbles dangerously. Large distillers in Pittsburgh face different mathematics than small frontier farmers. Operations producing hundreds of gallons weekly can absorb the 7-cent per gallon tax by raising prices slightly. They have access to capital, credit, and established distribution networks. They view the tax as nuisance rather than existential threat. This creates resentment among small producers who see the tax as favouring wealthy interests over common farmers. The perception matters more than whether the intention exists. People who fought a revolution against perceived favouritism toward the rich and connected now face policies that seem to repeat the same pattern. Herman Husband writes another pamphlet in August. His prose rambles and mixes biblical prophecy with political economy in ways that modern readers would find strange. But his message carries weight in these communities. Husband argues that the whiskey tax represents the first step toward tyranny. He suggests that once the government establishes the precedent of taxing the poor to pay the rich, nothing prevents expansion of such policies. He predicts increasing taxes, standing armies, and the loss of freedoms the revolution supposedly secured. His predictions sound extreme until you consider that many of his readers watched British policies follow exactly this trajectory in the 1760s and 70s. Pattern recognition suggests caution. You attend a church service in a small settlement near the Virginia border. The minister reads from the Book of Exodus about Egyptian oppression and liberation. The sermon makes pointed connections to present circumstances. After the service, men gather outside to talk politics. They discuss the tax, the revenue officers, and rumours of possible military action. One man argues for patience. Another insists that patience means surrender. A third suggests gathering militia forces to resist any federal troops that might appear. The conversation grows heated, but not quite violent. Everyone present knows that neighbours hold different views. Maintaining social fabric across political divides requires careful navigation. Respect gets strained, but mostly holds. The French Revolution sends ripples across the Atlantic through these years. News arrives slowly, but with impact. Reports describe common people overthrowing aristocratic authority. American reactions split along predictable lines. Jeffersonian Republicans see validation of popular sovereignty. Hamiltonian Federalists see dangerous mob rule. Western Pennsylvania farmers see people like themselves refusing to accept oppression from distant elites. The parallels seem obvious even if the details differ dramatically. When revenue officers in Pennsylvania get tarred and feathered, some locals genuinely believe they act in the same tradition that brought down the Bastille. This belief does not make the violence justified, but it explains the mindset that allows ordinary farmers to become attackers. You help with harvest in September. The work involves cutting grain, bundling sheaves, and hauling loads to barns for threshing. The labour goes from dawn until dark. Your hands blister despite calluses, your back aches from constant bending, but the work feels honest, and the harvest looks decent. 3 weeks of good effort secures food for the coming winter. This same effort repeated across thousands of farms feeds the frontier and generates the surplus that becomes whiskey. Remove whiskey's value, and the incentive for producing surplus weakens significantly. Remove the surplus and the whole economy contracts. Contract the economy and families abandon the frontier in search of better opportunities elsewhere. The government's tax policy makes abstract sense in Philadelphia counting houses. On the ground, it threatens the viability of Western settlement itself. David Bradford grows more prominent through autumn. He drafts resolutions and organizes meetings. He corresponds with sympathizers in other counties. He begins talking about an assembly to coordinate resistance across the region. Bradford's language becomes increasingly militant. He frames the struggle in revolutionary terms, suggesting that 1794 might become 1776 all over again. Some people find his rhetoric inspiring, others find it dangerous. Herman Husband finds it heartbreaking. The old man can see where this leads. He has watched similar situations deteriorate before. He knows that once violence starts in earnest, controlling it becomes nearly impossible. Winter settles in with cold that makes bones ache. You spend long evenings by the fire, mending tools and making plans for spring. Outside, snow drifts against the cabin walls. Inside, lamp oil and wood smoke create a warm haze. These quiet hours offer space for reflection. The question everyone faces has no clear answer. Comply with the tax and face financial ruin? Resist and risk confrontation with federal authority? Compromise seems impossible when both sides have dug into opposing positions. The coming year will force choices nobody wants to make. May arrives in 1794 with unseasonable heat. You notice tension in every interaction. Conversations stop when strangers approach. Travellers get questioned carefully about their business and loyalties. The region feels like a pot simmering just below boiling point. Small incidents cascade into larger confrontations. A revenue officer named John Neville becomes the focal point for growing anger. Neville owns a large distillery and serves as regional inspector. He collects substantial fees for his work. He also happens to own slaves, live in a fine house, and represent exactly the sort of established wealth that frontier farmers resent. Neville follows his duties conscientiously. This makes him both respected by federal authorities and hated by those who see him as a traitor to Western interests. You hear about the first serious confrontation through travellers' reports. A deputy federal marshal named David Lennox arrives in western Pennsylvania with arrest warrants for distillers who refuse to appear in federal court in Philadelphia. Lennox partners with John Neville to serve the papers. They understand the risk but believe official authority will provide protection. On July 15th, they ride to the farm of William Miller near Mingo Creek. Miller operates a small still and has ignored all attempts at registration. Lennox knocks on the door and presents the warrant. Miller reads it slowly, his face darkening. The warrant demands appearance in Philadelphia in August. The trip would cost more than Miller earns in 6 months. It would require abandoning his farm during critical harvest season. Miller tells Lennox the warrant is impossible to obey, an unjust to demand. Lennox insists on official duty. The conversation grows heated. Miller's sons hear the commotion and come running from the barn. Neighbours working a nearby field also approach. Within minutes, a dozen armed men surround Lennox and Neville. Someone fires a shot. Later accounts differ on who fired and why. Neville returns fire, wounding one of Miller's sons. The crowd surges forward. Lennox and Neville sprint for their horses and ride hard toward Neville's house 7 miles away. Shots follow them but miss. The 2 men reach Bower Hill, Neville's substantial estate, and barricade themselves inside. A servant begins loading muskets. Neville sends a message to Pittsburgh requesting military support. News of the shooting spreads through the valleys like fire in dry grass. By next morning, groups of armed men gather at meeting points across the region. David Bradford drafts letters calling for militia muster. He describes the shooting as an attack on innocent citizens by tyrannical officials. He demands that Neville surrender himself for justice. The language Bradford uses echoes revolutionary rhetoric from 20 years earlier. He speaks of liberty, tyranny, and the right of free men to resist oppression. The words carry power precisely because they connect to shared memory of fighting British authority. You join a group gathering near Couch's Fort on July 16th. About 30 men cluster in morning sun, checking rifles and discussing plans. Most wear hunting shirts and broad hats. Some bring whiskey jugs that pass from hand to hand. The mood mixes excitement with nervousness. These men are farmers and artisans, not soldiers. But many served in the revolution or militia actions against native forces. They know basic tactics and small unit operations. A man named James McFarlane takes informal command. McFarlane fought with distinction during the Revolution. He survived brutal combat and earned respect that still holds. When McFarlane speaks, people listen. He suggests approaching Bower Hill and demanding Neville's surrender. He emphasises that this is about justice, not murder. Several men nod agreement. A few voices suggest burning Neville's house as statement. McFarlane shuts down that talk firmly. The march to Bower Hill takes about 3 hours. You walk through forest trails, the column stretching out over half a mile. Men talk quietly, weapons carried casually but ready. As the group approaches the estate, you see why Neville chose this location. Bower Hill sits on high ground with clear sight lines in all directions. The house is built solid with thick walls and small windows. A dozen armed men are visible on the grounds. These are soldiers from Pittsburgh's garrison who responded to Neville's call for help. Their presence changes everything. This is no longer citizens confronting an official. This is militia facing federal troops. McFarlane halts the column about 100 yards from the house. He sends 2 men forward under a white flag to demand Neville's surrender. The envoys reach the front gate and call out their message. A window opens on the second floor. Major Abraham Kirkpatrick appears. Kirkpatrick is Neville's son-in-law and a federal officer. He shouts back that Neville has already left for Pittsburgh, but the house will be defended. McFarlane's envoys insist on searching the premises. Kirkpatrick refuses. The standoff stretches for several tense minutes, then someone fires. Later investigations never determine who fired first or whether the shot was deliberate or accidental. The distinction becomes irrelevant as both sides begin shooting in earnest. The battle lasts about 20 minutes. The militia spreads out and fires from cover. The Federal soldiers return fire from windows and roofline. Smoke drifts across the hillside, making aim difficult. You crouch behind a tree, loading and firing with mechanical focus. The sounds are thunderous and terrifying. Musket balls thwack into wood and whistle past heads. Someone near you takes a round in the leg and falls screaming. 2 men drag him to cover. The firing gradually slows as both sides realize stalemate. McFarlane calls for cease fire. He stands to signal his men. A musket ball from the house catches him in the chest. McFarlane drops instantly. Men rush to him, but he dies within minutes. The battle is over. The militia withdraws, carrying McFarlane's body. Federal soldiers remain in control of Bower Hill, but decide that defending the position is untenable. They abandon the house after dark and return to Pittsburgh. The militia returns the next day with reinforcements. Finding the house empty, they set fire to it. Bower Hill burns to the ground along with Neville's barns, slave quarters, and outbuildings. The destruction goes beyond military necessity into deliberate statement. The message reads clear. Officials who enforce the whiskey tax will lose everything. Pittsburgh responds by barricading itself. Local authorities fear the militia will march on the town next. Federal officials hole up in fortified buildings. Merchants hide their goods. The garrison of 100 soldiers prepares defensive positions, but the expected attack never comes. The militia has no clear plan beyond expressing rage. Bradford drafts more letters calling for a general assembly. He wants to unite the scattered resistance into organised movement. Herman Husband pleads for reason and negotiation. Nobody listens to Husband anymore. Events have moved past the point where peaceful resolution seems possible. You return to your farm after 3 days away. The crops need tending and life must continue despite larger turmoil. But you cannot shake the memory of McFarlane dying. He was a good man trying to pursue what he saw as justice. Now he is gone and his children are fatherless. The rightness of the cause feels less certain when measured against such cost. Yet backing down means accepting the tax and the financial ruin it represents. The choices all lead to bad places. You work through the days, trying not to think too hard about what comes next. August 1st brings the assembly David Bradford demanded. You ride to Braddock's Field, a meadow east of Pittsburgh where thousands of men gather. Estimates later put the crowd between 5,000 and 7,000. This represents the largest armed gathering in the region since the Revolutionary War. Men arrive from Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, and even Kentucky. Some come in organized militia companies with drums and flags. Others arrive in small groups or alone. The gathering looks like an army without quite being one. Weapons range from military muskets to hunting rifles to farm implements. Some men wear Revolutionary War uniforms kept stored in trunks for 20 years. Others wear everyday work clothes. The mood combines festival atmosphere with underlying menace. Bradford addresses the assembly from horseback. His voice carries across the field through remarkable projection. He describes the burning of Bower Hill as justifiable response to tyranny. He calls for march on Pittsburgh to seize federal property and drive out officials. He frames the struggle as continuation of revolutionary principles. The crowd roars approval. Several other speakers follow with similar rhetoric. Herman Husband attempts to speak for moderation but gets shouted down. The momentum belongs entirely to the militants. The march to Pittsburgh begins that afternoon. You walk in a column stretching over 2 miles. The sound of thousands of boots and hooves creates rhythmic thunder. Flags snap in hot wind. Dust rises in choking clouds. The spectacle is impressive and frightening in equal measure. Pittsburgh's residents watch from windows as the army approaches. Some flee across the river, others barricade themselves indoors. The garrison withdraws to fortified positions. The town feels like occupied territory. But the expected violence does not materialize. Bradford and other leaders negotiate with Pittsburgh's officials. They demand that certain federal officers leave the region. They ransack the house of Major Kirkpatrick, destroying furniture and stealing property. They confiscate some military supplies. But there is no massacre, no widespread burning, no complete destruction. The restraint seems partly strategic and partly uncertain. Many in the crowd came to make a point, not to start wholesale war. After several hours, Bradford orders the army to disperse. The men drift away in groups, heading home to farms and families. The demonstration achieves its purpose of showing strength without crossing into outright rebellion. At least not yet. Philadelphia receives news of the Braddock's Field gathering with alarm. Reports describe an army of rebels seizing control of western Pennsylvania. The language used in dispatches emphasizes insurrection, treason, and imminent danger to federal authority. Alexander Hamilton argues forcefully for military response. He drafts a proclamation for Washington's signature ordering insurgents to disperse by September 1st or face consequences. Washington signs reluctantly. He still hopes for peaceful resolution, but cannot ignore what appears to be open rebellion. The administration also dispatches a commission to negotiate. The commissioners include Pennsylvania Attorney General William Bradford, U.S., Senator James Ross, and Pennsylvania Supreme Court Justice Jasper Yates. These men receive instructions to offer amnesty to rebels who submit to federal authority. They carry authority to negotiate details of tax collection. But they cannot offer repeal of the tax itself. Congress passed the law, and only Congress can unmake it. The commissioners travel west in mid-August, knowing their mission might fail and trigger armed conflict. You attend meetings through August, as the commissioners hold hearings in various locations. The commissioners present their terms clearly, submit to federal authority, agree to obey the whiskey tax, and receive full pardon for past actions. Continue resistance and face military action. The choice is binary and immediate. Some communities accept the terms eagerly, relieved to find a path away from confrontation. Others reject the offer angrily. David Bradford speaks against acceptance. He argues that submission means betraying the cause and inviting future oppression. He threatens anyone who signs the amnesty agreement. The threats are not idle. Several prominent citizens who favour compliance receive midnight visits from armed men who destroy property and deliver beatings. Herman Husband watches the disintegration of community bonds with profound sadness. Neighbours who worked together for years now refuse to speak. Families split between those supporting resistance and those seeking peace. Violence becomes casual and frequent. Tar and feathers remain the favoured punishment, but beatings and property destruction also occur regularly. The rule of law has essentially collapsed in several counties. Whoever controls the most armed men makes the rules. This state of affairs cannot continue indefinitely. The commissioners submit their report in early September. They describe a region in active rebellion with federal authority completely nullified. They note that substantial numbers of citizens desire peace but fear retaliation from militants. They conclude that force will be necessary to restore order. Washington reads the report with heavy heart. He has delayed as long as possible. Now the decision point arrives. Either enforce federal law through military action or accept that the government cannot govern. The second option is unacceptable. Washington orders mobilization of militia forces from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia. The call goes out for nearly 13,000 troops. The number deserves emphasis. 13,000 represents a larger force than Washington commanded during most of the Revolutionary War. It exceeds the size of the standing federal army by a factor of 20. This is not a police action. This is full military campaign designed to overwhelm resistance decisively. The message is unmistakable. The federal government will enforce its authority regardless of cost. You hear about the mobilization in mid-September. The news arrives through travellers and hastily scribbled messages. An army larger than anything seen in the region is marching west. They will arrive in October. They carry orders to suppress rebellion and arrest ringleaders. The prospect terrifies most people. Memories of wartime destruction remain vivid. The thought of Pennsylvania turning into a battlefield again fills everyone with dread. The militants who spoke bravely in August suddenly find fewer supporters in September. David Bradford recognizes that his position has become untenable. He flees to Louisiana. Herman Husband remains, hoping to act as mediator. Other prominent resistors scatter or go into hiding. The movement collapses almost overnight once the scale of federal response becomes clear. George Washington sits in his study at Mount Vernon during September 1794. He has retired from public life in his mind many times but keeps getting pulled back by duty. At 62 years old, he feels every year. His joints ache. His teeth cause constant pain. He wants nothing more than to manage his plantation and fade into peaceful obscurity. Instead, he faces the prospect of leading troops into combat against American citizens. The irony cuts deep. He spent 8 years fighting to create this nation. Now he must fight to hold it together against internal fracturing. The decision weighs on him like physical burden. The cabinet meets in Philadelphia to discuss strategy. Hamilton pushes for decisive action. He views the Whiskey Rebellion as test case for federal power. If the government cannot enforce a simple excise tax, what authority does it actually possess? Jefferson argues that military force will create martyrs and harden resistance. He suggests more commissioners, more negotiation, more time. Washington listens to both positions. He respects Jefferson's caution but agrees with Hamilton's logic. A government that cannot govern is not a government. The time for patience has ended. Washington makes his decision in late September. He will personally lead the Federal Militia Army west. This marks the only time in American history that a sitting president commands troops in the field. The symbolism matters enormously. Washington's presence transforms military expedition into statement about constitutional authority. He is not sending troops to crush dissent. He is going himself to restore order and uphold the law. The distinction is subtle, but significant. Washington understands theatre and knows that his actions will be remembered and interpreted. He chooses to be present precisely because it makes the government's position clear beyond any misunderstanding. The mobilization proceeds through October. You hear reports of troops gathering across multiple states. Pennsylvania sends 5,000 militia. New Jersey sends 2,000. Maryland sends 2,000. Virginia sends 4,000. The numbers keep increasing. Equipment arrives by wagon train. Artillery pieces make slow progress along muddy roads. Officers drill recruits who haven't held muskets in years. The entire operation cost nearly $1 million, a staggering sum for a government barely managing its existing debts. But Washington insists that expense cannot determine policy when constitutional principles are at stake. The army begins its westward march in early October. Washington joins them at Carlisle, Pennsylvania. He arrives in a plain blue coat, mounted on a good horse, looking like the general he was 20 years earlier. The troops respond with genuine enthusiasm. Many are veterans who served under Washington during the Revolution. They trust him completely. His presence transforms a collection of state militias into something approaching a real army. Discipline improves, organization tightens, the march gains purpose and direction. You watch the army pass through western Pennsylvania in late October. The column stretches for miles. Infantry, cavalry, and artillery move with impressive coordination. Supply wagons carry food, ammunition, and medical equipment. The spectacle demonstrates power that dwarfs anything the rebels assembled at Braddock's Field. The message requires no explanation. Resistance is futile. Submission is the only option. Most people get the message clearly. Washington establishes headquarters in Bedford, Pennsylvania. He issues proclamations offering amnesty to anyone who submits peacefully. He also authorizes arrest of ringleaders who refuse to surrender. Federal agents begin compiling lists of names. The lists include David Bradford, Herman Husband, and dozens of others. Some fled the region already. Others hide with sympathetic neighbors. A few surrender voluntarily, hoping for mercy. The situation becomes fluid and complex. Loyalty shifts day by day as people assess their options and calculate survival strategies. Alexander Hamilton accompanies the expedition as civilian advisor. His presence irritates many observers who see him as architect of the hated tax. Hamilton ignores the criticism. He wants to witness firsthand the restoration of federal authority. He also wants to ensure that the military response sends the correct message. Too lenient and it invites future rebellion. Too harsh, and it creates permanent resentment. The balance requires careful navigation. Hamilton drafts letters and proclamations attempting to strike the right tone. His prose sounds legalistic and cold to Western ears accustomed to plainer speech. But the substance is clear enough. Submit or suffer consequences. Thomas McKean, Pennsylvania's Chief Justice, travels with the army as well. McKean brings judicial authority to accompany military force. The plan calls for trials once arrests are made. The government wants to demonstrate that law, not arbitrary power, guides its actions. McKean understands that convictions will be difficult to obtain. Local juries might refuse to convict neighbours regardless of evidence. But the attempt matters symbolically. The federal government must be seen as acting through proper legal channels, even when using military force to create conditions for those channels to function. Washington reviews troops on a cold November morning. You stand among civilians watching from a distance. The president sits straight in his saddle despite the chill wind. He inspects each unit personally, offering brief words of encouragement. The ceremony is formal and impressive. But you notice something beneath the pageantry. Washington looks tired and sad. His expression suggests a man doing necessary duty rather than pursuing glory. He does not want to be here, leading an army against his own citizens, but he sees no alternative that preserves the nation he helped create. The weight of that burden shows clearly on his lined face. The army moves deeper into western Pennsylvania in early November. The rebels who threatened rebellion in August have disappeared like morning fog. No organized resistance materializes. No battles occur. The great confrontation everyone anticipated never happens. Instead, federal troops find frightened farmers who insist they were never really rebels. They blame David Bradford and other leaders for misleading them. They sign loyalty oaths and accept amnesty. The army occupies the region but finds no enemy to fight. The anticlimax is almost comical, except for the families whose members get arrested and hauled east to face treason charges. Washington remains with the army through November. He wants his presence to continue sending its message. But he also recognizes that the military phase is essentially complete. The rebellion has collapsed without serious combat. Federal authority is restored without bloodshed. In late November, Washington returns to Philadelphia, leaving General Henry Lee in command of remaining forces. Washington writes in private letters that the expedition succeeded in its goals. The government proved it can enforce laws throughout its territory. The precedent is established. Future challengers will know what awaits organized resistance. Whether this represents wise policy or dangerous precedent, Washington leaves for history to judge. The army divides into two wings for the final occupation phase. The Eastern Division under General Henry Lee advances through Bedford and Somerset counties. The Western Division under Virginia Governor Henry Lee moves through Washington and Allegheny counties. You live in Washington County and watch the Western Wing arrive in mid-November. Thousands of troops establish camps across the countryside. Smoke from hundreds of cooking fires darkens the sky. The soldiers requisition food and shelter from local farms. Most citizens comply without protest, knowing resistance would be suicidal. Henry Lee commands with firm authority. He orders immediate arrests of suspected rebel leaders. Federal agents fan out with lists of names. They knock on doors in the middle of the night. They search barns and cellars. Over 3 weeks they arrest about 150 men. The prisoners include wealthy landowners and poor farmers, educated professionals and illiterate labourers. The common thread is suspected participation in resistance activities. Evidence ranges from eyewitness accounts to anonymous accusations. Legal protections are minimal. Lee operates under martial law provisions that suspend normal judicial procedures. Herman Husband is arrested on November 13th. Federal troops surround his cabin before dawn. Husband, now 73 years old, offers no resistance. He asks permission to gather a few belongings. The soldiers agree. Husband packs a Bible, some writing materials and an extra shirt. He bids goodbye to his wife and grandchildren. Then he walks out to begin a journey that will end with his death. Husband and other prisoners are marched east in bitter November weather. Many prisoners lack adequate clothing. Several are ill. The march covers 15 to 20 miles per day through mountain passes where snow already blocks trails. Guards show little sympathy. These are traitors receiving their due. Complaints are ignored or met with harsh discipline. The prisoners reach Philadelphia in December. They are held in crude facilities without heat. Conditions are miserable even by 18th century standards. Herman Husband develops pneumonia within days of arrival. He dies on June 15th, 1795, still awaiting trial. His death receives little notice. The federal government files treason charges against 20 of the prisoners. These cases represent the government's attempt to establish legal precedent. Conviction for treason requires testimony from 2 witnesses to the same overt act. The standard is deliberately high. Many cases collapse due to insufficient evidence or contradictory testimony. In the end, only 2 men receive convictions. Both are pardoned by Washington in 1795. The legal proceedings accomplish little beyond demonstrating that the government takes rule of law seriously, even when it proves inconvenient. The occupation of western Pennsylvania continues through winter of 1794 into spring of 1795. Troop levels gradually decrease as the region stabilizes. Federal revenue officers return to their duties under military protection. Registration of stills proceeds slowly but steadily. Collection of tax revenue remains spotty. Many small distillers shut down their operations rather than pay the tax. Others move their stills deeper into the mountains where enforcement is impractical. The whiskey trade continues but shifts toward larger operations that can absorb the tax burden. Small-scale farmer distillers, the very people who most needed whiskey as economic tool, are squeezed out. This represents exactly the outcome they feared and resisted. You visit Pittsburgh in April 1795. The town has returned to something approaching normalcy. Merchants conduct business. River traffic flows normally. Federal officers move about without fear of attack, but the atmosphere feels strained. People are polite but cold. The splits created by the rebellion have not healed. Those who supported resistance view those who accepted amnesty as traitors. Those who favoured compliance view resistors as dangerous fools. The divisions will persist for years. Some families remain estranged for generations. The wounds go deep and scar tissue takes time to form. The federal government maintains garrison troops in western Pennsylvania until 1796. The present serves as a reminder of federal power and deterrent to renewed resistance. Eventually the troops withdraw as the situation returns fully to civilian control. Revenue collection becomes routine, though never popular. The whiskey tax remains law until its repeal in 1802, when Thomas Jefferson becomes president. Jefferson views the tax as unnecessary and divisive. Its removal is one of his first policy priorities. But by 1802, the precedent has been established. The federal government can enforce its laws throughout the nation using military force if necessary. This principle will be tested again in future crises, most devastatingly in 1861. The financial cost of suppressing the Whiskey Rebellion totals nearly $1 million. This sum dwarfs the revenue collected from the whiskey tax in western Pennsylvania during the entire period of resistance. The government spent far more enforcing the tax than the tax generated. In purely economic terms, the expedition is absurdly inefficient. But economics was never the point. Alexander Hamilton understood that federal authority cannot be priced in dollars. Either the government can enforce its laws or it cannot govern. The $1 million bought proof that the Constitution is more than paper and words. It bought the precedent that federal law supersedes local preferences when the two conflict. Whether that principle represents wise governance or dangerous centralization remains subject to debate more than 2 centuries later. The Whiskey Rebellion ends without the dramatic climax that participants on both sides anticipated. There are no great battles, no heroic last stands, no martyrs dying for liberty with inspirational final words. Instead, the rebellion dissolves into arrests, trials, and grudging acceptance of federal authority. The anticlimax frustrates those seeking clear narratives of good versus evil. Reality proves messier than myth. You work your farm in the spring of 1795, planting corn in fields you have cleared by hand. The still sits idle in the barn. You have not registered it and do not intend to. Running it would require paying the tax. Paying the tax would bankrupt you, so the still collects dust while you find other ways to generate small amounts of cash. You sell firewood to Pittsburgh merchants. You hire out for labor on wealthier farms. You trap furs and trade them for necessities. The economics are brutal and margins razor thin, but you survive. Survival is what frontier life has always demanded. This year simply demands it more strenuously than most. The precedent established by Washington's response echoes through American history. When South Carolina threatens nullification in 1832, President Andrew Jackson cites the Whiskey Rebellion as proof that states cannot refuse federal law. Jackson threatens to lead troops south, just as Washington led them west. South Carolina backs down. When southern states secede in 1860 and 1861, Lincoln cites the same precedent. The federal union is not voluntary. States cannot leave simply because they dislike federal policies. The resulting civil war kills 600,000 people and settles the question definitively. The seeds of that conflict trace back in part to 1794 and the principle that federal authority is supreme within its constitutional bounds. But the Whiskey Rebellion also reveals tensions that never fully resolve. The conflict between local autonomy and central authority appears repeatedly in American political life. States' rights arguments appear in debates about slavery, civil rights, environmental regulation, healthcare policy, and countless other issues. The fundamental question remains constant. Who decides when local preferences conflict with national policy? The Whiskey Rebellion answered that federal law wins when push comes to shove. But it did not answer whether federal law should win in every case, or whether some issues belong more properly to local control. Americans still argue about these questions today because the underlying tension is built into the structure of federalism itself. Alexander Hamilton views the rebellion's suppression as vindication of his vision for strong federal government. He continues pushing for national banks, protective tariffs, an active federal role in economic development. His policies shape the early republic profoundly, but Hamilton dies in 1804, killed in a duel with Aaron Burr. His vision for America eventually triumphs, but he does not live to see it fully realized. The irony is bitter. Hamilton risks his political career and physical safety to establish federal authority in 1794. 10 years later, he dies in a private dispute that had nothing to do with policy or principle. History remembers him as architect of American financial system, but not as the man who marched west with Washington to suppress rebellion. Thomas Jefferson takes the opposite lesson from the Whiskey Rebellion. He views it as an example of federal overreach and unnecessary provocation. When he becomes president in 1801, he systematically dismantles Hamiltonian policies. He repeals the whiskey tax, he reduces the national debt, he shrinks the federal government, he emphasizes states' rights and local control. Jefferson's vision also shapes American development profoundly. The tension between Hamiltonian centralization and Jeffersonian decentralization becomes a defining feature of American politics. Neither vision wins permanently. Instead, the balance shifts back and forth depending on circumstances and political coalitions. The Whiskey Rebellion is early battle in a longer war that continues indefinitely. George Washington retires to Mount Vernon in 1797 and dies in 1799. His final years bring him the peace and privacy he craved but rarely achieved. He never speaks publicly about the Whiskey Rebellion after the crisis ends, but private letters suggest he views it as necessary action that pained him deeply. Washington believed in Republican government and popular sovereignty, But he also believed in rule of law and constitutional order. When those principles conflict, Washington sides with law and order. This choice defines his presidency and sets precedent for successors. The office of president includes responsibility to enforce laws even when doing so is unpopular or politically costly. Washington establishes that principle at personal cost. He dies knowing he preserved the Union but uncertain whether future generations will maintain what he helped create. David Bradford never returns from Louisiana. He lives as fugitive and exile, watching from distance as the new nation develops without him. He dies in 1808, still officially a wanted man, though no one actively pursues him by then. Bradford represents the path not taken. If Washington had hesitated or the federal response had been weaker, Bradford's vision of localized resistance to central authority might have prevailed. The United States might have fractured into competing regional powers. Whether that would have been better or worse for the people involved is impossible to know. History records what happened, not what might have been. Herman Husband's death in a Philadelphia jail marks the rebellion's saddest casualty. He sought peaceful resolution and got prison and pneumonia. His writings survive and are occasionally rediscovered by historians looking for authentic frontier voices. Husband wrote with passion and conviction about justice, equality, and the rights of common people against entrenched power. His prose is unpolished and his ideas sometimes muddled, but his sincerity shines through every page. He believed ordinary people deserved respect and fair treatment from their government. He spent his life advocating for those principles. He died in custody of a government that viewed him as traitor rather than patriot. The injustice is sharp and enduring. The farmers and labourers who formed the bulk of the rebel movement mostly disappear from historical record. A few move west into Ohio or Kentucky, seeking better prospects beyond federal reach. Others remain on their land, paying the hated tax until its repeal in 1802. They live quiet lives, raise families, and gradually become ancestors whose struggles are forgotten by descendants. The whiskey tax seems quaint and distant now, but for people living through it, the tax represented existential threat. Their resistance was neither foolish nor evil. It was a desperate attempt to protect livelihoods and communities against policy that seemed designed without understanding their circumstances. That their resistance failed does not make their grievances invalid. You sit on your porch on a summer evening in 1802, watching lightning bugs drift through the darkness. News arrived last week that the whiskey tax has been repealed. Jefferson's administration fulfilled its promise. The burden is lifted. You could restart the still and resume production. But somehow the moment feels hollow. The tax is gone, but so are 7 years. Herman Husband is dead. David Bradford is exile. James McFarland died at Bower Hill. Neighbours who were friends became enemies. The social fabric tore and never fully repaired. The victory tastes of ashes mixed with relief. You survived, which is more than some can say. But survival came at a price that still tallies up in quiet moments like this. The long-term impact of the Whiskey Rebellion extends far beyond its immediate participants. The precedent of federal military force to suppress internal resistance becomes bedrock principle of American governance. Future presidents cite it to justify actions from the Reconstruction South to Little Rock school integration to federal enforcement of civil rights laws. The principle cuts both ways. It protects minority rights against hostile local majorities. It also enables federal overreach into areas that might be better left to local control. Sorting out which applications are justified and which are not requires constant vigilance and debate. The Whiskey Rebellion does not answer these questions. It simply establishes that the federal government has the power to enforce its will when necessary. How that power should be used remains eternally contested. The story ends not with resolution, but with continuation. The tensions that sparked the Whiskey Rebellion persist in different forms. Americans still argue about taxation, representation, federal authority, and local autonomy. They still disagree about when resistance becomes justified and when it crosses into rebellion. They still struggle to balance competing visions of what the nation should be. The Whiskey Rebellion was early chapter in an ongoing story that has no final chapter. Each generation inherits the questions and must answer them anew based on contemporary circumstances. You close your eyes and listen to crickets singing their endless summer song. Tomorrow brings more work. Fields need tending. Fences need mending. Life continues regardless of political upheavals or historical significance. The grand sweeps of history matter less in the moment than the immediate tasks of survival, and perhaps small measures of contentment. You survived the Whiskey Rebellion. That will have to be enough. Sleep comes easier these days now that the threat of midnight arrests has passed. The nightmares fade slowly. The memories remain. They will be there when you wake tomorrow and every day after until memory itself ends. So there we have it, my tired dumplings. Attacks on whiskey nearly tore apart the nation that the Revolutionary War created. A president led troops against his own citizens to establish that federal law means something real and enforceable. Farmers resisted, leaders fled or died, and ultimately the government prevailed. The precedent matters still. The questions raised remain unresolved. And somewhere in the hills of western Pennsylvania, old stills sit rusting in barns, silent witnesses to a conflict that shaped American history in ways we still grapple with more than 2 centuries later. If this story helped you drift towards sleep, consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that notification bell so you never miss a new episode. Until next time, sleep well, my tired potatoes. You arrive on a beach that feels wrong in ways you can't immediately name. The sand beneath your feet holds a reddish tint. The ocean stretches to a horizon that seems slightly closer than it should be. You turn around and face inland, and that's when the strangeness really starts to register. The forest ahead looks dense and green, but none of the shapes match the trees you know. There are no oaks, no maples, no familiar broad leaves catching the light in patterns your brain recognizes. The temperature surprises you. You expected tropical heat, but the air feels warm rather than oppressive, somewhere between a pleasant summer day and the edge of uncomfortable. The humidity sits thick enough that you notice it with each breath, but not so heavy that it becomes difficult to move. Your skin registers the moisture immediately. Within minutes, a light film of perspiration forms on your forearms. You take a few steps forward and your foot sinks into soil that feels different from modern Earth. Softer in some ways. The composition includes more sand and less of the rich organic matter that comes from millions of years of decomposing grass and flowers. Because grass doesn't exist yet. Neither do flowers, at least not in this early part of the story. The soil releases a scent when you disturb it. Mineral. Clean. Missing the complex fungal notes that characterize modern forest floors. A sound reaches you from the forest. Not a roar, not the Hollywood soundtrack you've been conditioned to expect. Just a low rumble that could be digestive. Something large is moving through the vegetation about 100 yards away. You can hear branches snapping. The rhythm suggests weight, but not urgency. Whatever is making that noise isn't hunting, it's browsing. The sound of a creature going about the mundane business of finding enough calories to maintain several tons of body mass. You walk toward the tree line and the first thing that strikes you is the smell. Modern forests smell like decay and renewal mixed together. Pine needles and rotting leaves and the mushroom scent of fungi breaking down dead wood. This forest smells greener, sharper. The conifers here release their resin into air that hasn't learned the smell of flowering plants yet. It's not unpleasant, just unfamiliar in a way that makes your brain keep trying to categorize it against smells that don't exist yet. The light filters through the canopy in shafts that illuminate small flying insects. They're not quite like modern insects. Some of them are larger. A dragonfly the size of a small bird zips past your head, and you instinctively duck even though it has no interest in you whatsoever. It's chasing something smaller. The food chain is operating exactly as it always has, just with different players. The dragonfly's wings catch the light, and you can see the intricate vein patterns. Evolution has been perfecting insect flight for hundreds of millions of years by this point. You notice the absence of certain sounds. No birds singing in the branches. No squirrels chattering warnings about your presence. The forest isn't silent, but it's missing the entire mammalian soundtrack that you associate with walking through woods. Instead you hear insects. Lots of insects. The hum and click and buzz of creatures that will diversify into thousands of species, but right now represent a more limited menu of options. Something moves in the undergrowth to your left. You freeze, which is a reasonable response even though the creature that emerges poses no threat to you at all. It's about the size of a house cat built low to the ground with scales that catch the filtered sunlight. A small dinosaur. One of the bipedal runners that fills the ecological niche that small mammals will eventually claim. It spots you, processes that you're too large to eat and too unfamiliar to understand, and darts away into the ferns. The ferns are everywhere. They carpet the forest floor in waves of green that would look familiar if you saw them from a distance. Up close, though, you notice differences. These are tree ferns in many cases. Their trunks rise 10 or 15 feet before exploding into fronds that create their own sub-canopy beneath the larger conifers. The whole forest has layers like a cake, each one hosting its own community of plants and animals. You reach out and touch a frond. The texture is slightly rougher than modern ferns. The surface holds tiny structures that might be spore cases. Reproduction without flowers or seeds. The ancient way. You push deeper into the woods and find a clearing where a fallen tree has created a gap in the canopy. The trunk is massive, easily 6 feet across at its base. Whatever brought it down must have been dramatic. A storm, maybe, or old age and the simple mathematics of gravity. The wood has already started to decay, but slowly. Without the armies of fungi and bacteria that modern forests employ, decomposition takes longer here. The log will spend decades returning to the soil. Moss grows on the shaded side of the trunk. The moss looks almost modern, green and soft and damp to the touch. Some groups of organisms figured out their basic plan early and never saw a reason to change it. Moss has been carpeting damp surfaces for hundreds of millions of years. It will continue doing so for hundreds of millions more. A pool of water has collected in a depression near the fallen tree. You crouch down and look at your reflection in water that's slightly murky with tannins. The pool hosts its own tiny ecosystem. Water striders walk across the surface tension. Their legs dimple the water without breaking through. Small amphibians you don't recognize paddle through the shallows. They're not quite frogs. Not quite salamanders. Something in between that evolution is still working on. A fish that looks almost modern breaks the surface to snatch an insect, and you realise that some things haven't changed as much as others. Fish figured out their basic body plan hundreds of millions of years before dinosaurs showed up, and they're sticking with what works. The fish disappears back into the murky water with barely a ripple. The rumbling sound returns, closer now. You stand up and turn toward the noise just as a sauropod's head emerges from between two tree ferns. The long neck extends from a body you can't see yet, hidden behind the vegetation. The head itself seems too small for the neck that supports it. The eyes are large and calm, dark brown or maybe amber. The creature regards you with the mild interest of an animal that has no natural predators once it reaches adult size. You've seen reconstructions, you've watched documentaries. You've looked at skeletal mounts in museums with little placards explaining the Latin names. But standing 15 feet away from a living sauropod drives home the reality in ways that images never could. The skin looks reptilian, but also uniquely itself. Not quite like a lizard. Not quite like anything modern. The texture suggests both toughness and flexibility. Built to last decades in a world without advanced medicine. The colour surprises you. You expected grey or brown, dinosaur-coloured, whatever that means. But this individual shows patterns. Darker stripes along the neck, lighter patches on the throat. Counter-shading that would help it blend into forest shadows despite its enormous size. Evolution cares about camouflage even for animals that weigh 20 tons. The sauropod's head dips down to strip leaves from a cycad plant growing near the pool. The teeth aren't designed for chewing. They're simple pegs meant for raking vegetation into a mouth that will swallow it whole. Somewhere deep inside that massive body, stones in the stomach will grind the plant matter into something digestible. It's an elegant solution to the problem of extracting nutrition from tough Mesozoic plants. You watch the creature eat for several minutes. There's something meditative about the rhythm. Reach, strip, swallow, repeat. The neck moves with surprising grace for something that must weigh several tons. Evolution has spent millions of years working out the engineering problems of supporting that much mass on four legs, while still allowing the animal to reach food both high and low. The vertebrae in the neck are hollow, filled with air sacs that connect to the respiratory system, the same adaptation that birds will eventually use to reduce weight. A smaller dinosaur appears at the edge of the clearing. This one is definitely a predator. You can tell from the way it moves. Quick, darting steps, head swiveling to scan for threats and opportunities. It's maybe 4 feet long from nose to tail, and it's watching the sauropod with what you interpret as hope. Not hope of bringing down an adult, that would be suicidal, but hope that this particular sauropod might be travelling with juveniles, or that it might be sick or injured enough to become vulnerable. The sauropod ignores the predator completely. The size difference makes the threat calculation simple. The smaller dinosaur watches for another minute, then melts back into the undergrowth. You're left alone with the sauropod, which continues eating as if nothing happened. Because from its perspective, nothing did. The sun shifts position, and you realise you've lost track of time. That's easy to do here. Without watches or phones or any of the structures that divide your modern days into measured chunks, time becomes something you feel rather than count. The shadows have grown longer. The light has taken on the golden quality that suggests late afternoon. The temperature has dropped slightly, maybe 2 or 3 degrees, enough to notice. You leave the clearing and follow what might be an animal trail. The path winds between massive tree trunks and through patches of ferns that brush against your legs. The fronds are cool and slightly damp. They leave traces of moisture on your skin. A different smell reaches you now. Water, a lot of it. The trail is leading you toward a river. The sound of moving water grows louder with each step. The forest opens up and you emerge onto a riverbank that extends for miles in both directions. The river itself runs wide and swift. The current carries fallen branches and clumps of vegetation downstream. The water looks clean but carries enough sediment to give it a greenish tint. The river cuts through landscape that tells you this is early in the dinosaur story, the Triassic period. The world is still putting itself back together after the Permian extinction, the worst die-off in Earth's history. Life is rebuilding, but it's doing so in a world that looks dramatically different from either what came before or what will come after. You emerge from the forest onto a riverbank made of red sandstone. The colour dominates the landscape here, red rocks, red soil. Even the water carries a reddish tint from sediment it has picked up somewhere upstream. This is the signature of the Triassic, a world painted in oxidized iron. The rock formations show horizontal banding, different shades of red and orange stacked like pages in a book. Each layer represents thousands of years of deposition, stories written in stone that geologists will eventually learn to read. The river itself runs wide and shallow in this section. You can see the bottom in most places. The rocks on the riverbed have been smoothed by centuries of current. Fish move through the water in schools that dart and wheel with the kind of coordination that suggests they've been perfecting this behaviour for millions of years, which they have. Fish are old. Older than dinosaurs by a comfortable margin. The fish themselves look familiar enough. Streamlined bodies, fins positioned for stability and propulsion, eyes placed to watch for predators from above and below. The basic fish design was already ancient when dinosaurs first appeared. Some of these species will survive all the way to your era with minimal changes. A creature that looks like a crocodile but isn't quite right watches you from the far bank. It's a phytosaur. Related to crocodiles in the same way that whales are related to hippos. Similar body plan, similar lifestyle, but arrived at through a different evolutionary path. The nostrils sit high on the snout instead of at the tip, a small detail that reveals the separate ancestry. The phytosaur's eyes follow you with the patient calculation of an ambush predator. It's been lying in that spot for hours, maybe days, waiting for something to come close enough. The strategy requires patience that borders on the geological, but it works, has worked for millions of years, will continue working for millions more. The creature slides into the water without a splash and disappears. You make a mental note not to wade too deep. The river might look inviting in the heat, but it hosts predators that have perfected the art of waiting. The landscape beyond the river stretches away in shades of red and brown and occasional green. The Triassic climate runs hot and dry in the interior of Pangaea. All the continents have mushed together into one supercontinent, and the centre of that landmass gets very little rainfall. You're standing closer to the coast, where moisture from the ocean makes life more manageable. But even here, the air has a dry quality that makes you appreciate the humidity of the forest you just left. The heat is building as midday approaches. The sun climbs toward its zenith and the temperature pushes into the 90s. The red rocks radiate heat like an oven. You find shade under an overhang and settle in to wait out the worst of it. A herd of animals approaches the river from the inland side. These aren't dinosaurs, they're dicynodonts. Mammal relatives that survived the Permian extinction and now roam the Triassic in large numbers. They look vaguely like a cross between a pig and a lizard, with beaks and sometimes tusks. The herd numbers may be 30 individuals. They've come to drink. The dicynodonts approach the water cautiously. Despite travelling in numbers, they know that riversides attract predators. Several adults position themselves on the edges of the herd while the younger animals drink. The social organisation reminds you of modern herd animals: wildebeest on the Serengeti, bison on the plains, protection through numbers, vigilance as a shared responsibility. The younger descendants drink with the enthusiasm of animals that have walked far to reach water. They push and jostle for position. The adults maintain their watch, eyes scanning the rocks, ears swivelling to catch sounds, nostrils testing the air for scents that might indicate danger. Movement in the rocks upstream catches your attention. Something large is positioned in the shadows of an overhang similar to the one you're using. You watch for a minute before you can make out the shape: a Rauisuchian, one of the top predators of the Triassic. It's built somewhat like a crocodile, but adapted for life on land. The legs are positioned more directly under the body, allowing for faster movement than the sprawling gait of true crocodilians. The jaws are full of teeth designed for gripping and tearing. The Rauisuchian watches the descendants drink. It's making the same calculations that predators have made for hundreds of millions of years: energy spent versus energy gained, risk versus reward. The herd is alert. The adults are positioned well. A frontal assault on a healthy adult would require significant effort and carry real risk of injury. But the herd includes young and old and potentially weak individuals. The Rauisuchian's body is absolutely still. Only the eyes move, tracking individuals in the herd, looking for the one that shows vulnerability. The patience is remarkable. This creature might wait here for hours, days even. Ambush predators measure time differently than prey animals. One of the younger dicynodonts wanders slightly away from the herd. Not far, just enough. Maybe 10 feet, enough to create a gap. The Rauisuchian explodes from cover with speed that seems impossible for something that large. The acceleration is shocking, 0 to 30 miles per hour in seconds. The herd scatters in panic. The young dicynodont tries to run, but it has started from the wrong position. The angles are all wrong. The Rauisuchian's jaws close around the smaller animal's midsection, and the outcome stops being in question. You look away, not because you're squeamish, but because this moment belongs to the private mathematics of survival. The Rauisuchian drags its meal back into the shadows. The struggle is brief. The herd regroups 100 yards downriver. They mill about uncertainly for several minutes. Then, because they still need water, they cautiously approach the river again. Life continues. It always does. The sun continues its arc across a sky that holds slightly more carbon dioxide than you're used to, not enough to notice while breathing. The concentration sits around 1,200 parts per million, high enough to trap additional heat and keep the global temperature several degrees warmer than modern averages. The Triassic Earth runs hot. The poles have no ice caps. The ocean currents flow differently. Weather patterns follow rules that won't apply in later periods. You follow the river downstream and the landscape gradually shifts from red rock to darker soil. The vegetation increases. More ferns, more cycads. The early relatives of modern conifers grow in clusters near the water. These are not the towering pines and redwoods that will evolve later. These are smaller, scruffier versions. Evolution's still working out the details of how to build a really tall tree. The conifers here max out at maybe 40 or 50 feet. Respectable by modern standards, but modest compared to what's coming. The bark is thick and fibrous, protection against fire and insects and the simple wear of existing for decades in a challenging environment. The branches hold needle-like leaves that reduce water loss, an adaptation for the dry Triassic climate. A group of early dinosaurs appears on the opposite bank. These are relatively small, maybe the size of large dogs. They move on 2 legs with a bouncing gait that reminds you of ground birds, roadrunners, or secretary birds. These are theropods, the lineage that will eventually produce everything from Allosaurus to Tyrannosaurus to chickens. But right now, they're just one of many groups trying to make a living in the Triassic ecosystem. The theropods are hunting something in the undergrowth. You can't see their prey, but you can see the coordination they're using. They've spread out into a loose line. They're moving in the same direction, driving whatever they're after toward the river, where it will have fewer escape options. Pack hunting. It's a strategy that works regardless of the era. Wolves do it. Lions do it. These small Triassic dinosaurs have figured it out too. A small creature breaks from cover and runs toward the water. It's a cynodont, another mammal relative. This one is even closer to actual mammals than the dicynodonts you saw earlier. It has hair instead of scales. You can see the fuzzy coating even from this distance. It has specialized teeth instead of a simple array of identical pegs. It's warm-blooded. In many ways, it's basically a mammal. But it's living in a world where dinosaurs are starting to dominate, and mammals won't get their moment in the spotlight for another 150 million years. The cynodont hits the water and swims with desperate efficiency. The legs churn. The tail provides propulsion. It's heading for the far bank and safety. The theropods pull up at the water's edge. They've seen what lives in Triassic rivers, the phytosaurs and the giant amphibians and the predatory fish that can weigh 100 pounds. They're not interested in getting wet. The cynodont reaches the far bank and disappears into the rocks. One successful escape in a day full of similar life or death moments. The landscape around you holds a strange quality of transition. The Triassic is the opening act. The world is still figuring out what comes after the Permian catastrophe. Dinosaurs exist, but they're not dominant yet. They share the stage with creatures that will eventually disappear or shrink into obscurity. The Rossukians will die out. The Dicynodonts will die out. Even most of the early dinosaur lineages will die out. But right now, in this moment, they're all here together in a world that belongs equally to all of them. The heat of midday intensifies. The red rocks become too hot to touch. The air shimmers over sun-baked surfaces. Most of the animals have found shade or returned to water. The midday hours belong to insects and the reptiles that hunt them. A lizard emerges from a crack in the rocks and basks for exactly as long as it takes to raise its body temperature to optimal levels. Then it darts after a beetle and disappears back into the crack. Efficient. Precise. The product of millions of years of fine-tuning. You spend the afternoon in the shade of your overhang, watching the river and the life it supports. Turtles haul out to bask. Primitive crocodilians patrol the shallows. Fish jump to catch insects. The ecosystem operates like a well-oiled machine despite being cobbled together from species that are all evolutionary experiments in progress. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, the temperature moderates. The animals emerge from their shelters and resume activity. The Dicynodont herd returns to the river, wiser now, more cautious. The adults position themselves even more carefully. The young stay closer to the protection of the group. Learning is happening in real time. Night falls with the sudden decisiveness that happens near the equator. The temperature drops, but not dramatically. The Triassic nights run warm. The rocks that absorbed heat all day now release it slowly back into the air. Stars appear in configurations you don't recognize. The continents have shifted. Your position on Earth has changed. The constellations you learned as a child won't exist for another 200 million years. The sounds of the night shift follow patterns that would be familiar to any modern naturalist. Daytime creatures find shelter. Nighttime creatures emerge. The predators that hunt by sight give way to those that hunt by smell or sound. The river continues its eternal conversation with the rocks. The wind moves through vegetation that has never heard the word for wind in any language, because language won't be invented for another 250 million years. You find shelter in an overhang similar to the one the Rausuchian used earlier. The rock still holds warmth from the day's sun. You settle in and watch the darkness deepen. Somewhere in the distance something howls. Not a mammal, not yet, but something with lungs and vocal cords and a need to announce its presence to the night. The sound carries across the landscape and fades into silence. Then another howl answers from a different direction. Communication. Territory. The ancient business of survival played out in sounds that will never be recorded except in your memory. You wake to a different world. The Triassic has ended. The Jurassic has begun. You can tell immediately because the landscape has transformed. Where yesterday showed you reds and browns and scattered green, today presents an explosion of vegetation in every direction. The climate has shifted. Pangaea is starting to break apart. The cracks between continents have allowed seawater to penetrate into areas that were previously dry inland basins. Moisture has returned to the ecosystem, and life has responded with enthusiasm. The forest here grows taller than anything you saw in the Triassic. Conifers rise 100 feet or more. Their trunks measure 6 or 8 feet across. The bark is thick and deeply furrowed. Protection against fire and storm and the countless insects that try to bore into the wood. The canopy creates continuous shade broken only by the occasional gap where a tree has fallen and sunlight streams through in golden columns. Ferns carpet the understory in layers so thick that you can't see the ground. Tree ferns create a middle story between the floor and the canopy. Their trunks rise 15 or 20 feet before branching into fronds that create their own miniature canopy. The whole system has developed complexity that the Triassic vegetation never achieved. Multiple layers, multiple ecological zones, each one supporting different communities of plants and animals. You stand up and stretch. Your shelter has protected you through a night that brought rain. The rocks are wet. The air smells fresh and clean in the way that only follows precipitation. Water droplets still cling to fern fronds and spiderwebs you didn't notice in the darkness. A spider that's not quite like any modern spider tends its web with careful precision. The silk catches the morning light and glows with iridescent quality. Evolution is still working out the details of silk production and web architecture, but the basic strategy is already in place. Build a trap, wait, eat what gets caught. The sound of something massive moving through the forest reaches you before you see anything. The ground transmits vibrations through the rocks. Whatever is approaching weighs enough to register with every footfall. You step out from under the overhang and look in the direction of the sound. The forest ahead shows movement, branches swaying, fronds parting. Something very large is coming this way. A sauropod emerges from between two massive conifers. But this is not the relatively modest creature you saw in the Triassic. This is a full Jurassic giant. The neck rises 30 feet in the air. The head at the end of that neck is small and delicate, almost bird-like in its refinement. The body that follows is the size of a small house. Each leg is as thick as a tree trunk. The feet spread wide to distribute the weight. The tail extends behind for another 30 feet, held just clear of the ground for balance. The sauropod's skin shows patterns you didn't expect. Not solid grey or brown, mottled colouring. Darker on top, lighter underneath. The kind of counter-shading that helps break up the outline even for an animal this enormous. The texture looks smooth from a distance, but as the creature passes close by, you can see scales and wrinkles and all the complexity that comes with covering that much living tissue. The sauropod is part of a group. You count 6 adults and 3 juveniles. The young ones are only about 15 feet long. Small by sauropod standards, but still larger than any land animal in your era. The group moves through the forest with surprising grace considering their size. They know where they're going. This is familiar territory, a path they've walked before, perhaps many times. The adults move in a loose formation with the juveniles protected in the middle. The lead adult stops periodically to test the air. The massive head lifts and turns, nostrils flaring, processing scents that tell a story about the forest ahead. Predators, water, food, all written in chemical signatures too subtle for human detection. You follow at a respectful distance. The sauropods are heading toward open water. You can hear it now. Not a river, something larger. A lagoon, or perhaps a lake. The sound of small waves lapping against shore. The cry of pterosaurs fishing in the shallows. The forest opens up and the water spreads before you in a body that stretches to the horizon. Islands dot the surface. The far shore is invisible in the morning haze. The water reflects the sky in shades of blue and grey. The surface ripples with wind and the movement of aquatic creatures. Near the shore you can see fish jumping, breaking the surface to catch flying insects or escape from predators below. The whole body of water pulses with life. The sauropods wade into the shallows without hesitation. The water rises to their bellies, then their shoulders. They don't stop. They keep walking until the water reaches their necks. The smallest juveniles are soon swimming, their necks and backs forming a line of islands moving steadily away from shore. The adults can still touch bottom even 50 yards out. They're feeding on aquatic plants that grow in the shallows, vegetation that's easy to reach and more nutritious than many of the land plants. The feeding strategy makes sense when you watch them work. On land, a sauropod has to raise its head high to reach the tops of trees. That requires energy, fighting gravity constantly. In the water, buoyancy does some of the work. The neck can sweep side to side with less effort. The plants are soft and tender. Young shoots and water weeds that don't require the massive grinding system that breaks down tough conifers and cycads. A different group of sauropods is already in the water. These are built differently. Longer necks, smaller bodies. They're feeding in deeper water where the plants grow more sparsely, but the competition is less intense. The Jurassic has produced multiple solutions to the sauropod lifestyle, and many of them are thriving side by side. Different species, different strategies, all taking advantage of the abundance that the wetter Jurassic climate provides. Movement in the trees catches your attention. A small theropod watches the sauropods from a branch about 15 feet up. It's built for climbing. The feet have curved claws perfect for gripping bark. The tail provides balance. The arms are longer than you'd expect, almost reaching the length that will eventually produce wings. This is Archaeopteryx territory. The earliest birds or the latest feathered dinosaurs, depending on how you want to define the terms. The creature on the branch has feathers. You can see them clearly in the morning light. Not flight feathers, not yet. These are more like insulation, display structures, the kind of feathers that help regulate temperature and attract mates. The colours are subtle, browns and greys with hints of iridescence on the neck. Nothing too flashy. Camouflage still matters when you're small and edible. The animal spreads its wings and glides from one branch to another. Not flying, not quite. The wings provide lift, but there's no flapping. No powered flight, just controlled falling with style. The landing is clumsy. A scramble to grab the new branch and stabilise. But the creature made it across a gap that would have stopped a purely terrestrial animal. Evolution is feeling its way toward Flight 1 adaptation at a time. You walk along the shoreline and the evidence of Jurassic abundance spreads in every direction. Insects pollinate cycads, even though flowering plants haven't evolved yet. The relationship is less specific than what will come later. The insects visit for food and accidentally move pollen around. It works well enough. Fish jump to catch the insects that skim too close to the water. The surface of the lake erupts in small splashes as fish time their jumps to intercept flying prey. Pterosaurs wheel overhead on wings made of skin stretched between elongated finger bones. They're fishing, diving from 20 feet up to snatch prey just beneath the surface. The technique requires precision. Too high and you miss. Too low and you crash. These creatures have the timing down to an art. They fold their wings at the last second and hit the water beak first. The head disappears. The body follows for just an instant. Then they're airborne again with a fish struggling in their jaws. A turtle hauls itself onto a rock to bask in the morning sun. The shell shows concentric growth rings. This individual is old, maybe 30 or 40 years. Turtles have figured out their basic design and locked it in. They looked essentially like this 70 million years ago in the Triassic, and they'll look essentially like this 70 million years in the future when the Jurassic gives way to the Cretaceous. Some designs work so well that evolution sees no reason to tinker. The turtle's eyes watch you without concern. You're too large to be food and not displaying any behaviour that reads as threatening. The turtle settles into its basking position and closes its eyes. The shell will absorb solar radiation and warm the blood flowing through vessels just beneath the surface. Temperature regulation through behaviour. Simple and effective. The vegetation around the lake supports herbivores of every size. Small ornithopods pick at low-growing ferns. They move in groups of 5 or 6 individuals, alert, nervous, constantly checking for threats. Their size makes them vulnerable. Any number of predators would happily eat an ornithopod. The only defense is vigilance and speed. Stegosaurs waddle along the shore on 4 legs. Their back plates catch sunlight and likely help regulate body temperature. The plates are arranged in an alternating pattern. 2 rows running down the back from neck to tail. The plates are too thin for defense. A predator's teeth would go right through them, but as radiators they make perfect sense. Blood vessels run through the plates. Air flowing over the surface carries heat away. The whole system acts like a living thermostat. The stegosaurs are feeding on low vegetation. Ferns mostly. The small head dips down. The beak crops the fronds. The weak jaws do minimal processing. The stomach will do most of the work. Like the sauropods, stegosaurs have adopted a swallow now digest later strategy. A predator walks along the far shore, an Allosaurus, the apex hunter of the late Jurassic. It moves with the confident stride of an animal that has no natural enemies once it reaches adult size. The other animals notice its presence but don't panic. Distance creates safety. As long as the Allosaurus stays on the far shore, it's just another part of the landscape. The predator is maybe 25 feet long, built for power rather than speed. The skull is massive, reinforced for the stresses of biting through bone and muscle. The teeth are blade-like, serrated front and back, designed for slicing rather than crushing. The whole package is an efficient killing machine honed by millions of years of evolution. The Allosaurus is full, you can tell from its gait. A well-fed predator moves differently than a hungry one. The desperation is missing. The constant scanning for opportunities is less intense. This particular individual probably made a kill within the last day or two. It's walking to water to drink, not hunting. Just maintaining the basic biological needs that apply to every living thing. You spend the day watching the lake ecosystem operate. Schools of fish spawn in the shallows. The water churns with their movement. Thousands of individuals all responding to the same environmental cues, the same hormonal signals. The eggs will settle on the bottom and the survivors will hatch in a few weeks. Most will be eaten. A few will grow to adulthood and repeat the cycle. Crocodilians that are closer to modern crocodiles than anything you saw in the Triassic patrol the deeper water. Their eyes and nostrils break the surface. The rest of the body remains hidden. The technique is ancient and effective. Prey can't see the threat until it's too late. These crocodilians are essentially modern in design. Evolution found a workable crocodile plan in the Triassic and has been making only minor adjustments ever since. Small mammals emerge at dusk to drink. They approach the water with extreme caution. Every sense alert. The ears swivel to catch sounds. The nose tests the air. The eyes scan for movement. The whole process takes several minutes before the first mammal actually drinks. Then it's quick laps of water followed by immediate retreat. Nighttime is safer for mammals, but no time is truly safe. The nighttime predators start their shifts as the sun sets. Owls that are not quite owls launch from perches to hunt. The wings make almost no sound. The flight is silent in a way that modern owls have perfected. These Jurassic versions are getting close. The facial disc that funnels sound to the ears is already well developed. The asymmetrical ear openings that allow precise location of prey are already in place. The Jurassic Earth runs slightly cooler than the Triassic, but still warmer than modern times. The breakup of Pangaea has changed ocean currents. Water that was once trapped in the interior of a supercontinent now flows in new patterns, distributing heat differently. The climate zones have started to resemble what will eventually become familiar. Tropical belts near the equator, temperate zones at mid-latitudes, even the beginnings of seasonal variation at higher latitudes. You climb a hill as the sun sets and look out over the landscape. Forest stretches to every horizon. The canopy forms an unbroken carpet of green. Lakes and rivers glint in the fading light like jewels scattered across fabric. The sheer amount of green is overwhelming after the Triassic reds and browns. The Jurassic has unlocked abundance through moisture, and every ecological niche has filled with something trying to make a living. The sunset paints the clouds in shades of orange and pink and purple. The colours reflect off the lake surface. The whole world glows with the soft light of ending day. You sit on your hilltop and watch darkness claim the landscape bit by bit. Shadows spread from the east. Stars appear in the darkening sky. The Milky Way becomes visible as a band of light stretching overhead. The same stars that shine on the Jurassic shine on every era. Constant witnesses to the changing world below. The world shifts again. You're standing in a meadow that should not exist. The ground is covered in grass-like plants, and the air carries the scent of flowers. Not the overwhelming perfume of a modern flower garden, something subtler, green and sweet and completely new. The Cretaceous period has arrived, and with it has come the angiosperm revolution. Flowering plants have evolved, and they're changing everything about how ecosystems function. The flowers themselves are small, modest, nothing like the elaborate blooms that will evolve later. These are the pioneers, simple structures with a few petals and basic reproductive organs, but they represent a breakthrough in plant reproduction that will reshape the terrestrial world. Instead of relying on wind to distribute pollen to other plants of the same species, these plants have partnered with insects. The flowers produce nectar. The insects visit for the food and inadvertently carry pollen from plant to plant. It's a more efficient system than anything that came before. Bees move between the flowers with single-minded focus. These are not modern honeybees. Those won't evolve for millions of years. These are the early pioneers, wasps that have started specializing in pollen and nectar instead of hunting other insects. They're covered in fine hairs that pollen sticks to. Evolution will eventually transform their descendants into the dedicated pollinators that modern ecosystems depend on. But even these primitive versions are changing the rules of how plants reproduce. The meadow sits in a landscape that has continued to fragment. Pangaea is fully broken now. The continents are recognizable if you know what to look for. North America has separated from Europe. The Atlantic Ocean is young but growing wider every year. South America has split from Africa. Antarctica and Australia are still connected, but the crack between them is widening. The changing geography has created new ocean currents and new weather patterns that affect every part of the globe. You walk through the meadow and notice the diversity of plant species. In the Triassic and Jurassic, conifers and ferns dominated, with relatively few species creating vast monocultures. The same types of trees would stretch for hundreds of miles. Here in the Cretaceous, dozens of different flowering plants share space within a single acre. Each one has found a slightly different strategy. Some bloom early in the season, some bloom late. Some attract beetles with their scent. Some attract flies with colours that mimic rotting meat. The specialisation has exploded into a riot of variation. The colours range from white to yellow to pink to deep red. The shapes vary from simple cups to complex tubes. Each flower represents a solution to the problem of reproduction. Each one is an experiment in attracting the right pollinator while excluding the wrong ones. Evolution is trying everything at once. A duck-billed dinosaur appears at the edge of the meadow, a hadrosaur. These creatures have developed specialised teeth and jaw mechanisms that allow them to process the tough flowering plants more efficiently than earlier herbivores. The hadrosaur's teeth are arranged in batteries, multiple rows that work together like a self-sharpening grinding surface. Old teeth fall out, new teeth grow in from below. The system can handle the abrasive vegetation that includes early grasses and the tough stems of flowering plants. The hadrosaur's duck bill is perfect for cropping vegetation close to the ground. The beak has no teeth, just a hard edge for cutting through stems. The teeth sit further back in the jaw where they can grind the harvested material into something digestible. The whole system represents a significant advance over the simple peg teeth of earlier herbivores. The hadrosaur is not alone. A group of perhaps 20 individuals emerges from the tree line. They spread across the meadow and begin feeding. The social organisation is complex. The largest adults position themselves on the edges of the group. The juveniles stay in the middle. Everyone maintains awareness of everyone else through a combination of visual signals and vocalizations, low grunts and honks that carry across the open space, and predators are watching. You spot the tyrannosaur before the hadrosaurs do. It's positioned in the shadows at the far end of the meadow, not moving, just observing. This is a younger Tyrannosaurus rex, not fully grown yet, maybe 12 feet tall at the shoulder instead of the 15 or 16 it will reach at full size, but already a formidable hunter. The jaws can generate thousands of pounds of bite force. The teeth are thick and conical, designed for crushing bone rather than slicing flesh. This predator kills by simply biting hard enough to end resistance. The Tyrannosaur's brain is working through problems that evolution has been refining for millions of years. The hadrosaur herd is alert. They're in open ground where they can see threats coming from any direction. The adult hadrosaurs each weigh several tons and can deliver devastating kicks with their powerful hind legs. Those legs aren't just for running, they're weapons. A frontal assault on a healthy adult would be risky even for a full-grown rex. The hadrosaur could break bones, shatter a jaw, end a predator's ability to hunt and therefore its life. But the herd includes younger animals, and older animals, and at least one individual that's limping slightly. The Tyrannosaur's eyes track that one. The mathematics of predation are always about finding the weakest link. The individual that can't run as fast or fight as hard. The one where the risk-reward calculation tilts towards success. The attack, when it comes, happens with shocking speed. The Tyrannosaur covers 50 yards in seconds. The acceleration defies expectations for an animal that weighs several tons. The massive legs drive forward with mechanical efficiency. The tail provides balance. The body stays low. The whole package is built for closing distance before prey can react. The herd scatters. The injured hadrosaur tries to run, but the limp slows it down just enough. The Tyrannosaur's jaws close around the hadrosaur's neck and the physics of the situation take over. Several tons of predator driving forward with momentum. Teeth designed to grip and crush. A prey animal already compromised by injury. The struggle is brief. The outcome was never in doubt once the chase began. You turn away again. The Cretaceous operates on the same fundamental principles as the Triassic and Jurassic. Energy flows from plants to herbivores to carnivores. Nutrients cycle through living systems and return to the soil. Death feeds life. Everything else is detail. The landscape around you showcases the peak of dinosaur diversity. The Cretaceous is the final chapter of the Mesozoic era, and evolution has had 150 million years to experiment with the dinosaur body plan. The results are everywhere you look. Armored ankylosaurs with clubs on their tails, horned ceratopsians with frills and horns for display and combat, crested hadrosaurs with elaborate nasal passages that amplify calls, massive sauropods that make the Jurassic giants look modest by comparison, predators ranging from human-sized raptors to the largest terrestrial carnivores that have ever lived. You walk into a forest that mixes the old and the new. Ancient conifers still grow here. Massive tree ferns still create middle canopies, but now they share space with early oaks and magnolias and plants that won't fully diversify until after the dinosaurs disappear. The flowering plants have not replaced the older groups, they've joined them. The diversity has added another layer to ecosystems that were already complex. The forest floor shows evidence of decay happening faster than in earlier periods. Fungi have diversified along with the flowering plants. The partnership between fungi and plant roots has become more sophisticated. The whole decomposition process has accelerated. Dead wood returns to soil in decades rather than centuries. The nutrient cycle spins faster. A small mammal watches you from the safety of a tree hollow. It's about the size of a modern squirrel. The fur is dense and dark. The eyes are large. These creatures have survived in the shadows throughout the entire Mesozoic. They've developed specialized features that make them distinctly mammalian. True fur that provides insulation. Precise temperature regulation that allows activity regardless of external conditions. Live birth instead of eggs. Milk production to feed the young. But they've remained small because the dinosaurs dominate all the large animal niches so completely that mammals haven't found room to expand. The mammal in the tree is nocturnal. You can tell from the large eyes adapted for low light. It sleeps during the day when dinosaurs are most active. It emerges at night to hunt insects and eat seeds and fruits and avoid the creatures that would happily eat it. The strategy has worked for 100 million years. It will work for another 60 million more. And then, when the dinosaurs disappear, these small survivors will inherit the Earth and diversify into everything from shrews to whales. The atmosphere itself deserves attention. You find yourself on a hilltop where the view extends for miles in every direction. The sun hangs in a sky that looks bluer than you remember. The oxygen content of the air runs about 21%, essentially identical to modern levels. But the carbon dioxide sits higher, around 2,000 parts per million compared to the 400 you're used to in your time. The difference traps more heat in the lower atmosphere, keeps the poles ice-free, drives weather patterns that deliver rain to regions that will be deserts 66 million years in the future. You take a deep breath and notice nothing unusual. Your lungs process the air just fine. The extra carbon dioxide isn't concentrated enough to cause problems. Humans who evolve much later will breathe air very similar to this during certain warm periods. The Mesozoic atmosphere is not alien, just tuned differently than what you're accustomed to. The temperature at this latitude averages about 85 degrees Fahrenheit, warm but not unbearable. The humidity makes it feel slightly warmer. You're standing at roughly 40 degrees north. In your time, this latitude corresponds to New York or Madrid. In the Cretaceous, it feels more like modern-day Georgia or northern Florida. The climate zones have compressed toward the equator. The habitable band has widened toward the poles. The sky shows clouds building on the horizon, towering cumulus formations that rise thousands of feet into the afternoon heat. The Cretaceous weather runs active. The warm ocean temperatures pump moisture into the atmosphere through evaporation. The lack of ice caps means more water is available for the hydrological cycle. Rain falls frequently in most regions. Droughts happen, but they're shorter and less severe than what will come when the climate cools in later eras. The clouds tower into the afternoon sky and you know a storm is coming. The air has that electric quality that precedes convective activity. The birds and pterosaurs have already fled to shelter. The larger animals are moving toward protected areas. Cretaceous storms can be impressive. The atmospheric energy available for convection exceeds modern levels. The temperature differentials between different air masses create conditions that modern meteorologists would find both fascinating and concerning. The first drops fall within minutes. Large, warm drops that quickly intensify into a steady downpour. The rain arrives in sheets that reduce visibility to a few dozen feet. You find shelter under an overhang and watch the rain transform the landscape. Small streams form almost immediately. Water that fell as rain only seconds ago is already flowing downhill toward larger drainages. The vegetation bends under the weight of water. Ferns flatten, tree branches droop. The sound creates a roar that makes conversation impossible if there were anyone to talk to. Lightning strikes a tree about a mile away. The flash illuminates the landscape in stark white light. The thunder arrives almost simultaneously, a crack so loud you feel it in your chest. The tree explodes in a shower of sparks and flaming debris. Fire has always been part of the equation. Lightning ignites dry vegetation during the dry seasons. Wind spreads the flames. Rain eventually extinguishes them. The cycle repeats endlessly across millions of years. Some plants have evolved to depend on fire for seed germination. The heat cracks open protective coatings. The ash enriches the soil. New growth emerges from the destruction. The ecosystem has incorporated disaster into its operating system. The storm passes as quickly as it arrived. The clouds move on, driven by high-altitude winds. The sun returns and illuminates a landscape that drips and steams. Water droplets cling to every surface. The temperature drops slightly as evaporation pulls heat from the air. Within an hour, the only evidence of the storm is the wetness, and the destroyed tree still smoking in the distance. You climb down from the hilltop and walk through forest that drips and steams in the post-storm humidity. The air feels thick enough to swim through. You can almost see the moisture hanging between the trees. This is what the Mesozoic gives you in exchange for the stable climate, humidity, lots of it. The dry days of the Triassic interior are a distant memory. The Cretaceous runs wet in most areas. The fragmenting continents have created more coastline. The ocean influences weather patterns across wider areas. A rainbow forms in the mist. The physics of light refraction haven't changed in 200 million years. Water droplets still split white light into its component wavelengths through internal reflection and dispersion. The colours still arrange themselves in the same order. Red on the outside where the light is refracted at the smallest angle. Violet on the inside where the angle is steepest. The beauty transcends era. Some phenomena remain constant regardless of when you observe them. You find a clearing where the sun has broken through the clouds and sit on a rock that's already starting to dry. The warmth feels good after the chill of the rain. Steam rises from your clothes, from the rock beneath you, from the vegetation all around. The whole forest is breathing water vapor back into the air. The hydrological cycle in action. Evaporation feeding condensation, feeding precipitation, feeding evaporation. The engine that drives weather and climate and the distribution of life across the planet. You close your eyes and listen to the forest return to its normal rhythms. Insects resume their buzzing. The sound builds gradually as individuals emerge from shelter and test the air. Birds that are not quite birds resume their calls from protected perches. The larger animals that sought shelter during the storm emerge and continue whatever they were doing before the interruption. A hadrosaur honks in the distance. The sound carries across the wet landscape. Another hadrosaur answers from a different direction. Communication, coordination. The social glue that helps herd animals survive. The day length is slightly shorter than you're used to. About 23 hours instead of 24. The Earth spins faster in the Mesozoic. The Moon is closer by about 20,000 miles. The tides are stronger because gravitational force increases with proximity. The coastal ecosystems experience more dramatic tidal swings. More energy moving in and out twice a day. More opportunities for organisms that can exploit the intertidal zone. These are small differences that you wouldn't notice without instruments. The day doesn't feel shorter. The tides don't look dramatically different unless you know what to compare them to, but they're real. The planet itself operates on parameters that have been slowly changing for billions of years and will continue changing for billions more. The Mesozoic Earth is a slightly different machine than the Earth you know, but it's the same planet. The same ball of rock and metal and water spinning through the same solar system. The patterns of life in the Mesozoic follow rules that transcend any particular period. You watch the sun rise over a coastal plain where hadrosaurs are already active. They've spent the night in a defensive group, arranged in a circle with the juveniles in the centre and the adults facing outward. The formation provides protection against nocturnal predators. Now, as dawn breaks, they spread out to feed. The adults position themselves between the juveniles and the tree line where threats might emerge. The system has no commander, no central authority making decisions, just individuals following instincts that evolution has refined through countless generations of selection pressure. The morning feeding session lasts about 3 hours. The hadrosaurs crop vegetation methodically. They're converting plant matter into body mass at a rate that seems impossible, until you remember they're doing this for 10 or 12 hours every day. A full-grown hadrosaur eats hundreds of pounds of vegetation daily. The math only works because the Cretaceous provides an abundance of fast-growing flowering plants and ferns. The hadrosaurs are ecosystem engineers. Their feeding opens up areas that allow different plants to colonize. Their dung fertilizes the soil and distributes seeds. They shape the landscape simply by existing in it. Midday brings heat that sends most of the large animals to shade. The hadrosaurs find a grove of trees near a stream. They settle into positions that allow air circulation. Some lie down with their legs folded beneath them. Others stand with their eyes half closed. It's not quite sleep. More like a state of reduced alertness, conserving energy during the hottest part of the day. The strategy works for animals that are too large to hide from the sun. Smaller animals take over the midday shift. Lizards that are actually lizards bask on rocks to raise their body temperature to optimal levels. They're already warm from the ambient heat, but basking gives them an edge. A few extra degrees of body temperature means faster reflexes, better digestion, more efficient metabolism. Insects become more active in the heat. Cicadas that are recognizably related to modern species begin their buzzing chorus. The sound builds until it's almost deafening. Then it stops abruptly. Then it starts again. The rhythm continues throughout the hottest hours. A snake that's recognizably a snake hunts the lizards with patient stalking. Snakes evolved during the Cretaceous from lizards that lost their legs. They figured out the legless lifestyle and committed to it completely. The flexible spine allows sidewinding locomotion. The elastic jaws allow swallowing prey whole. The whole package is surprisingly effective. Snakes have diversified into dozens of species. Some hunt on the ground, some climb trees, some have started exploring aquatic environments. Evolution is having a snake moment. You follow the stream and find a pool where water has collected in a depression left by an old tree stump. The pool hosts an entire miniature ecosystem. Aquatic insects skim the surface on legs that use surface tension for support. Small fish patrol the shallows looking for food particles. A turtle basks on a log that extends into the water. The shell shows growth rings and battle scars. This individual has survived for decades in an environment where most animals don't make it past their first year. The turtle can drop into the pool and disappear in an instant if threats emerge. But right now the threat level is low. The turtle's eyes are closed. The neck is extended. Maximum surface area exposed to the warming sun. Reptile thermoregulation through behaviour. Simple and effective and unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. The afternoon brings a shift in wind direction. Air from the ocean pushes inland, carrying moisture and the smell of salt. The temperature moderates by a few degrees. The animals emerge from their midday shelters and resume activity. The hadrosaurs return to feeding. Predators that have been resting in shade start hunting. The daily rhythm continues. You climb a coastal bluff and look out over the ocean. The water extends to a horizon that curves slightly more than you remember. The Earth is still the same size it will be in your era, but the lack of familiar landmarks makes the curvature more apparent. Islands dot the near distance. Some are volcanic. Plumes of smoke rise from active vents. The Cretaceous Earth is geologically active. Continents are still moving. New ocean floor is spreading along mid-ocean ridges. Subduction zones are consuming old crust and melting it back into the mantle. Pterosaurs patrol the air currents that rise where wind meets the cliff face. A pterosaur the size of a small airplane glides past at eye level. Quetzalcoatlus, the largest flying animal that has ever lived or ever will live. Its wingspan measures nearly 40 feet. The wings are made of muscle and blood vessels and skin stretched between bones that are hollow and lighter than they look. The whole structure masses only about 500 pounds, engineering on the edge of what's physically possible given the constraints of biology and atmospheric density. The pterosaur isn't hunting. Not right now, it's riding thermals, using rising air to gain altitude without expending energy on flapping. The technique is the same one that modern vultures and eagles use. Physics doesn't care about era. Hot air rises when it's less dense than surrounding air. Animals with wings have been exploiting that fact for as long as wings have existed. The creature banks and turns, catching a different thermal. It spirals upward in lazy circles until it's just a speck against the clouds. Then it folds its wings slightly and glides off toward the interior, covering miles with each minute of flight, moving between feeding grounds with efficiency that ground-bound animals can only envy. Quetzalcoatlus feeds on fish and carrion. The long neck allows it to probe shallow water and pick through remains. The size protects it from most predators. The only real threats are other Quetzalcoatlus competing for territory. The sunset brings the usual shift in activity. Diurnal animals seek shelter, nocturnal animals emerge. The transition period creates a window when both groups are active simultaneously. You watch from your vantage point on the bluff as the changing of the guard plays out across the landscape below. The hadrosaur herd moves toward a sheltered area between rock outcrops. They'll spend the night there in their defensive circle, watching, waiting, ready to respond to threats. A pack of small theropods returns to a communal roosting site. They settle into positions on tree branches that allow them to watch for nighttime predators. Some of them tuck their heads under their arms, in a posture that birds will eventually inherit directly. The connection between dinosaurs and birds is obvious when you watch them sleep. The behaviour, the body plan, the feathers, all pointing toward the evolutionary relationship that will be proven millions of years in the future through fossil evidence and genetic analysis. Mammals emerge from burrows and tree hollows. They're cautious. Every movement is checked. Every sound is evaluated. The night offers safety from diurnal predators, but introduces new threats. Owls that are not quite owls hunt from perches with silent flight. Snakes hunt from ambush positions using heat-sensing pits to locate warm-blooded prey. The night shift has its own roster of dangers. The stars come out in unfamiliar patterns. The Milky Way stretches across the sky in a band of light that's brighter than anything you've seen in your light-polluted modern era. No cities, no industry, no atmospheric haze. Just stars and the occasional meteor burning up in the upper atmosphere. The same stars that the dinosaurs see every night. The same stars that will shine long after the dinosaurs are gone. You find shelter in a cave that shows evidence of previous occupants. Bones litter the floor. Some are fresh enough to still smell of decay. Others have been here for years and are beginning to fossilize. The cave provides protection, but it's not permanent safety. Animals that use caves can always return. You position yourself near the entrance where you can see approaching threats and have an escape route. The night sounds create a symphony that's both familiar and alien. Insects dominate the audio landscape. Their clicks and buzzes and chirps fill the air with white noise that makes it difficult to pick out individual sounds. The temperature drops slightly as the land releases its stored heat. The cooling air sinks into valleys. The resulting air movement creates breezes that rustle vegetation. Occasionally something larger moves through the underbrush. The sound of branches breaking, leaves rustling, then silence as whatever it was moves on or settles for the night. Occasionally something howls or roars in the distance. The night has a voice in every era, predators announcing territory, prey animals warning others of danger. The vocalizations echo across the landscape and fade into the background noise. You lie back and watch the stars wheel overhead. The earth continues its rotation, the night continues its ancient rhythms. And somewhere far in the future, people will stand on this same spot and never know what once walked here. You stand on a beach that will, in 66 million years, become the Yucatan Peninsula. The date is precise. You know it because you can see the object in the sky. A point of light that grows brighter each night. An asteroid roughly 6 miles across on a collision course with Earth. The mathematics have been inevitable for years. Orbital mechanics don't allow for last-minute miracles. The object is too large and moving too fast for gravity to deflect it into a safer trajectory. The impact is coming. Nothing can stop it. The dinosaurs don't know. They can't know. The hadrosaurs continue to feed in the coastal meadows. The tyrannosaurs continue to hunt. The pterosaurs continue to fish. The sauropods continue to browse. The entire Mesozoic ecosystem operates exactly as it has for millions of years because nothing in their evolutionary experience has prepared them for what's about to happen. There are no instincts for avoiding planet-killing impacts. No behaviours that protect against global catastrophes. Just the usual routines of feeding and breeding and avoiding predators. You've seen the calculations. You know what comes next. The asteroid will strike with the energy of billions of nuclear weapons released simultaneously. The impact will vaporize rock and throw it into the atmosphere. The debris will circle the globe on high-altitude winds. Particles will rain down as molten glass. Forests will ignite spontaneously from the heat. The sky will darken as dust and smoke block the sun. Photosynthesis will stop. The food chain will collapse from the bottom up. Plants will die. Herbivores will starve. Carnivores will starve. The oceans will acidify. The climate will swing wildly between extremes. And when the dust finally settles years later, the world will be unrecognizable. But that's tomorrow. Today, the Cretaceous world continues in ignorance. You walk along the beach and find evidence of the richness that the Mesozoic has achieved. Shell beds reveal dozens of species of mollusks. Each one has found a slightly different way to make a living in the shallow waters. Each one represents millions of years of evolution solving problems of predation and competition and reproduction. Clams that burrow, snails that graze, oysters that filter. The diversity is stunning when you stop to count species. A sea turtle hauls itself onto the sand. It's come to lay eggs. The process is ancient. Reptiles have been using this strategy for hundreds of millions of years. The turtle digs with mechanical precision. The flippers scoop sand in steady rhythm. The hole reaches the right depth through some combination of instinct and muscle memory. The eggs drop into place one by one, leathery shells that will protect the developing embryos. The sand covers them. The turtle returns to the ocean without looking back. In 60 days, hatchlings will emerge and scramble for the water, unless the world ends before then. The sun sets on the last normal day in the Mesozoic era. The sky holds that characteristic blue-green tint that comes from atmospheric conditions that will never exist again after tomorrow. The temperature is perfect. The ocean is calm. Small waves lap at the shore with the steady rhythm that has soothed countless generations of animals. The world has reached a peak of diversity and complexity that represents the culmination of 186 million years of dinosaur evolution. You find a place to sit and watch the stars emerge. The asteroid is visible now, even in daylight, if you know where to look. By tomorrow, it will dominate the sky. By the day after tomorrow, everything will have changed forever. The night brings the usual sounds, the usual patterns. Nothing in nature suggests the catastrophe that's coming. The animals go about their business. The tides continue their eternal rhythm. The Earth spins through space exactly as it has for billions of years. The moon rises over the ocean, larger than you remember, closer. The light it reflects from the sun illuminates the beach in silver tones. You think about what will survive. The small mammals hiding in burrows. Some of the birds descended from feathered dinosaurs. The crocodilians that can survive long periods without food. The turtles protected by their shells and their ability to brumate. The fish in deep water away from the surface chaos. The insects with their rapid reproductive cycles and vast populations. The plants that can regrow from seeds or roots buried safely underground. Life will continue. It always does. But it will be different life in a different world operating under different rules. The asteroid strikes just after dawn. You're far enough away to survive the initial impact, but close enough to witness the moment when everything changes. The flash is brighter than the sun, brighter than anything you've ever seen. The light sears across the landscape and turns night into day and then into something beyond day. The ground shakes hard enough to knock you down. The earthquake will measure 9.0 on a scale that won't be invented for millions of years. A wall of wind arrives seconds later, travelling at hundreds of miles per hour. Trees snap. Rocks tumble. The ocean pulls back from the shore as the water is displaced by the shockwave. Then the sound arrives. A roar that seems to come from the earth itself. The sound of apocalypse. The sky darkens almost immediately as debris climbs into the atmosphere on columns of superheated air. The temperature drops as the sun is blocked. Night returns, even though the sun is up. The air fills with particles that glow red as they fall back to Earth. Molten glass rain. The forest ignites wherever the particles land on dry vegetation. Fires spread with terrifying speed. The dinosaurs that survived the initial blast face a world that has become instantly hostile. The hadrosaurs that were feeding in the meadow are running in panic. But running where? The danger is everywhere. The plant eaters have nothing to eat as vegetation burns or is buried under ash. The meat eaters watch their prey die and know their own time is limited. The flying animals find air so full of ash that breathing becomes difficult. The marine animals face oceans choked with debris and dying from lack of sunlight. The die-off takes months to complete. Some individuals hang on longer than others. The largest animals die first. Their massive food requirements become impossible to meet when plant growth stops. Sauropods starve within weeks. Tyrannosaurs last longer feeding on carrion, but eventually the carrion runs out. The smaller animals last longest. Some of them long enough to see the sky begin to clear after years of darkness. But by then, the damage is done. Ecosystems have collapsed. Food chains have broken. The Mesozoic is over. You watch from a distance as the Mesozoic era ends not with a whimper, but with a bang heard around the world. The age of dinosaurs is over. The age of mammals is about to begin. But that's a different story for a different night. The legacy of the Mesozoic will last forever. The oil you burn in your time comes from Mesozoic organisms compressed and heated over millions of years. The coal that powers your electrical grid formed from Mesozoic forests buried under sediment. The limestone that builds your cities started as Mesozoic shells and skeletons accumulated on ocean floors. The chickens in your backyard carry Mesozoic genes passed down through an unbroken line of descent from small feathered theropods. The blueprints for feathers and flight and all the complex mechanisms of bird biology trace directly back to the dinosaurs that didn't quite go extinct. The Mesozoic world was real. The creatures were real. The landscapes were real. They existed for 186 million years, 3 times longer than mammals have dominated the Earth, 10,000 times longer than humans have been using agriculture, long enough to make the entire human experience seem like a footnote in a very long book, long enough to prove that evolution can create wonders that surpass anything in fiction or fantasy. And now, my tired dumplings, you've walked through that world and seen it with your own eyes. You've breathed the air and felt the ground shake under sauropod footsteps. You've watched the food chain operate according to rules that transcend time and era. You've witnessed the end of an age and the beginning of the world that would eventually produce you. The Mesozoic is gone, but its echo remains in every bird that flies overhead, in every crocodile basking on a riverbank, in every turtle that hauls itself onto a beach to lay eggs, using a strategy that predates the dinosaurs and outlasted them. The past is not past. It's written into the present in ways both obvious and subtle, in the fossils that children dig up in their backyards, in the shape of continents that still show where they once connected, in the DNA of every living thing. So next time you see a bird, remember where it came from. Remember the theropods that figured out feathers and gliding and eventually powered flight. Remember the ecosystems that supported them for so long that 100 million years was just the middle act. Remember that you're living on a planet that has reinvented itself multiple times, and will do so again long after humans have added their own chapter to the story. Sleep well. Dream of ancient forests and animals that don't exist anymore except in the fossil record and your imagination, and the occasional nightmare. The Mesozoic was real, and for the last hour you got to visit. If you want more stories like this about times and places that seem impossible but actually happened, consider subscribing to the channel. The thumbs up button helps other tired history lovers find these stories when they need something to fall asleep to. And I'll see you in the next one whenever your brain needs another journey to somewhere that doesn't exist anymore but definitely did once. You are somewhere above Vinci tonight. The town itself is small, pressed into the folds of a Tuscan hillside the way a smooth stone settles into a palm. Below it, the Arno Valley spreads in long horizontal bands of colour, pale gold in the morning, deep amber by late afternoon. The air carries the scent of rosemary and wild thyme, and when the wind comes in from the south, it brings a thin mineral trace of distant rain. This is where Leonardo was born, on the 15th of April 1452. The birth was not celebrated in the way most families might celebrate such an occasion. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a successful notary travelling between Florence and the surrounding towns on legal business. His mother, a young woman named Caterina, was not Piero's wife. She was a local girl, and the child born between them was illegitimate, which in the 15th century meant a life of carefully navigated doors. Some would open, many would not. Piero married someone else the same year Leonardo was born. Caterina also married, a local man, and moved on to build her own household nearby. The infant Leonardo was taken in by his paternal grandfather, Antonio da Vinci, and his grandmother Lucia. They raised him in the family home at Anciano, a hamlet perched just above Vinci, where the air was cooler and the views stretched far enough to make a child feel the world was enormous. And for Leonardo, the world was exactly that. Grandfather Antonio was a quiet man who kept meticulous notes in the family ledgers, recording the names of nephews and nieces and the dates of harvests with equal patience. The household was calm and moderately comfortable. There was no formal school nearby, so Leonardo's early education was informal, shaped more by the surrounding landscape than by any classroom. He spent long hours outside. You can picture him on the hillside, a thin-limbed boy crouching beside a stream to watch the way water broke around a stone. Not playing in the water, but studying it with a steadiness that would have made most adults mildly uncomfortable. He noticed how the current split at the upstream edge of the stone and came back together on the other side, leaving a brief oval of calmer water in between. He noticed that the pattern shifted depending on the depth and the speed of the current. He filed all of this away. He also noticed insects. He watched a dragonfly land on a reed and hold completely still for what must have been several minutes. He observed that its four wings did not all move together, but in slight alternating pairs, giving its hover a paradoxical quality of stillness despite how rapidly the wings were beating. He could not have explained the mechanics of this at age 7. But he noticed it, and noticing things was, for Leonardo, the beginning of absolutely everything. The Tuscan countryside in the mid-15th century was not a protected wilderness. It was a working landscape of terraced vineyards, mulberry trees grown for silk production, wheat fields threaded with irrigation channels, and patches of older forest on the steeper slopes where nobody had yet managed to plant anything useful. Within that ordinary pastoral world there was extraordinary complexity. Birds of many species, wildflowers in a dozen rotating waves across spring and summer, lizards with iridescent blue tails, fossils pressed into limestone exposed along the hillside where the path to the upper fields had been cut through. Leonardo noticed all of it. He was left-handed in an era when this was considered at minimum peculiar, and by some a faint sign of misalignment with the natural order of things. He was never broken of it, which suggests that his grandfather and uncle were more patient than average, or possibly just too charmed by the boy to bother with correction. His left-handedness would later become integral to his way of writing. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. What is worth pausing on while we are still in this hillside childhood is the particular quality of freedom it contained. Most boys of Leonardo's circumstances in the 1560s were either already apprenticed in a trade or enrolled in a religious school learning Latin grammar by rote repetition. Leonardo seems to have had neither constraint during his early years. He had the hills, the weather, the stream, and whatever adults were willing to answer his questions before they ran out of patience. The family's modest prosperity meant he did not need to be productive yet, and his grandfather, Antonio, a quiet man who seemed to find his unusual grandson more interesting than troubling, let him roam. The seasons in Tuscany had a reliable sequence that Leonardo would have internalized in the way you internalize the rhythms of any place you grow up in. The late spring brought a particular amber afternoon light that fell at a low angle across the hill and turned the dust on the path to a warm orange. The summer was dry and long, the sky a hard, uninterrupted blue. The autumn brought rain in long grey sheets that sometimes lasted for days, during which Leonardo presumably stayed indoors and drew, on whatever surfaces were available, the things he'd been observing outdoors. By the time he was 12 or 13, drawings were beginning to circulate in the local community. People in the village knew that Antonio's grandson drew things with an accuracy that went beyond what a child should be able to do. There are no surviving works from this period with any certainty, but Vasari's account describes visitors to the household being shown drawings and expressing something stronger than polite admiration. Whether this is embellishment or memory, it establishes the consistent pattern that Leonardo's gift was visible early, recognized locally, and treated as something that deserved a larger stage than a Tuscan hillside. By the time Leonardo was around 10 or 11, the family situation had shifted. His father, Piero, had buried his first wife and married again, this time a woman named Albira. There were no surviving children from that marriage, and Piero brought his illegitimate son to live with him in Florence for a period. The city was a revelation. Florence in the 1460s was in the full heat of what later historians would call the Renaissance, though no one living through it used that word. What they experienced was simply the sense that the world had become newly interesting, that old questions about beauty and proportion and the nature of the human body were worth asking again with fresh tools and fresh eyes. Artists and craftsmen in Florence were not separated from scientists and engineers the way they would come to be in later centuries. A man who made altarpieces also designed fortifications. A sculptor might spend 3 weeks dissecting cadavers to understand how the muscles of the arm connected to the shoulder. A goldsmith could produce a detailed diagram of a newly invented lifting device and have it reviewed informally, over dinner, by a poet and a mathematician. Leonardo arrived in this city with his observational habits already forming, his left hand accustomed to making marks on paper, and a quality of attention that his later biographer Giorgio Vasari, writing in the 1550s, described with the breathless reverence usually reserved for saints or military commanders. Vasari is not always reliable. He was writing decades after Leonardo's death and had a tendency to improve a good story into a better one. But even when you trim away the embellishments, the underlying portrait is consistent. Here was a boy who could not walk past a thing without wanting to know how it worked. He was also, by most accounts, strikingly good-looking. This is worth noting not as vanity but as context. In the court culture of Renaissance Italy, personal appearance was a form of social capital. A man who moved gracefully, spoke well, and looked like he had been assembled with care had access to rooms that others did not. Leonardo would use this access his entire life. But as a child on the hillside above Vinci, all of that still lay ahead. For now there was only the stream, the dragonfly, the hillside turning amber as the light shifted, and a boy lying flat on his stomach in the grass, watching a beetle navigate a crack in a rock with the focused patience of someone who had nowhere else to be and nothing more important to do than understand exactly what was happening in front of him. That quality of attention was the first and most essential thing Leonardo da Vinci ever possessed. Everything else came later, in layers, like coats of varnish over something already solid. You are inside a workshop now, and the smell reaches you before your eyes have finished adjusting to the light. Linseed oil, ground mineral pigment, the faint sulphur edge of egg tempera, sawdust piled in the corner from a recent woodworking task. Near the back, a small charcoal brazier takes the edge off the morning chill, though it does not fully succeed. The year is somewhere around 1466, and you are standing in the studio of Andrea del Verrocchio on the south bank of the Arno in Florence. This is where Leonardo came at approximately 14 years of age to begin his formal apprenticeship. Verrocchio was not a minor figure. He was one of the most sought-after craftsmen in Florence, a man whose studio produced everything from bronze sculptures to painted altarpieces to elaborate decorations for civic festivals. He was also an extraordinarily capable teacher, not in the lecturing sense, but in the way that matters more, the kind who puts the right tool in your hand and then steps back and lets you discover why it belongs there. The apprentices in Verrocchio's shop started at the bottom. You spent your first weeks grinding pigments. This was not metaphorically tedious, it was actually tedious. You took a chunk of lapis lazuli, shipped at considerable expense from mines in what is now Afghanistan, and ground it against a stone surface with a muller until it became a powder fine enough to be suspended in oil or egg, without leaving visible grit in the final painting. You did this for hours. Your arms ached. The pigment lodged under your fingernails and stayed there until the following morning. Then you prepared gesso, the chalk and rabbit glue mixture used to prime wooden panels before any paint was applied. You mixed it in the correct proportions and applied it in thin layers, sanding each one smooth before the next. This process took days. Then you transferred the master's composition onto the primed surface. Then you mixed paint and waited for instructions about what to fill in first. Leonardo went through all of this. He was not exempt because he was talented. In Verrocchio's shop, everyone was talented. The bottega system selected for ability at the apprenticeship stage. What distinguished you was not raw gift, but the willingness to learn from the materials themselves, to understand why lapis lazuli behaved differently from lead white, why walnut oil dried more slowly than linseed, and why certain pigments destroyed each other when combined. Leonardo loved all of this. He was already drawing obsessively by the time he arrived. He covered the backs of available documents with sketches of hands, plants, and faces seen from unusual angles. The quality of his line at this early stage was notable for its certainty. He did not scratch at the paper or second guess. He drew the way a person speaks in their native language, without translating from a prior thought. Verrocchio noticed. The master began assigning him increasingly complex tasks. He was asked to work on drapery studies, producing careful drawings of cloth arranged over solid objects and lit from a single direction. This was the 15th century equivalent of learning to build something real as a foundation skill. It required understanding how light behaved on different surfaces, how fabric folded under gravity, and how shadow and highlight worked together to create the illusion of three-dimensional form on a flat panel. Leonardo exceeded every expectation set for him. He also began asking questions that went somewhat beyond the curriculum. Why did light diffuse at the edges of a shadow instead of cutting off sharply? What was the precise geometry of this diffusion? Could it be measured and reproduced consistently? He was asking these questions not rhetorically, but with genuine intent, filling small notebooks with diagrams and jottings, annotating each diagram in his mirror script, which ran from right to left across the page in a hand perfectly legible if you held it to a glass or simply trained yourself to read it. The mirror writing has attracted a great deal of speculation over the centuries. Was it a secret code? A way of protecting his ideas from rivals? A sign of some neurological quirk? The most practical explanation is probably the simplest. Leonardo was left-handed, and writing from right to left was more natural for a left hand. Writing from left to right in the conventional direction meant dragging your hand across fresh ink and smearing everything you had just written. Writing the other way solved this problem cleanly. It was also, one suspects, mildly amusing to him. Florence itself was educating him as much as the bottega was. The city had roughly 40,000 inhabitants and was, by the standards of the 15th century, cosmopolitan, wealthy, and thoroughly convinced of its own importance. The Medici family were at the height of their cultural patronage. Lorenzo de' Medici, who would come to be called the Magnificent, was in the process of transforming the city into the most significant artistic centre in Europe by the straightforward method of throwing money and social access at every talented person he could locate. Leonardo moved through this world with natural ease. He was tall, well-proportioned, and possessed of the kind of presence that made people glance back after he had passed. He sang well. He played the lira da braccio, a bowed string instrument popular in court settings. He improvised verse, which was considered a valuable accomplishment in a culture that prized wit and language as highly as painting. He received his official qualification as a master craftsman from the Florentine Painters Guild in around 1472. He was 20 years old, about average for the period. He had learned everything Verrocchio could teach him, and several things Verrocchio had not quite intended to teach him, mostly how to approach a familiar problem from a direction that had not yet been tried. He also received his first credited contribution on a major painting around this time. The work in question was Verrocchio's Baptism of Christ, a commission requiring multiple hands and many months. Leonardo was assigned the figure of an angel in the lower left corner, and he painted it in a way that made the other figures in the composition look, by comparison, slightly rigid. The story repeated by Vasari is that Verrocchio was so moved by his apprentice's work that he put down his own brushes and never painted again. This is almost certainly an exaggeration, but the angel is real, and you can still see it in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. The face has a softness to it, an interior quality, as though the figure has just been told something worth considering and is quietly doing so. The other figures stand in their positions with appropriate dignity. The angel seems to actually be somewhere, thinking something, present in a way that the others are not. What Leonardo brought to the figure was something the Bottega system did not formally teach, and could not reliably produce. It was an understanding of the face as a surface through which an interior state became legible. Other painters of the period produced faces that communicated prescribed emotions with varying degrees of technical success. Leonardo's faces communicated something more ambiguous and more alive, the look of a person in the middle of thought rather than at the end of it. He was pursuing this quality deliberately. The notebooks from this period contain dozens of quick studies of faces in different states of concentration, confusion, and inward attention. He was not simply capturing expressions. He was trying to understand the muscular mechanics that produced each gradation so that he could reproduce any shade of inner life accurately and deliberately rather than by approximation. He also spent time during these years studying the paintings and sculptures already in Florence with a systematic attention that went beyond admiration. He examined the works of Donatello for their handling of drapery under implied movement. He studied the sculptural bronzes in the baptistery for the way their surfaces caught and distributed light at different angles. He was building a visual vocabulary not from theoretical texts, but from the actual objects around him, treating each work he encountered as evidence about what was possible and what had not yet been attempted. Leonardo stayed in Florence for another decade after his qualification, taking commissions, building his reputation, and filling notebooks at a rate that would remain characteristic of the rest of his life. He was watching the Arno obsessively throughout these years, sketching its floods, noting the behaviour of debris carried by the current, building a mental model of moving water that would occupy him, on and off, for the following 4 decades. He was 22, 23, standing on a bridge in the early morning light, watching water move, thinking about everything at once. This is what it looked like when Leonardo da Vinci was just getting started. Close your eyes for a moment and picture a book. Not a printed book, because printing had only recently arrived in Italy, and the books Leonardo made for himself were not printed at all. They were notebooks, loose-gathered collections of pages, some sewn together, some held with string, some bundled into portfolios and moved from city to city in leather cases. The pages ranged in size from small enough to fit inside a coat pocket to large sheets suitable for detailed architectural drawings. By the time Leonardo died in 1519, he had filled somewhere between 13,000 and 14,000 pages. This number deserves a moment. If you wrote 3 pages every day, without stopping for illness or travel or discouragement, it would take roughly 12 years to produce that volume. Leonardo produced it across approximately 40 years while also painting, sculpting, designing fortifications, staging theatrical performances, advising on hydraulic engineering projects, and managing the professional politics of 4 separate Italian courts. The notebooks were not his job, they were what he did with the margins of his job. The breadth of their contents is still, after 5 centuries, difficult to absorb. On one page you might find a detailed diagram of a spring-loaded mechanism for a hypothetical self-propelled cart. Measurements recorded in Leonardo's mirror hand. Turn to the next page and you find a botanical study of a sprig of oak leaves, each one rendered with the precision of someone who intends to paint it, but also simply wants to know it. Turn to the page after that and you find a list of books Leonardo wanted to read, followed by a reminder to collect a debt owed to him by a carpenter named Benedetto, followed by a half-finished observation about the behaviour of light passing through a small hole in a shutter. He never seems to have gone back to finish the observation. This drove later scholars briefly mad. The notebooks were not organised as an archive or a formal treatise. They were not written with posterity in mind, at least not in any obvious way. They were working surfaces, places where Leonardo externalised the contents of his mind so he could examine them from the outside. A thought became a sketch gained annotations, an annotation pulled a new sketch forward. The page was where these things happened, not the record of a process that had already finished somewhere else. You can see this in the marginal quality of the jottings. A recipe for removing stains from velvet appears in the same notebook as a derivation of the geometry of reflected light. A note about the weight-bearing capacity of a proposed bridge sits alongside what appears to be a shopping list. The boundary between professional inquiry and daily life was not sharp for Leonardo. The handwriting itself has a characteristic quality that scholars have spent considerable effort studying. It leans to the left, naturally, being mirror script. But the letter forms are not simply reversed versions of standard 15th century Florentine cursive. They have their own personality, a slight angularity in some letters, and an unexpected roundness in others. The overall effect is of a hand that knows exactly what it's doing and does it without hesitation. The notebooks contain the largest collection of his drawings, running to thousands of individual studies. He drew hands from dozens of angles, apparently unable to stop once he started. He drew water in an obsessive series of turbulent studies that look, to a modern eye, startlingly like digital fluid simulations. He drew the face of an old man in profile with a psychological depth unusual for the period. He drew cats, which he seemed to find both fascinating and slightly comic, and the cat drawings have a looseness that the more formal work does not. His interest in proportion showed up constantly. He had absorbed the ideas circulating in Florentine intellectual circles about the proportional relationships underlying beauty, ideas drawn partly from ancient Roman writing, and partly from the mathematical work of scholars like Luca Pacioli, with whom Leonardo would later collaborate directly. But Leonardo pushed past the theoretical frameworks into something more empirical. He wanted to measure actual human bodies and see whether the proportions held in practice, or whether the idealized ratios were, as he suspected, averages pulled from a distribution of real variation. The most recognized image to emerge from this line of inquiry was the Vitruvian Man, created around 1490. You know this drawing even if you have never spent time thinking about it. A male figure inscribed simultaneously in a circle and a square, arms and legs extended in two overlaid positions. It is drawn in ink with a light wash, and the figure is specific enough to feel like a real person, and general enough to feel like an argument. The accompanying text, in Leonardo's mirror hand, records the proportional measurements derived from the Roman architect Vitruvius's ancient writings, adjusted by Leonardo's own observations of living bodies. The image has been reproduced so many times in the centuries since it was made that it has crossed from art history into something more like a cultural reflex. But if you look at it with fresh attention, what you see is a man in his late 30s standing very still in the middle of a page, arms stretched wide, while someone with extraordinary patience measures him and writes things down. That someone was Leonardo, and the figure being measured was also Leonardo, or at least his best idea of the human form. The mechanical drawings in the notebooks occupy a different register. Gears, levers, pulleys, springs, ratchets. Mechanisms for controlling the rotation speed of a millstone. Designs for a device that would roll and thin metal strips uniformly. A drawing of what looks like an odometer for measuring distances travelled by a wheeled vehicle. A crane with an articulated arm for lifting heavy stones. A pile driver operated by workers pulling ropes in sequence. Some of these designs were original, some were copied and improved from existing devices. Some were purely theoretical explorations of mechanical principles. The distinction between these categories was not always clear within the notebooks themselves, which is part of what makes them so difficult to evaluate as records of invention versus records of careful observation. He did not always build what he drew. In some cases he could not. The materials available in the late 15th century were not adequate for certain mechanisms he had imagined. In other cases the drawings appear to have been genuine design work, intended to be realised, but the project was interrupted or the patron's attention moved elsewhere or Leonardo moved on to something new, as he had a tendency to do. His collaboration with Luca Pacioli, the Franciscan friar and mathematician who was one of the most respected minds in Italy at the time, produced a particular flowering of this cross-disciplinary thinking. Leonardo and Pacioli worked closely in Milan during the 1490s, and Leonardo contributed the geometric illustrations for Pacioli's major work on proportion and mathematics. The two men were well matched. Pacioli brought rigorous formal structure to the questions they shared. Leonardo brought the habit of testing every abstract principle against visible reality. Their conversations, none of which were recorded directly, but whose shape you can infer from the notebooks, must have been the kind that leave you feeling your thinking has been picked up and reassembled slightly differently, like furniture in a room you know well rearranged while you were sleeping. Leonardo also used the notebooks as a space for private argument with himself. He would lay out a position, work through its implications across several pages, encounter an observation that weakened it, and then spend 3 more pages revising his initial claim. He was not performing this process for an audience. He was genuinely changing his mind in writing, using the page as a place where revision was not a sign of weakness, but the natural condition of a working intelligence. This may be the most humanizing thing about the notebooks. They are not the record of a complete and finished genius delivering conclusions. They are the record of someone who was uncertain about a great many things and worked through the uncertainty as honestly as he could, with the materials he had available for as many years as he was given. The notebooks are a monument to the space that exists between an idea and its execution. They also contain some genuinely charming personal passages. There is a note, in a loose page now held in Windsor Castle's royal collection, where Leonardo reminds himself to find out from a man in the Brera district the formula for a particular varnish. There is a list of fables he apparently intended to compile into a collection. There are drawings of elaborate decorative knot patterns that look as though they were made on an afternoon when the serious work was not going especially well. And there are the questions, page after page of questions. Why does the moon not fall toward the earth the way a stone falls? What causes the blue colour of the sky? Why do birds not exhaust themselves holding their wings extended in a glide? How does the tongue produce the sounds of speech? What makes certain colours recede in a painting while others seem to push forward? Most of these questions were not answered within the notebook pages that asked them. They were put down, turned over briefly, and then either followed to the next page or set aside for a return that sometimes came and sometimes did not. The notebooks are, among other things, the most detailed record we have of what it felt like to be inside the most curious mind of the 15th century. That is not a small thing to spend a quiet evening with. You're waking up now slowly, the way Leonardo may have preferred. The historical record suggests he did not sleep in the pattern most of his contemporaries took as given. The physician Jerome Cardan, writing in the 16th century, noted that Leonardo slept in brief intervals throughout the day and night rather than in a single long block. Whether this was deliberate practice or simply how his mind operated is not clear. What is clear is that he was frequently observed working at unusual hours, arriving at a painting in the late afternoon when the light had shifted to something he found more useful, sketching by firelight when the studio had gone quiet. He was not, by most accounts, idle. The charge of laziness was levelled at him occasionally, usually by frustrated patrons who had commissioned work and found that Leonardo had spent several months on preparatory studies, revised the composition 3 times, produced a dozen alternative sketches for a figure that would ultimately occupy 2 square inches of the finished painting, and then paused to investigate whether the wall he intended to paint on was adequately prepared for the medium he planned to use. This was not laziness. It was a version of thoroughness so complete that it became its own obstacle, which is a different thing. Leonardo ate modestly, and there are credible suggestions in the historical sources that he leaned toward a vegetarian diet. The Florentine explorer Andrea Corsali, writing to Giuliano de' Medici in the early 16th century, mentioned Leonardo's refusal to eat animals in passing, the way you mention something that is simply a known fact about a person. Whether this was a consistent practice or a preference that varied with circumstance is not certain, but the detail fits with everything else we know of him. He seemed to find the deliberate killing of animals genuinely distasteful. There is a story, repeated in several early sources and plausible even if not fully verified, that he would buy caged birds at the market in whatever city he was living in and release them, not as a performance and not to impress anyone, simply because a cage was wrong and open air was right and he had the means to do something about it. He also kept a horse, or had regular access to one, throughout much of his adult life. The horse appears in his notebooks constantly, drawn from every angle in every conceivable pose, the anatomy of its muscles mapped with the same painstaking observation he brought to human bodies. He intended at various points in his career to write a comprehensive treatise on the horse. He never completed it. The drafts remain in the notebooks alongside the drafts of dozens of other treatises he never finished. He was nothing if not consistent in this particular regard. Walking mattered to him deeply. He moved through the landscapes surrounding whatever city he was living in with the same observational intensity he brought to everything else. A trip from Milan to Florence along the old road through the Apennines took several days by horse, and travellers of the period left detailed accounts of the journey. The mountains were noted for their drama and their difficulty. Leonardo did not merely note the drama. He studied the geology, sketched the rock formations, wondered about the fossils embedded in limestone ridges at altitudes far above the sea, and began building the argument, far ahead of his time, that the mountains had once lain beneath water. He was right. It would take 3 more centuries for geology to fully catch up with him. His working habits in the studio were very particular. He spent long stretches standing in front of a canvas or a wall doing nothing but looking. Not painting, not sketching. Looking. This disturbed people who had commissioned him to produce finished work and were paying for the experience of watching him stand extremely still with his arms crossed. When asked about it, he reportedly said that the greatest painters spend more time looking than touching the brush, because the work is completed in the mind before it is completed on the surface. This is either profound or convenient, depending on your position and how long you have been waiting. He was meticulous about his tools. He kept his brushes in a particular order. He preferred specific pigment preparations and would sometimes decline to use materials he considered inferior, a position that did not endear him to supply merchants or impatient patrons. He kept detailed notes on the behaviour of pigments over time, which ones faded, which ones darkened, which combinations proved chemically hostile to each other. This last concern was not abstract. Leonardo made some technical choices in his paintings that turned out badly, most famously in The Last Supper in Milan, where his decision to paint on a dry plaster wall with oil and tempera, instead of applying paint to wet plaster in the traditional fresco method, resulted in a surface that began deteriorating within his own lifetime. He knew this might become a problem. He did it anyway, because the fresco method required you to paint quickly, section by section, within the narrow window before the plaster dried. Leonardo could not work that way. He needed to stop, step back, consider the passage for a day or two, and then return with fresh eyes. The mural was worth more to him as a living problem than as a technically correct one. In his private life, he was generous with students and assistants, keeping a household that included several of both in Florence, Milan, and later Rome. He made sure they were housed and fed, and had materials to work with. He was not warm in the way that produces easy anecdotes about his social life, but he was reliable in the way that actually matters to people who depend on you. His students were a varied group. Some came to him as young boys, sent by their families to learn a trade, and grew into skilled craftsmen who worked alongside him for years. One in particular, Gian Giacomo Caprotti, arrived in Leonardo's household at age 10 and stayed for 26 years. Leonardo called him Salai, which means something close to little devil in a Milanese dialect, and the name stuck because it was apparently warranted. Salai stole from him repeatedly, told lies, broke things, and was forgiven repeatedly, which tells you something about the way Leonardo operated inside his personal relationships. He held people at a particular kind of careful distance in most contexts, but within his household he was patient in ways that went beyond the professionally necessary. The dynamic between Leonardo and Salai has attracted a great deal of speculation over the years, as most things about Leonardo have. What the notebooks actually record when they mention Salai at all is the tedious practicality of caring for someone difficult. Money missing from a purse, a pair of leggings charged to Leonardo's account without permission, a debt Salai had run up with a merchant that Leonardo quietly settled. He also enjoyed music consistently throughout his life, both playing and listening. He was charmed by riddles and wordplay, and spent time in certain periods crafting elaborate puzzles that relied on tortuous visual puns. These were the sort of thing that would have either delighted a 15th century dinner party, or caused half the guests to quietly relocate to the other end of the table, depending on how tired everyone was and how much wine had been poured. His relationship with time was, shall we say, his own. He owned what may have been one of the earliest personal alarm clocks in Florence, a water-based timing device, and was apparently unreliable about using it. He missed appointments, he arrived at events significantly earlier or later than expected, and seemed genuinely surprised to find that others had organised their days around a different understanding of when a meeting was supposed to begin. He was not malicious about any of this. He simply experienced time slightly differently from most people around him, the way that happens when your mind is running several conversations simultaneously, and the external world keeps interrupting each one. The days accumulated quietly. He worked, he walked, he looked at things, he wrote things down, he looked at more things, he wrote more things down. He sometimes painted with an intensity that made other painters feel they had been working too quickly their entire lives. He released birds, he studied horses, he went to bed when it suited him, and woke when the light was right or when a thought that had been forming in his sleep finally resolved itself into a shape he could make visible on a page. This was a Tuesday for Leonardo da Vinci. Let us go somewhere dimly lit for a while, not because the subject demands ceremony, but because the anatomy Leonardo pursued from approximately 1485 onward was conducted mostly at night, in rooms that required discretion, with a single candle and the kind of focused silence that comes when you are doing something you know very few people around you would fully endorse. The dissection of human remains occupied a complex legal and ecclesiastical position in late 15th century Italy. It was permitted in certain formal contexts, primarily for medical education at universities. It was quietly tolerated in others. In still other circumstances, it was neither of these things. Leonardo obtained official permission at various points through his connections at hospitals in Florence and Milan. He also almost certainly worked in grey areas when the formal routes were unavailable. He dissected somewhere in the range of 30 human bodies over the course of his career, a number significant both as a practical achievement and as an indication of how serious the commitment was. Nobody was commissioning anatomical treatises from him. There was no professional reward for this work in the immediate sense. He did it because he wanted to know what was inside the thing he was spending his life depicting on flat surfaces. The drawings that resulted are among the most extraordinary works in the history of science. He depicted the human body from multiple angles simultaneously, using a set of rotational views that anticipated the kind of multi-perspective technical illustration that would not become standard in scientific publishing for several centuries. He drew bones with a structural clarity that suggests he understood load-bearing and stress distribution in ways that went well beyond anything in the contemporary medical texts available to him. He drew the interior of the skull, the chambers of the heart, the branching of the bronchial passages within the lungs. He described the liver and noted its segmented structure. He drew the developing fetus within the uterus with a gentleness that is visible in the quality of the line even now, 500 years after the drawing was made. His cardiac studies are particularly notable. He described the aortic valve and its behavior during the cardiac cycle with a precision that was not experimentally confirmed until the mid-20th century, when researchers using early flow visualization techniques discovered exactly the vortex patterns in blood flow that Leonardo had drawn from direct observation. He had worked out the same results centuries earlier by injecting wax into the heart of a dead ox and studying the hardened cast. He did not have a microscope. He had no device for measuring pressure or observing the heart in motion. He had a razor, a candle, and the patience of someone for whom not knowing something was more uncomfortable than any amount of inconvenient work. The engineering pages in the notebooks occupy a different emotional temperature entirely. Where the anatomy drawings have a quality of intimacy, the engineering pages are more playful, occasionally wry, occasionally plainly excited. Leonardo was not simply recording mechanisms he had observed elsewhere. He was modifying them, pushing them past their obvious applications into territory that required a genuine leap of imagination. The flying machines are the most widely known examples. He spent considerable time on the problem of human flight, filling pages with designs for ornithopters, which are devices that fly by flapping wings in the manner of birds and large bats. He also produced designs for screw-based vertical lift, anticipating the principle of the helicopter by approximately 400 years, which is the sort of thing that sounds like an exaggeration until you look at the actual drawings. His ornithopter designs were not going to work, and he likely understood this at some level, because the pages show him gradually abandoning the flapping wing approach in favour of studying soaring birds. He noticed that a circling vulture maintained altitude by adjusting the angle of its wing surface relative to upwelling air rather than expending muscular effort. He noted the way a kite shifted its tail as a steering device. He was working quietly and systematically toward the logic of a glider rather than a powered aircraft. He did at one point apparently believe he was close enough to plan a practical test. A passage in one of the Milanese notebooks, written in the mid-1490s, describes a planned launch from a hill near Florence. Whether this test was ever carried out is unknown. The notebooks contain no record of the outcome. One hopes, for the sake of whoever was in the device, that they walked away from the experience intact, somewhat windswept, and with their dignity approximately in order. The military engineering drawings in the notebooks were produced largely at the request of various patrons. He designed things that were genuinely impressive in a specifically alarming way: multi-barreled guns arranged in a semicircle for wide coverage, armoured vehicles with angled surfaces designed to deflect incoming projectiles, a giant crossbow so architecturally ambitious that it required a team of operators, and a scythed chariot designed with the kind of mechanical enthusiasm that suggests Leonardo had either not dwelt too long on what it would do to people, or had filed that portion of the problem in a separate mental drawer. There is a small, rueful note in the margins of one of the military engineering pages where Leonardo writes that he will not publish his submarine designs because he does not trust human beings to use them responsibly. He had thought this through. The hydraulic studies belong in a category of their own. Water was the subject Leonardo returned to more consistently than any other across his entire career. He studied it at every scale, from the ripples a single finger makes pressed into a still surface to the behaviour of major rivers in full flood. He designed canal systems, wrote detailed proposals for redirecting the course of the Arno above Florence, sketched machines for draining marshes, and produced studies of harbour construction sophisticated enough to be worth consulting in actual practice. His understanding of fluid dynamics was not formalised in the mathematical sense. He did not have the calculus that would eventually give the field its proper framework, but his observational grasp of how moving water behaved was extraordinary, and his drawings of turbulence look, to a contemporary fluid dynamicist, like the output of a genuinely capable intuition, working right at the edge of what observation alone can produce. He understood that water remembered its path, that a flow disturbed by an obstacle continued to carry the shape of that disturbance downstream, diminishing but not disappearing. That the behaviour of a large river and the behaviour of a small stream followed the same underlying rules and differed only in scale. That the sea and the clouds and the rain and the river were parts of a single system cycling continuously through time. He put this in his notebooks as though it were obvious. It would have been extraordinary. The anatomical and engineering work existed side by side in his thinking, and he moved between them with a fluency that suggests he did not experience them as separate disciplines. The body was a machine, in his view, but the word machine carried no reductive meaning for him. It meant something intricate, something beautiful in its functional integration, something worth spending years in cold rooms understanding at the level of its smallest parts. He was also interested in the face in ways that connected directly to his painting. The muscles of facial expression occupied many pages in the anatomical notebooks. He mapped the small muscles around the eyes and the corners of the mouth with painstaking detail, labeling each one, tracing its origin point and its attachment point, and the direction of its pull on the overlying skin. This was not idle curiosity. He was building the anatomical basis for the subtlety and facial expression that makes his painted faces so difficult to read with certainty and so rewarding to spend time with. The Mona Lisa's ambiguous expression, which has generated more commentary than almost any other feature of any artwork in history, is partly a product of this research. The muscles controlling the corners of her mouth are painted to suggest several possible states simultaneously, none of them definitively resolved. This is not an accident or a mystery. It is an extremely sophisticated technical application of what Leonardo had learned by examining actual faces in cold stone rooms. He was one of the very few artists in history who understood a human face from both the outside and the inside simultaneously. The notebooks reflect this dual vision on almost every page that touches the body. There is a painting in the Uffizi called The Adoration of the Magi. It was commissioned from Leonardo in 1481 by the monks of San Donato a Scopeto, a monastery outside Florence. They required the altarpiece completed within 2 years. Leonardo began it, produced a detailed compositional study, transferred the design to a large wooden panel, sketched in the figures with dark underpaint, and then left Florence for Milan without completing it. He had accepted a deposit. He did not return it. The monks eventually commissioned a different painting from Filippino Lippi, who completed his commission without incident. The Leonardo panel remained unfinished, passing through several collections until it settled in the Uffizi in the 17th century. When you look at it today, what you see is a work that is simultaneously incomplete and, in its unfinished state, somehow more alive than many polished paintings of the period. The underdrawing shows through in places. Figures are present as gestures rather than resolved forms. The whole surface has the quality of a thought still in motion. This was not an isolated incident. Leonardo had an almost constitutional inability to declare a work complete. His patrons found this maddening. The relationship with Ludovico Sforza, the Duke of Milan, occupied roughly 18 years of Leonardo's adult life, and was the most sustained arrangement he ever had with any patron. Leonardo arrived in Milan around 1482, having written Ludovico a letter proposing himself as an engineer, military advisor, architect, sculptor, and, almost as an afterthought, as a painter. The letter has survived, and it is a remarkable document, a confident and detailed inventory of everything Leonardo could do. Offered with the directness of someone who knows, the catalogue is genuinely impressive. Ludovico hired him. The arrangement was productive but strained. Ludovico wanted things made, and Leonardo wanted to understand the principles underlying each thing before he made it. Ludovico wanted the bronze equestrian statue completed, a massive commemorative sculpture of his late father on horseback that would have been the largest bronze casting in the world at the time. Leonardo spent over a decade on preparatory work. He produced a full-scale clay model, which was displayed to considerable admiration at a court festival in 1493. Then the bronze that had been set aside for casting was redirected to produce cannons, which were judged more urgently necessary than the monument. Then the French invaded Milan in 1499. The clay model was used as target practice by French archers. Decades of work gone in an afternoon. Leonardo left Milan carrying his notebooks and his household, including the mathematician Luca Pacioli, and spent the following years moving between various cities and patrons, none of the arrangements as stable as the Milanese period had been. He worked briefly for Cesare Borgia as a military engineer and cartographer, travelling through central Italy surveying towns and fortifications for the Borgia campaign of territorial expansion. The maps he produced during this period are among the finest cartographic work of the Renaissance, detailed and geometrically precise in ways that presuppose surveying techniques that were genuinely innovative for the period. He returned to Florence and began the portrait that would become the most recognisable painting in the world. It took years. He never considered it finished. He kept it with him until he died. The sitter was almost certainly Lisa Gherardini, the wife of a Florentine merchant named Francesco del Giocondo, though this identification was not confirmed in modern scholarship until a document was discovered in the early 2000s. The portrait was apparently commissioned to mark the birth of the couple's second child, a conventional reason for a portrait in the period. What Leonardo did with it was not conventional. He worked on it intermittently across more than a decade, and the painting shows this. The layers of glaze are built up with extraordinary patience to a depth and luminosity that no single session or even single year of work could produce. The landscape behind the figure was not painted from a specific location, but assembled from geological observation across many years of looking at Italian terrain. The light in the painting seems to come from no single identifiable source. It is distributed, diffuse, the way Leonardo had understood light to actually behave since his days in Verrocchio's workshop, asking questions nobody else thought to ask. He also accepted the commission for the Battle of Anchiari, a large mural for the council chamber of the Florentine City Hall. He began it, developed a new technical approach for the preparatory layers, and painted the central section. The new technique failed to dry correctly. The paint ran. He attempted to heat the wall with braziers to force the drying process. This made things considerably worse. The project was eventually abandoned and the completed section was covered over by a later artist. Only copies of the original design survive. Leonardo moved on, though. The patrons of his later career were, for the most part, more patient than average. Pope Leo X, for whom he worked briefly in Rome, was not among them. He reportedly complained that Leonardo spent so much time formulating the varnish for a new project that it was obvious the work itself would never begin. This was probably unfair. It was probably also accurate. In Rome, Leonardo found himself surrounded by younger artists who had absorbed his influence and in some cases surpassed the work he was currently producing. Raphael was at the height of his powers and openly admired Leonardo's earlier work while quietly pursuing a vision that was more productive and more reliable. Michelangelo, who had a low opinion of most of his contemporaries, had a specific kind of complicated opinion of Leonardo, one that involved both genuine respect and a thinly veiled impatience with his long absences and unfinished projects. Leonardo, for his part, wrote a note in one of his Roman notebooks about the noise and disruption of the building projects around the Vatican, and seemed more interested in the flight patterns of the birds nesting in the eaves of the nearby structures than in the professional politics surrounding him. He was 60 years old, surrounded by the most prestigious artistic commission in the world, and watching birds out the window. This is either extremely admirable or extremely Leonardo, and there is no meaningful difference between those two things. The relationship between Leonardo and his patrons was, at its root, a structural mismatch between what he needed and what they were paying for. Patrons wanted finished objects, paintings to hang, sculptures to stand in courtyards, buildings to occupy. Leonardo wanted to fully understand the principle underlying each thing before he committed it to a final surface, and this process had no natural stopping point. There was always another question to pursue. There was always another preparatory study worth making. He was not trying to frustrate anyone. He was simply constitutionally unsuited to the idea that any particular moment in the development of a work was the correct one to stop. Some of his paintings were completed in partnership with students and assistants who worked under his direction. Leonardo provided the overall design and certain key passages, particularly faces and hands. This was entirely normal in the period and it did not trouble him. He was not attached to the idea that every stroke had to be his. He was attached to the idea that every stroke had to be right. These were different commitments, and only one of them produced finished paintings on schedule. By the time he settled in France at the invitation of King Francis I in 1516, he was 64 years old, and his right hand had developed a palsy that made fine painting difficult. He brought 3 paintings with him, including the portrait he had been working on for 16 years. He was given a manor house near the royal estate at Amboise, a stipend, the title of first painter to the king, and the liberty to do whatever he found interesting. He continued filling notebooks. He spent long afternoons with Francis, who found the old Italian endlessly compelling, and came to the manor in the evenings to sit with him, or rather, to listen. The relationship between King Francis I and Leonardo was one of the more unusual arrangements in the history of royal patronage. Francis was 31 years younger than Leonardo, recently come to power, and possessed of the kind of intellectual hunger that needed older and wider minds to satisfy. He was not interested in Leonardo primarily as a painter. He was interested in him as a thinker. The evenings they spent together at Clos Luce are not documented in any detail, because nobody in the room thought to write things down or because what was written has not survived. What Francis said about Leonardo after his death, recorded by the sculptor Benvenuto Cellini some years later, was that he believed no other man had learned as much as Leonardo had. Not just about painting, but about philosophy and about nature. Cellini's account is not first-hand. But the sentiment it records is consistent with everything else known about how Francis related to his elderly Italian guest. Leonardo continued working. The palsy in his right hand had reduced his painting, but had not affected his left, and the notebooks continued. He was thinking in these final years about the geometry of water in deep channels, about the relationship between the momentum of a moving current and the resistance offered by its banks, about whether there was a mathematical relationship between the two that could be expressed precisely. He was also thinking about the end of things. The late notebooks contain a series of drawings usually referred to as the deluge drawings, large pages filled with densely worked images of catastrophic flooding, massive spiralling water formations consuming everything in their path, trees bent horizontal, structures reduced to fragments, the landscape itself dissolved in the force of water moving without restraint. These drawings have a quality different from everything else Leonardo made. They are not studies in the analytical sense. They are something more interior, images made not to understand something but to give it a shape. Whether they were a private meditation on mortality, or a continuation of his fluid dynamics research taken to its extreme conclusion, or both, is not a question that can be answered with certainty. What they look like to someone sitting with them in a quiet room is someone making peace with very large things in the only language they had truly mastered. Let the light come in slowly now. You're sitting in a room above the Loire Valley, and the window frames a landscape that makes you understand why painters kept returning to this part of the world. Green in many registers, the soft olive of distant hills, the brighter and more confident green of vineyards below the house, the dark specific green of a single row of cypress trees along the road. The sky is doing something complicated with clouds that Leonardo would have noticed, recorded, and sketched from 4 separate angles before breakfast. This is Clos Luce, the manor house near Amboise where he spent the last 3 years of his life. He had always been in love with the natural world, not in a sentimental way, though there was sentiment in it. In a deeper way, the way a person is bound to the thing they cannot stop trying to understand. Nature for Leonardo was not a backdrop, it was the subject. Every painting he made was, at some level, a painting about the way light moved through the natural world. Every engineering project he undertook was an attempt to work in harmony with some principle he had first observed in the behaviour of water or wind or stone. He had spent time early in his career studying the geology of the Arno Valley, with the systematic attention of someone building an argument. The argument was that mountains have histories, that fossils in limestone ridges far above the modern sea were evidence of a world that had appeared entirely different in the distant past, that the shape of a valley was not permanent but was the result of processes still ongoing, the river still cutting, the slopes still eroding with each heavy rain. The landscape was a record if you knew how to read it. He knew how to read it. His botanical drawings carry the same quality as everything else he produced. Precision without coldness, careful observation without the clinical distance that makes many scientific illustrations feel inert. He drew flowers that look warm to the touch. He drew trees that look as though they are still moving, capturing the particular suspended stillness that settles after wind. He drew water plants pressed against a current with what feels like an understanding of the physical forces involved, and also something that resembles genuine sympathy for the difficulty of holding still. He wrote extensively about the relationship between water and the land it moves through. He believed that water was the blood of the earth, moving through it in a system of underground passages and surface channels that paralleled the circulatory system of the human body. This analogy was not scientifically accurate in all its specific claims, but the underlying insight that the surface landscape and the underground hydrological system were parts of the same continuous process was essentially correct and would have been radical if he had published and circulated it widely. He did not publish it. Almost nothing of his scientific work reached the public during his lifetime. His notebooks sat in private collections after his death, changing hands several times, being partially lost, partially copied and partially dispersed across institutions in several countries. The full scale of his scientific thinking only became apparent to scholars in the 19th and early 20th centuries, as the notebooks were gradually gathered, conserved, and studied with the attention they deserved. The engineering ideas that could have shifted the course of technology by a century or more, the anatomical studies that anticipated discoveries not confirmed until the 1800s, the fluid dynamics observations, the geological reasoning, all of it sitting in notebooks, waiting. This is either a tragedy or a lesson about the difference between knowing and sharing, depending on what you bring to it. His influence on painting, however, travelled directly through the visible world without requiring anyone to decode his private notebooks. The technique called sfumato, which Leonardo developed and used with particular mastery, involved building extremely thin layers of translucent glaze over a painting's surface to create transitions between colours and tones so gradual that they appeared to have no visible boundary. The result was that painted forms seemed to exist within a surrounding atmosphere, rather than floating against a flat surface. Objects appeared to breathe. Every painter who came after him was working in a world where this had been demonstrated as achievable. Raphael studied him. Michelangelo competed with him, carrying the particular unease that the very gifted sometimes feel in the presence of something beyond their category. Later painters across Europe absorbed sfumato into their practice without necessarily tracing it back to its origin. The influence was structural. It altered what was imaginable. His work on proportion and pictorial space was absorbed into the theoretical frameworks that subsequent artists and architects trained on. His investigation of the relationship between a building and its natural setting influenced design through the 16th century and beyond, mostly through practitioners who had seen his drawings or known people who had. The legacy in science is harder to trace, because it was delayed by so long, when his anatomical drawings were finally published in any systematic way. In the 19th century, scientists who encountered them were moved in the specific way. People are moved when they recognize something they have struggled toward, and find that someone else was already there centuries before them, with a candle and a razor, and no institutional support whatsoever. Leonardo himself, in his later notebooks, occasionally writes with a quality that sounds like quiet loneliness. Not social loneliness exactly, though perhaps that too. The loneliness of working at the edge of what can be known with the available tools, of seeing further than you can reach. He writes about the frustration of time, of not having lived long enough or worked efficiently enough to complete the projects he had set himself. He was aware that he was carrying questions he would not live to resolve. He died on the 2nd of May, 1519, at Clos-Leuce. He was 67 years old. The official accounts, including those by the artist Francisco de Holanda and the biographer Vasari, describe a peaceful death attended by the young King Francis. Vasari's version has Leonardo dying in the king's arms, which historians generally consider an embellishment in service of a beautiful image. What is certain is that Francis was in the vicinity, and that Leonardo died in a house given to him by a monarch who considered him irreplaceable company. He left his notebooks to Francesco Melzi, his most devoted student, who spent years attempting to organize and preserve them with incomplete but genuine success. He left money to his assistants. He left his good cloak to a servant. He left 3 paintings to no one because no one could have them, because they were still in some sense his, still in the process of being completed, still not quite finished. He had been working on one of them, a small panel depicting a woman in a landscape, for approximately 16 years. You're looking at it now. The woman is slightly turned from you, facing a direction that is just off your line of sight. She's neither smiling nor not smiling. The landscape behind her is geological and dreaming, a river threading through pale rock formations that no one has ever convincingly identified with any actual place. The air between her and the edge of the painting is not empty. It has a quality, a depth, an atmospheric weight that makes the background seem very distant, and the figure seem very present, and the space between them feels like a question Leonardo was still working on when time ran out. He never answered it. Maybe that was the point. Maybe the question was the painting. The notebooks are still being read. New pages surface occasionally in archives and private collections, and each time one does, scholars lean in with that particular quality of attention you bring to something you already know will reward you. a note about a recipe for walnut oil varnish, a sketch of a mountain pass with a notation about the colour of exposed rock at altitude, a question scrawled in mirror hand at the bottom of a page. Why does the eye perceive certain colours as warm and others as cool? He was always asking something. Somewhere in the unfinished stack of questions he spent 67 years accumulating. There are probably a few that have still not been fully answered. That is the shape of a mind that spent a lifetime looking at the world as though it had not yet been properly examined. It had not. It still has not, entirely. And perhaps that is the most quietly reassuring thing Leonardo da Vinci left behind. Not the paintings, not the notebooks, not the engineering drawings or the anatomical studies, but the simple proof that curiosity carried far enough can become its own form of legacy, that looking carefully at the world is never a small thing, and that the questions you carry into sleep tonight are part of the same old conversation the best human minds have been having for centuries. Sleep well tonight, my tired explorers. If you wake in the night and find yourself staring at the ceiling, turning something over quietly in the dark, know that you are in very decent company. The notebooks have been waiting 500 years. They are patient with a few more hours.